monitoring tool, drone surveillance systems, drone forensics, cyber security and safety, data recovery softwares and systems, etc. I urge all of you to make use of this opportunity to explore and check out the various products which are put up in the exhibition. I request everyone to stand as we welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Okay. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chuba Manla, and I will be the MC for this session. Respected dignitaries, special invitees, speakers, and fellow participants, I warmly welcome each and every one of you to this National Conference on Cybercrime, Digital Forensics and Intelligence. मैं इस राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में सभी का स्वागत करना चाहती हूँ. The Government of India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, is working towards outlining a uniform cyber strategy, real-time reporting of cyber crimes, designing analytical tools, and setting up a national network of forensic laboratories, ensuring cyber hygiene and spreading awareness to every citizen. With the rise in sophisticated cyber attacks and increasing digital footprints, organizations and law enforcement agencies are turning to cutting-edge digital forensics technologies to secure their data and ensure compliance. Against this backdrop, the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, NILIT Kohima, Ministry of Electronics and IT, along with the Nagaland Police and Department of Information Technology and Communication, Government of Nagaland, has organized this two-day national conference on cybercrime, digital forensics and intelligence under the theme Cyber Secure Bharat, Fortifying India's Digital Future. The conference is chaired by Shri L. Lanuabang, Director NILIT, and co-chaired by Shri Anubhav Tiwari. The National Institute of Information Technology, NILIT, under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MIT, Government of India, is actively engaged in capacity building and skill development in areas of information, electronics, and communications technology. This conference aims to bring together eminent academicians, industry specialists, policymakers, government dignitaries, intelligence officials, police, public prosecutors, judiciary members, and other stakeholders to deliberate on strategies for combating cybercrimes and enhancing national security. We have 20 speakers who will be talking about topics such as digital forensics, cybersecurity, emerging cyber threats, and cyber laws, etc. I am also hereby pleased to announce our following conference partners. Platinum partner, we have Celebrite. Gold partners, M-Service World of Forensics, 4 and 6 Care, Magnetic Forensics, MSAB. Silver partners, we have Tata Advanced Systems, DTR Downtown Robotics Private Limited. Technology partner, we have Next Technogen Private Limited, Power Forensics Digital Intelligence. Associate partner, Stellar. Event partner, Parigyan India. So here's a request to all of you to kindly switch your mobile phones and other electronic devices to silent mode in order to avoid any disturbance. मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि कार्यक्रम के द्वारा किसी भी तरह की बाधित को टालने के लिए कृपया अपने फोन को साइलेंट मोड में कर दें. Now we'll move on to the next. आज हमारे बीच कुछ बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण गणमान्य व्यक्ति मौजूद हैं. Today we have amongst us some very important special guests and dignitaries whom we would like to felicitate. So I call upon Shri L. Lanuabang, Director, Nailit Kohima, to do the same. I request the following dignitaries to kindly accept our token of appreciation. We have special guest, Shri Setrungyo Sangtam, Honorable Advisor, Information Technology and Communication, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Nagaland. Shri Y. Lima Onan Chang, Honorable MLA and Chairman DPDB Tuensang. Shri Mandar Kulkarni, National Security Officer, India and South Asia, Microsoft. Shri Renchamo P. Kikon, IPS, Additional Director General of Police, Government of Nagaland. Shri Muhammad Ali Shihab, IAS, Commissioner and Secretary, Information Technology and Communication, Kohima, Government of Nagaland. Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Anubhav Tiwari, Chief Innovation Officer, Nailit Maite, and Co-Chair of the conference, to felicitate Shri L. Lanuabang, Director, Nailit Kohima. Okay. Sir, kindly remain on the stage. We would like to felicitate Shri Anubhav Tiwari as well. Thank you. We shall now have the welcome address by Shri L. Lanuabang, Director, Nailit Kohima.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished dignitaries of the dais and dignitaries attending virtually, esteemed guests, eminent speakers, and valued participants. It is great privilege to extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of NILIT at the National Conference on Cybercrime, Digital Forensics, and Intelligence 2024, organized by NILIT Kohima under the aegis of Ministry of Electronics and IT, Govt of India, and association with Nagaland Police and Information Technology and Communication Department, Govt of Nagaland, and supported by various industries. We are honored to have you join us and are especially delighted to welcome those from outside Nagaland to the land of festivals and rich cultural heritage. The theme, Cybersecure Bharat, Fortifying India's Digital Future, underscores the urgency and importance of addressing the growing challenges in the cyber domain. We are honored to have the presence of Sri H. Citringo Sanctum, Advisor IT&C, Economic Statistic and Evaluation, Govt of Nagaland, as our special guest. And also Sri Krishnan Sir, IAS Secretary, Meiti, Govt of India, as a guest of honor. We are also privileged to have Shri Abhishek Singh, IAS Additional Secretary, Meiti, Govt of India, Shri Rupin Sharma Sir, TGB Nagaland, Dr. M.M. Tripathi Sir, Director General NILIT, Shri Mohammad Ali Sahab, IAS Commissioner and Secretary, Shri Pipal, Senior Director, Meiti, Govt of India, and other distinguished dignitaries from the Govt of India, Nagaland, esteemed speakers, law enforcement agencies from across the northeastern state, academia, industry, leaders from across the country. Your participation is a testament to the significance of this conference. As we all know, the digital landscape evolved rapidly, so those cyber threats. This conference serves as a crucial platform for all the stakeholders to come together, share knowledge, and collaborate on innovative solutions to combat these challenges. During this Day 2 conference, we have curated a comprehensive program featuring insightful discussions on cybersecurity, cyber law, digital forensics, and emerging cyber threats. NILIT is committed to contributing to India's cybersecurity ecosystem. NILIT Kohima set up the first R&D cyber forensic lab in the state in 2010, supported by Meiti, Govt of India, and has since been imparting trainings to law enforcement agencies and young aspiring professionals, providing cybercrime investigation and forensic analysis services in the state and some neighboring any states. Through our initiative, we aim to strengthen the nation's cyber resilience. In conclusion, I would like to appeal to all the esteemed participants and speakers to actively engage in the discussions, share your expertise, and build valuable connection. Let us work collectively to create a safer and more secure digital India. May the conference be a memorable and enriching experience. Welcome once again. Thank you.
I request all eyes on the screen, as now we shall witness a virtual address by Shri A.K. Pipal, Senior Director and Group Coordinator, Human Resource Development, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Apologies because there is some technical issues. We shall now move forward. I now give the time to Shri Mandar Kulkarni, National Security Officer, India and South Asia, Microsoft, to kindly address the conference attendees.
Good morning. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to NILIT leadership team for inviting me and Microsoft to this August forum. I'm very happy to see the gathering here of all the digital forensic cyber security experts. I'm the National Security Officer for Microsoft India and South Asia. In that role, I work closely with all the national cyber defense agencies, regulators, policymakers. We live in a very difficult cyber landscape today. Over last 2 decades of rapid digitalization, proliferation of internet, all the connected systems, and rapid access to technology, both to users and to threat actors, have made our jobs as cyber defense experts very difficult. while a lot of us are still debating use of advanced technology in cyber defense, whether it is AI, whether it is quantum, and many, many other new age technologies, while many of us are debating should we use them, what extent we should use them, the threat actors have rapidly moved in adopting those technologies in their attacks. Today, most of the cyber attacks that we see are either AI driven or they are using advanced technologies. That's challenge number 2 that we see. Challenge number 3 that we see here is a gap in cyber defense skilled workforce. The awareness of cyber security in whether it is consumers, users, or the skilled workforce that we need in all the agencies, whether they are corporates or government, there is a huge gap. Now these 3 things have made our jobs very, very challenging. So how do we really make this theme, Cyber Secure Bharat, reality? I'm sure over the next 2 days, various speakers would talk about themes, how we can do this. But in my understanding, there are 4 things that all of us need to do. Number 1, we need to significantly invest in skilling and awareness of cyber. Right? It needs to be at user level, it needs to be at agency level, it needs to be at individual level, so that we have a much more skilled workforce that is readily available on cyber defense. And I'm glad to know that the work that NEELIT is doing, we need to do, and Ministry of IT is doing, and we need to continue doing that a little bit more. So that's number 1. And that's where corporate, the PPP model, the corporate partnership could actually make a lot of impact. So that's number 1. Number 2, we need to rapidly move towards adopting newer technologies in defense. Right? There is a lot of work that has happened over the last couple of years in using AI in defense. Some of the speakers today, tomorrow are going to talk about how do we use quantum to fight the quantum threats in cryptocurrency. Those are the technologies that we need to rapidly adopt, because our threat actors have adopted it, and the only way we can actually defend against them is by using those technologies. That's my second recommendation, and we'll see a lot of speakers talk about that going forward. The third is we need to develop an integrated approach. There are a lot of agencies, and this is a global picture. We see this happening in India as well. There are many regulators, many sectorial certs. There are many agencies who work on different threat or different sectors. We need to look at building an integrated landscape. How do all the threats, all the signals come together? How do we create, communicate, defend against those attacks in an integrated manner? Because what impacts one person, one organization in a corner of the country or a sector is going to ultimately go and impact many, many more of us. So how do we build that integrated approach in threat signal analytics, defense, communication, so on and so forth? That is the third thing that we should explore today, tomorrow. And the final one is how do we now really make the zero trust security happen? Zero trust is not a new concept. Many of us have been talking about zero trust architecture for a long time. How do we make that happen so that our national critical infrastructure, whether it is in private or public sector, is better secured? I think that is the 4th theme that we need to spend time and be committed to. As I said, I'm very glad to be here in this August forum. I see a lot of young and experienced people. I'm sure we will have a very fruitful conversation over the next couple of days. All the best to NEELIT for a successful event as well as in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is indeed a privilege to have someone from Microsoft come and speak to us in person, and it has been really enlightening and very engaging. Thank you so much. We shall now hear the addressal by Shri Muhammad Ali Shihab, IAS, Commissioner and Secretary, Information Technology and Communication, Kohima, Government of Nagaland.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable, our special guest today, Sri Shatrangu sir, Honorable Advisor for ITNC and Economics and Statistics, Evaluation, Government of Nagaland. We have today our Honorable MLA, Liman Sek Chang. Sir is also, we are happy today in Sir's presence. And also, just now we had an opportunity to enlighten us by Shri Mandar Kulkarni, National Security Officer, India and Southeast Asia, Microsoft. And we have a lot of highly dignitary speakers through online, including our most respected Shri S. Krishna Sir, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Shri Abhishek Singh, IAS, Additional Secretary, Government of India, Shri Robin Sharma Sir, IPS, DGP Nagaland, and Shri Lanu Wapang, very dynamic and active Director of NILIT Kohima, and all the esteemed dignitaries who are present here from various organizations, Government of India, various cyber security organizations, and different distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Government of Nagaland, I take this special privilege, once again welcome to all of you to this national conference on cyber security, digital forensic and intelligence. It's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome all of you to this one of the very significant event. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being here and contributing to this crucial conference. Today, as we know, in this particular conference, we have delegates from national, different states of India, and officers and delegates from the different northeastern states, and various speakers and delegates from different departments of Government of Nagaland, including one of the major stakeholders, the Nagaland Police, headed by our DGP sir. So in all aspects, this is a highly significant, and this conference is designed to bring together a diverse group of participants. Academicians are there, industry experts are here, policy makers are here, government officials, intelligence personnel, public prosecutors, even the members from the judiciaries are here. So your presence here underscores the importance of collaborative efforts in tackling cyber threats and enhancing our security frameworks. Especially, as you know, including Nagaland, this is Northeast India, due to multiple reasons, like the turmoil in our border area, we are highly vulnerable to all sorts of threats and cyber issues. Maybe in the coming sessions, our honorable speakers may enlighten more on this particular subject. So over the next 2 days, we will cover the areas in cyber security, including the latest threats and how to prevent them. We will look into digital forensics to help catch and prosecute cyber criminals, discuss how agency can share information better to stop the threats, and how to develop policy that ensures security and innovation, and to explore how public and private sectors can work together to strengthen our defense against cybercrime. Here I would like to mention a very important point. Nagaland is a small state, but we have a very vibrant, young, energetic, dynamic social assets. Means we have educated youth in the different parts of the state. Especially, as you know, most of our states are in a very remote parts of the Nagaland. It is located in the Myanmar border. So NILIT as an institution, as a national institution, is also delivering a lot of efforts to strengthen and to give quality IT-related education and services to our youth. So, and secondly, Nagaland as a government, we are also eagerly looking forward to give this IT-related service at the doorstep of each citizens. We are not currently in that position. We are moving to that. So this is including a lesson to all of us. So our goal is to foster collaboration, share knowledge, and develop innovative solutions that will make our digital world safer. The expertise and insights each of you brings to this conference are invaluable, and I am confident that our discussions will lead to meaningful advancement in our field. To conclude, I would like to thank our esteemed guests, speakers, participants for their dedication and commitment to improving our cyber security. Let us seize this opportunity to learn from each other, forge a new partnership, and develop strategies that will protect our digital future. So, our honorable advisor, Satrangu sir is looking after this IT sector. Because of his able and dynamic leadership, Nagaland government, we are also moving to the new sectors, including the strengthening our state data center and also providing better education, IT-related education to our youth, because government of Nagaland is also planning to come up with the help of government of India an incubation project where maybe in the next meeting, maybe in the next conference, our youths, they are going to sit in the Dimapur or wherever the land is possible. They are going to innovate, and also they are going to be the backbone of all this process. So due to the time constraint, let me take this opportunity to thank you, all of you, and look forward to the engaging discussions and fruitful outcomes of this conference. Welcome once again. Let's make this a successful and productive session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable time and for the words of encouragement. Moving forward, now we shall witness a virtual address by Shri Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Director General, NILIT, Mighty Government of India.
Very good morning. Shri Shatronkyu Sangatam, Honorable Advisor, IT and Communication, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Nagaland. Sri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Sri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Sri Rupin Sharma, Director General of Police, Government of Nagaland. Sri Muhammad Ali Sihab, Commissioner and Secretary, IT and Communication, Government of Nagaland. Sri Mandar Kulkarni, National Security Officer, India and South Asia, Microsoft. Sri A.K. People, Group Coordinator, HRD, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Sri L. Lanu Awang, Director, NILIT Kohima Center. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I am honored to be speaking with you today at this critical juncture in the digital world. As we gather here, the threat landscape is expanding at an unprecedented rate, with new vulnerabilities and attack vectors emerging daily. In this era of hyperconnectivity, the distinction between our physical and digital lives have never been more blurred. And yet, the consequences of a single breach or incident have never been more severe. As cybersecurity professionals, We are the sentinels of this digital frontier, and we must remain vigilant, proactive, and innovative in our pursuit of a safer, more secure tomorrow. In the realm of cyber forensic, the art of investigation has become a vital component of our arsenal. By analyzing the digital uh, infrastructure, we can unravel the mysteries of the breach, identify the perpetrators, and bring them to justice. But our work extends far beyond the realm of incident response. We must also prioritize prevention, education, and collaboration. By sharing knowledge, best practices, and threat intelligence, we can create a united front against the forces of cyber darkness. As we move forward, let's embrace the following principle: a culture of security awareness and literacy, a commitment to continuous learning and skill building, a focus on proactive threat hunting and vulnerability management, a dedication to ethical standards and responsible disclosure. To address these issues, a conference like this, which is named as the National Conference on Cybercrime, Digital Forensic and Intelligence, are very, very much relevant. I am delighted that this conference is organized by NILET Kohima and Government of Nagaland together. As we know that NILET is an organization which has a pan-Indian presence with 52 its own centers, 700 accredited centers in the private domain, and 9,500 facilitation centers, and it's covering the every nook and corner of the country, and supported by our virtual academy. So it is well placed to run any skilling program in the area of cyber security and cyber forensics. And due to our commitment to this, NILET was winner of the DSCI Excellence Award in Cyber Security and Cyber Forensic Capacity Building in 2022, and again we are among top 3 in 2023. NILET have been doing the training in cyber security and cyber forensics for various government organizations like Director General of Resettlement, Director General of Employment Trainings for Defense Forces, for Reserve Bank of India officials, for police departments of various states. NILET is also an official partner of UP Police for cyber security training, where we are training all the police personnel starting from SP to constable. We have completed around training of 7,000 people in the UP. Recently, we got a batch from Egypt also, who are undergoing training in cyber forensic and cyber security, and they will be visiting India and especially Kohima for their physical training also in September. I am glad that today a project titled as Empowering Police Personnel and Government Official of any state through IT and cyber security training is also being inaugurated by our honorable guest. This is a very important training for skilling of the police personnel in all the northeastern states, because most of the northeastern states are also the border states of the country. And these facilities which will be created will also help youth and other professionals of the northeastern state to get skilled in the cyber security and cyber forensics training. Also, I'm happy to note that the cyber security and forensics app developed by the Nagaland Center of NILET, ICSAS, has also got approval and available on the Android platform as well as Apple also, iOS platform also, which can be downloaded and used for the training by the people. It's a very dynamic app being developed, is continuously updated with new security patterns, and it is helping everyone to become not only aware but learning the deep skills of cyber security and cyber forensics. The first virtual training platform in the country in the cyber security was developed by NILET in Gorakhpur Center. And then we developed a virtual training platform in Kohima for cyber forensics training. So these two virtual platforms of NILET are helping to skill more people with more deep skills, supported by online virtual labs, test and penetration labs, and all those facilities available online. NILET has implemented recently a project called Cyber Siksha with the help of Microsoft. We thank Microsoft for giving this opportunity to us. And I was informed that now this project is going to become bigger. We are going to train more people with the help of Microsoft. NILET has been front runner of cybersecurity training in country and part of all the major initiatives of government, including ISCA project, CEH, CHFI projects. As a part of this project, we developed different certifications for cybersecurity and information security. NILET has developed more than 15 programs in cybersecurity and cyber forensics, which are NSQF aligned as per the need of the country and as per the job requirement of the industry, which are being delivered in different parts of the country. Recently, we have signed a MOU with iCert also and developing various programs like AI for CISOs, AI for SOCs. So these are the programs of the advanced nature. Also, some programs related to data privacy engineers are being developed. So, with all these initiatives, NILET is ready to participate in the country's growth by imparting the training in cybersecurity and cyber forensics. As we understand, the Indian economy has become largely a digital economy. And to sustain the digital economy and digital public infrastructure, it is very important that system is secure. If cybersecurity is not in place and a single breach may hamper the whole economy in future. So that's why such kind of conferences are very, very much important. And I've seen the content. Most of the things are covered like emerging technologies in cybersecurity and forensics, law and policy, social media analytics, AI and automation for digital forensics. So very good coverage of the different topics is there in this conference. The speakers, very eminent speakers are there. I believe that all the participants will enjoy, learn and also participate in different sessions so that a good outcome come from this conference. With that, I thank all of you for giving the opportunity to me to speak here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences, and we highly appreciate your contribution to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request our Director General of Police, Nagaland, Shri Rupin Sharma, IPS, to kindly join us virtually and address the gathering. Hello, Sir Rupin, can you hear us? I think your mic is on mute. Sir Rupin, if you can hear us? Can
Yes.
you? Yes, thank you. We can hear you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, please. Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, friend. Dear Mr. Santam, my friend Abhishek, Mr. Tripathi, participants from the private sector and government sector. Uh, I'm sorry I got this conference pushed through, but as it happens, I myself I'm on leave. But I thought I will at least try to do some justice to uh, the conference. Um, Actually, we had planned this quite some time ago. It got postponed, but finally, this conference has seen the light of the day. For us, the services which are being provided by NILIT Kohima are very important for Nagaland government and Nagaland police. Uh, NILIT has been the one-stop solution for us for cyber forensics and matters pertaining to anything to do with investigation for us. So far, so good. It has also manpower. But I think that the importance of this conference is much more than we have been able to harness. I believe that with the world going digital, a lot of information which was earlier available on pen and paper, which was meant to be maintained in registers, has now to be maintained digitally. The advantage of things being maintained digitally is the retrieval factor, I think, which is the most important thing. And I also don't think that security is all about cyber security only. Although that is a much neglected field in the country, I think country-wide our cyber security infrastructure is not very good. Although in Nagaland, NIC and all other agencies try to take care of some part of this cybersecurity, but I think we are not very well equipped. I think everyone needs to invest in this. Firstly, to protect the infrastructure, and also then to train those people who will protect that infrastructure, whether it is the IT experts or the police who will investigate cases if there are any crimes. I think we should look at I would request the industry people who are here not to look at only developing big solutions, big softwares, but also I think we should concentrate on developing solutions which are small but which affect large masses in the society. We should try to find out methods of integrating whatever solutions there are. I'm pretty sure that not only in police but also in government, a lot of good work has been done by various officers and people down the line throughout the country. However, a major problem is the disruption once the agonist or the person who has initiated those projects he is out of the scene, he is transferred. So I think for the industry people, whether it is Microsoft or other participants, it may just be a very good idea to make a data bank of what initiatives in the IT field have been taken throughout the country. A lot of them cater to the masses, cater to the ground realities, whereas big things like CCTS and all, they are helpful. But the CCTNS and all actually don't cut too much ice with an ordinary man's interface with the police. So I think that is where we need to concentrate on. Obviously, training is an important part. I'm saying training not for the sake of training, but we only get garbage if we put garbage in or if we don't put anything. So if we train our manpower to do a good job in inputting data, the output that we get from the things that we create will be good. I think cyber forensics, Nagaland police has tried to do a little bit, but we are still very ill-equipped to handle investigations in cyber forensics. We would, given the state finances and also the amendment in the 3 criminal laws where there is a lot of cyber security, cyber forensic interface which will be required. a lot of funding and a lot of standardization would have to be done in the cybersecurity and cyber interface world. Uh, I I personally feel that standardization is not only just standardization of equipments or the forensic tools which are available, but also standardization of the procedures which equipments of different manufacturers will yield. For example, if I'm using a mobile edit or a XRY or a UFID, I should have the confidence, and the courts and the prosecution should have the confidence that whatever technology is used, if it is used again and again by different people, it will yield the same results. I think the sanctity of cyber forensics lies in standardization of the procedures for those results to be more acceptable everywhere. I hope the industry and the government will join hands in developing standard protocols and standard results acceptable to everybody. I won't take too much of your time. I hope that our Nagaland police, Nagaland government and NILIT will take good care of the participants and the speakers. Some of my officers are going to be joining you and delivering some lectures or giving our view of things. I hope you will find both some solutions as well as in there where we want solutions. And if Nagaland police want solutions, I think those solutions will be useful for anyone in the country. So wish you all the best. Thank you for bearing me out, and I hope you enjoy your stay and the conference. Thank you very much.
One of the busiest men, yet dedicated towards the progress and upliftment of the society. Thank you so much, sir, for taking your time out and being that unstoppable force that we needed for the success of this conference. Now, we shall have the virtual address by Shri A.K. People, Senior Director and Group Coordinator, Human Resource Development, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India.
Thank you. Good morning, respected Secretary Sir, and all invited respected guests in the Kohima. In fact, I wanted to join this conference physically, but due to some reasons and parliament session, I was not able to come. But of course, my colleagues are there from HRD group. And I'm very happy to see such kind of a conference in Northeast, especially in Kohima, where Lanu is taking care of it. And all other knowledge centers are also contributing a lot, especially the DG, Dr. Tripathi. So I was, this thing, I've gone through the presentation made by Dr. Tripathi and Rupenji. And then I found, yeah, this conference is very much important and it will result a good yield to all the participants. So this center, especially Kohima, is contributing a lot towards digital forensic and cyber crimes related activities since a long time back. And then MIT has funded many projects to this Kohima center. And our cybersecurity group also funded projects here. And it will definitely help all the states of Northeast, especially the police personals, will be loaded lots of knowledge and information and new techniques and tricks to solve the cybercrime, especially the digital forensic also. It's very much important these days. And then this center is having expertise in the knowledge center, Kohima. This center was established by MIT in 2004. Since last 20 years is contributing towards uplifting and youth of Nagaland, and is contributing a better way by offering various formal, non-formal, short-term, long-term courses. And this conference will definitely will help out all the people who are in information technology area and dealing with the cybercrime, the police personnel especially. And we, as a MIT side, whatever possible support we will give knowledge, we are keep providing the same. And I wish very much good success of this conference by so that people will exchange their knowledge and information, and they take back the good memories, and then they will be participating further in doing this program by hands-on activities plus theoretical knowledge, virtual, physical mode, and it will help a lot to the all Northeastern State Police personnel, and especially the people, youth who want to come forward to take knowledge in this domain, and it will be very useful for especially all the people in Northeast. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the warm and enlightening addressal. Your words have truly uplifted our spirits and have brought a lot of positivity to all of us here. Now, I would like to introduce a video. This is the initiative for creating security-aware society, ICSES. The app, which has been developed by Nilit Kohima, supported by MIT, is a cutting-edge cybersecurity learning platform designed to empower users with the knowledge to navigate and thwart cyber threats. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on the screen, please.
Introducing the Initiatives for Cybersecurity Aware Society, or ICSES app, developed by Nilit Kohima, supported by MIT, a cutting-edge cybersecurity learning platform designed to empower users with the knowledge to navigate and thwart cyber threats. The ICSES app offers a comprehensive range of learning resources, including videos, text-based information with a text-to-speech feature, games, tip of the day, and quizzes categorized by levels, leading to e-certification. Available in multiple languages, English, Hindi, 7 states, and 14 regional, including 7 international, the app ensures accessibility for everyone. One of the standout features of the ICSES app is the Coordinator module. Equipped with AI-based live face detection and recognition for attendance tracking, it accurately records the total number of attendees during awareness events or workshops. First, the coordinator marks their attendance, authenticated by the face recognition feature with motion detection. This ensures that only trained coordinators or trainers can conduct the workshops, minimizing proxy attendance. During the awareness workshop, the coordinator pans the camera towards the crowd, triggering the algorithm to detect and count unique faces. The multi-face detection algorithm excels in identifying unique faces within a large crowd. Next, the coordinator scans each user's ICSES QR code to seamlessly mark their attendance, ensuring accuracy and efficiency in recording participation. The ICSES app also features a helpline module, providing guidance for cybercrime victims on how to report to the concerned authorities in situations such as phone loss, cyberbullying, financial fraud, sextortion, and more. With the ICSES app, Nilit Kohima is building a cyber-secure society, equipping users with the tools and knowledge to stay safe in the digital world. Download the ICSES app today and join the movement towards a safer digital future.
While we wait for Secretary Sir to join, I would like to quickly, give the thought process what we were planning with this conference and what we were trying to basically, achieve and bring all the people together to Kohima and do this conference. We had some initial challenges of, with the travel for people coming from various cities and all that, but out of that, lot of people still showed interest and, traveled so far. And one of the, one such, speaker was Mandar sir, who traveled all the way from Bombay. We were discussing on various security aspects. So the whole idea was, today we have among us TCS, Microsoft, and many of these many of the OEMs who have joined to come and explore what we are doing here in Kohima and how we are enabling the mission of Cyber Secure Bharat through various of the forensic initiatives and the labs that we have here under the leadership of Engineer Lanu, who is leading the overall Nagaland centers of NILET, where we as part of this whole initiative, we are also trying to engage. I mean, if any of your networks has that kind of connections where, early stage companies are looking to work in this domain and how they can help our security forces and our initiatives that we are doing here with their, innovation bringing into picture. And so we also, in the technical sessions that we will be doing, we have, leaders from various corporates that we have got here. And basically, we are trying to see how this amalgamation of the industry, the government body, which is NILET, and the startups come together and secure this. Because most of these entities, they don't get platform where to pitch. They are making some very amazing solutions in the cyber security and forensic space, but the issue is we are not getting the right, they are not getting the right set of platforms. So conference like this, what we are trying to do is to keep doing this every year so that we get the right set of people and they get the platform to, present themselves to the right set of the audience. In this discussion, we came across and we had a very interesting conversation with United Services India, which is one of the oldest think tank, started back 150 years back and is still run by the, the veterans from the 3 top forces of India, from Navy, Army, and Air Force. So a lot of initiatives are being taken by USI, and that's how USI also partners, saying that if there are solutions that needs our attention, but somehow the platforms are not there to go and pitch to Army or go and pitch to Air Force or go and pitch to Navy, we will be helping you to with the right set of connects. And that's how we onboarded them as a partner and, brought them together to help us with the right set of introductions. And most of the speakers that are coming from the forces and the national security are was helped through the USI. So this is a quick brief for basically what we are trying to achieve is to build that ecosystem where all entities and stakeholders come together and make Cyber Secure Bharat. So as we are waiting for our Secretary Sir to join, I thought I'll just quickly address these issues and what we exactly are aiming through this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before I call upon our next speaker, I would like to highlight a short introduction about him. Sir Krishnan has over the last 32 years held various roles, including the Finance Secretary of the State of Tamil Nadu and was the CEO of Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Board. He was also the Additional Chief Secretary for the Government of Tamil Nadu. He has been instrumental in driving and implementing India's semiconductor mission and various emerging technology initiatives under his role as Secretary of MITI, Government of India. We shall now request our guest of honor, Shri S. Krishnan, IAS Secretary, MITI, Government of India, to join us virtually and kindly launch the project titled Empowering Police Personnel and Government Officials of Northeast States through IT and Cybersecurity Training, and also request him to kindly give his addressal thereafter. Over to you, sir.
मैम आप कहाँ से बोल रही हैं? सॉरी मैंने आपको रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं किया. हाँ, बुक्स एंड उसमें से मैम मैंने तो कुछ नहीं डिलीट किया. हाँ नहीं, no, ma'am, I am not done. I am not even the admin. I have not deleted.
HQ, can you please mute yourself?
No, I have not deleted. In fact, I am in a conference. I am not deleted. But yeah, okay. No, because म्यूट ही तो है यार, पहले भी जब अनम्यूट किया प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, मतलब म्यूट ही दिखा रहे हैं.
In the meantime, while Secretary Sir joins, as he's still tied up with the parliamentary session that is going on, I would request Mr. Surendra Singh, Scientist E of Ministry of Electronics and Technology, Government of India, to quickly brief us about the various initiatives that MIT is taking forward to for the northeastern states and how the various enablement initiatives are being planned. So, sir, over to you.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all the special guests coming from here and the state government of Nagaland and all the officers from the central government and the NILET. I am welcome to all, and I congratulate to Mr. Lanu for organizing this high level of workshop. This is very helpful for the person who is participating in this conference. I am from Ministry of IT. I want to say something about the ministry initiative with respect to IT and skilling domain in the cyber security. Although cyber security is very challenging nowadays, as the emerging technologies coming day by day, new coming technologies are there. So to manage the new technologies in this domain, so day by day, new threats are coming. For the as per the cyber security workforce study 2023, approximately 8 lakhs working professionals in the domain of cyber security is required in the country of India to access, to manage the cyber security issues. Apart from this, there's another developing countries also required skilled manpower for the cyber security. So skilling in the domain of cyber security is very important. Although all the ministries in the central government and the Department of State governments are doing lots of things in this domain for the providing cyber security awareness, training, formal courses, non-formal, many things are going on. Apart from this, lots of requirements right now. Ministry of IT is conducting many programs, out of which 2 programs that I want to inform about you, the Information Security Education and Awareness, ISEA project. This is a very important project. For this project, Government of India is investing lots of money. Phase 2 has been completed, wherein more than 3 lakhs candidates in the domain of cyber security, in formal and non-formal sector has been trained. Apart from this, more than 12 crore candidates has been covered through workshops to create the awareness. Similarly, now the phase 3 has been come to the picture, and the phase 3 has been started with the help of the many reputed government IITs, NITs, triple ITs. Right now it's going on, and many other institutions also involved there, and we have the very much target to cover the pan-India. NILET is a very important institute for this implementing this program. NILET Kohima is very important for implementing this program. And apart from this, another program that we have recently started, and that has been today, this will be inaugurated by Secretary Sir, regarding empowerment of the police officers in the domain of cyber security and many others. Because for creating the ecosystem, this is very important. Not only the person know about the cyber security, all the other person who is handling the cyber security must know about how they will tackle the issues, how they will tackle the problems. So this is very important for the police officers of Nagaland, and under this program more than 18,000 police officers will be trained. In this program, we are funding more than, MIT is funding approximately 22 crore. and they are creating 17 labs in Northeast domain. So this will be very helpful for the people's as police officers, and this program, the project course has been developed at various levels also. So this is very helpful for the police officers, and I request all the police office department they have to participate this program. They promote their officers to join this program, and the NILET will be imparting this training to, and this will be very helpful for them. Okay, thank you.
Hello. So we have our guest of honor, Shri S. Krishnan, Honorable Secretary Mighty. Very warm welcome, sir. We would like you to start with launching of our empowering police personnel and government officials of Northeast states through IT cybersecurity training program. So over to you. Post this inauguration and launch, sir, we would request you to address the gathering. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Honorable Shri Setrong Q, Advisor, Economic Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Nagaland. Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, DG NILIT. Shri A.K. People, my colleague here in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Shri Mandar Kulkarni, National Security Officer from Microsoft. Shri Mohammad Lal Sehab, Information Technology Commissioner from the Government of Nagaland. Shri Rupin Sharma, DGP Nagaland. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a great pleasure for me to be present, at least virtually, present with you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. It's a great pleasure for me to be present here virtually. It's a great pleasure for me to be present here virtually. Why is it echoing?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. I would have very much have loved to be there in person, and I will certainly take the next opportunity to visit Kohima. It's always been a place that I have wanted to visit. There have been many friends, people I've known through my years in the civil service and otherwise from Nagaland, and whom I would have loved to have met. One, unfortunately, is no more, so I will not be able to meet him. My own batchmate, former Chief Secretary of Nagaland, Shri Temchen Toy. But that apart, I think it's a matter of great pride for the ministry that we are able to do so much of work in the Northeast, and specifically some of the institutions of METI, NILIT in particular, and also STPI and CDAC and Samir. All of these entities have done a number of projects and number of activities in the Northeast. NILIT itself, out of the nearly 50 centers that it has in the country, close to 20 are in the Northeast and in the hill states. So I believe that the commitment that METI has to ensure that the digital divide is bridged across the country, and we are in a position to actually offer improved services to people in the northeastern part of India is very deep, and is something which we have demonstrated repeatedly. In terms of funding allocations, in terms of newer initiatives that we take up, I understand that this has been significant. In addition, NILIT, people who have been trained in the NILIT centers, I understand, are important pillars of the state government and other institutions there. Many of them have been employed in many of these, our alumni have been employed in many of the government institutions, and they have really contributed to improving governance and actually embedding e-governance within the overall scenario in the Northeast. In addition, today, a very critical issue, India as a country is in a difficult neighborhood, and one aspect where we have significant risks which previously was not the case, is cybersecurity. And cybersecurity training, a lot of cybersecurity is basically about the user behavior and the way we adapt. Even the Honorable Prime Minister in a recent interaction with us said that many officers and many others in government establishments often don't even log out of their systems at the end of the day. And many of them even share their usernames and passwords with others, and there is a lot of free access to what goes on. I have come across many such violations of cybersecurity and privacy in my own civil service career across the country, and that is something which we need to learn from and ensure that cyber hygiene is something that all of us are trained in and we follow very carefully. In addition, higher order capacities are also required to harden our systems, harden our networks, harden all the servers and all the other infrastructure that we have related to the internet, related to the information technology operations everywhere. And as we use more and more of information technology in governance, a few months ago, I was actually in Shillong, and where we had participants from the government of Nagaland as well, where we launched the first version of the India enterprise architecture, which the government of Meghalaya had adopted, and they were training other states in the region to ensure that they could also use a similar architecture, which means that a lot more of information technology related operations will come into governance, including in the Northeast, and that's something that our employees need to be trained on, and the cybersecurity aspects are something that they need to seriously work on. In addition, since a lot of cyber crimes also get committed, some of the cyber crimes, more serious cyber crimes, are actually taking place and targeting India from the neighborhood of the Northeast, from the neighborhood of the states in the Northeast. We need to be particularly careful and particularly conscious of protecting our citizens in that part of the country as well from the risks attached to cybercrime. And this would involve a lot of cyber forensic capacity to be developed, particularly amongst the police forces. So I'm very happy to learn that this particular training program is being offered to the police forces as well. It needs to equip them in these operations, especially cyber forensic operations. And this needs to be a continuous endeavor. This is not something that will finish with this one training program. There will require to be upgrades. We need to continue to keep absorbing more technology and upgrading our knowledge of technology in order to stay abreast of the latest situation. This is a process of continuous engagement and also continuous upgradation. And both NILET and other institutions of MeitY will work closely with the governments of the states in the Northeast to see this happen. I once again thank the government of Nagaland for hosting this particular event, and for NILET for having organized this, because this is a key and significant event. And I would certainly honor the invitation from the government of Nagaland to visit Nagaland at the earliest opportunity once this present parliament session is over. Thank you very much for having me this morning, and I'm sorry about the delay which took place as well. Thank you.
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय। हमने आज आपसे बहुत कुछ सीखा है और हम आपके भविष्य के प्रयासों में सफलता की कामना करती हूँ। We look forward to more achievements under your leadership. Thank you so much, sir, once again. Can I now request everyone to stand as we now invite our special guest for today, Honorable Advisor, IT and Communications, Economics, Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Nagaland, Shri Setrongkyo Sangtam, to enlighten us with his address. Can I now request everyone to stand? Sir, kindly take your time.
Please proceed. Good morning, everyone. In fact, it is a privilege for me to be in your midst among these allied personalities. Thank you so much for the time given to me. Chairpersons of today's special program, and respected my honorable colleague Sri Limaunan, MLA, and Sri Krishnan IAS, who is the Secretary of Ministry of Electronics, Information and Technology, Government of India, and all the distinguished guests present here today. I would like to thank the organizers of this program, National Conference on Cybersecurity, Digital Forensic and Intelligence, for giving me the opportunity to address in this very auspicious occasion filled with the very distinguished personalities of a country. I would like to appreciate the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, the Government of Nagaland's IT and Communication Department, and the Nagaland Police for organizing this very important event at Kohima, Nagaland. As we all know that in today's world, cybersecurity is more important than ever. With our lives increasingly connected online, the threats to our digital safety are also constantly increasing. This threat can harm our national security as well as the economic and the public safety. This conference brings together an impressive group of people, including scholars, industry experts, policymakers, government officials, intelligence personnel, public prosecutors, and members of the judiciary. Your collective knowledge and experience are vital in figuring out how to fight cybercrime and improve the national security of a country, Bharat. Hence, we need to collaborate, share knowledge, and come up with innovative solutions to protect our digital world. The discussion over the next 2 days will help us build stronger defenses against the cyber threats that is prevailing. Thus, I hope this conference, through intensive interactions, will greatly create awareness among the police officers and public prosecutors, adjudicating officers, and our general publics about combating cyber crimes. Cybersecurity is not just a technical issue. It is a national priority, both international, internal and external. The government is dedicated to creating a secure and a resilient digital environment. Thus, our policies and initiatives aim to promote strong cybersecurity practices, encourage research and development, and build a skilled workforce to tackle the digital challenges that is rapidly increasing. However, ensuring cybersecurity is not just the government's job. It requires a team effort for everyone involved. Industry leaders, academia, civil society must all work together to create a secure and trusted digital environment. Public-private partnerships are essential to drive innovations and enhance our cyber defense capabilities. Therefore, I request everyone involved to work resiliently for the advancement of the national security and capabilities under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and our Honorable Union Minister for Meitei, Sri Ashwini Vishnavji. As we look forward, let us all remember that cybersecurity is an ongoing journey. The threat landscape is constantly changing, and our strategies must evolve accordingly to tackle the ever-increasing new challenges. In short, or in conclusion, I should say, I am confident that this conference will provide more valuable insights and foster meaningful collaboration. Let us all use this opportunity to strengthen our cyber security measures and build a safer digital future for our nation, Bharat. I, with full conviction and enthusiasm, look forward to the productive discussion that will come out of this conference. Together we can create a secure and a resilient digital environment for our nation. Thank you for the time, and I wish you all a very successful and very productive conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time and your words of motivation. We shall now have the launching of a book, which is a joint initiative of NILIT and Cyber Buddha. It's titled The New Age of Privacy, written by Kamaljit Kaur Muni and Pathik Muni. And I request our special guest, Sir Setrong Kyu Sangtam, Honorable Advisor, to do the honors. Thank you so much, sir. I now hereby give the time to Sri Daniel Maran, Additional Director, NILIT Kohima, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, dignitaries, speakers, participants, and my esteemed colleagues. On behalf of the organizing committee, I stand before you today to express our sincere gratitude for gracing us with your presence at the inaugural session of the National Conference on Cybercrime, Digital Forensic, and Intelligence. Firstly, we are honored to have Shri Setrong, Honorable Advisor, ITNC, Economic Statistics and Evaluation, Government of Nagaland, deliver the keynote address. Your insight and vision set a powerful tone for the discussions to follow. A special thank you to Shri S. Krishnan, IS Secretary, Mighty Government of India, for gracing us with your presence and for your continued support and guidance in our endeavors. Your leadership leading the ministry is truly inspiring. We are also immensely grateful to Shri Abhishek Singh, IS Additional Secretary, Mighty Government of India, for his valuable contributions and unwavering support towards organizing this program. We are also very deeply grateful to Shri Rubin Sharma, DGP, and the entire Nagaland Police Department, especially IGP training, Shri Rotihu Tetso, for your instrumental guidance, collaboration, and logical support, including transportation arrangements. We are indebted to the IT Secretary, Shri Muhammad Ali Sihab, IAS, and Shri Sabu, Director of IT and C, Government of Nagaland, for the unwavering collaborations and provisions of necessary resources. We are also very thankful to Shri Y. Lima Onan Chang, Honorable MLA and Chairman of DBDB, Tuin Sang, for gracing us with his presence. We would also like to express our appreciation to the dignitaries from my team, especially Shri Pipal and all the officials from the Ministry for the participation in this important event. A special word of thanks goes to Dr. Madan Mohan Tripathi, Director General, NILIT, Government of India, for delivering the welcome address and for NILIT's continued support, guidance, and advice throughout the process. We extend our gratitude to our OEMs and the ever supportive event partner, Shri Sunil. Your contribution are instrumental to the success of this 2 days conference. We thank all the esteemed speakers who have generously agreed to share their expertise with us. Your valuable insights will undoubtedly enrich the knowledge and understanding of the participants. A heartfelt thank you to Shri L. Lanuwapang, Director, NILIT Kohima, and the chair of this conference for his visionary leadership and dedication in steering this important event. His efforts have been pivotal in bringing us all together and ensuring the success of this conference. We particularly recognize the co-chair, Shri Anubhav Tiwari, Chief Innovation Officer of NILIT, for his outstanding contributions and dedication to the success of this conference. Finally, this conference would not have been possible without the dedication and the hard work of the entire NILIT Kohima team and our hardworking students who have tirelessly contributed to every aspect of this event. Last but not the least, a heartfelt thank you to all the participants who have chosen to join us for this important conference. Your active participation will ensure a stimulating exchange of ideas and collaborative discussions. We look forward to an insightful and productive 2 days of learning and engagement. Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being the most patient and the most motivated group of people here. I also would like to thank the media. I would like to thank the lights, the sound, the display, everybody, those who have contributed to the success of this conference. And I believe that we are all motivated for the next technical session that will be carried forward after the high tea. Here is an announcement that I want to make. All the participants will be issued certificates after the valedictory session tomorrow from the counter outside. Now we shall all depart for a high tea break. I request the volunteers to guide and assist everyone. For the VIPs and dignitaries, the arrangement is done next to the hall, just behind the hall, on the same floor, whereas the same is arranged on the ground floor for the rest of the delegates and attendees. So this will be the end of our inaugural session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Looking forward to see you in the technical session. Thank you so much.
doing, I'm not doing
Hello. A very good afternoon to all. Hope you had a good time during the inauguration, and also the snacks that we provided have filled your tummy and given you energy for the next sessions. So as we move to our technical session, I'll quickly brief everyone for the audience and also for the speakers what the setup is. So each session will come across, is it possible to project the session slide if possible? So each session will have one broader topic. That is, if we take the technical session 1, which says emerging technologies in cybersecurity and forensic, that is the broad theme, under which we have sub-themes like quantum technologies, and then we have, on zero security, and then around drones and surveillance. And so after these subtopics, in each of these subtopics, our respected speakers will speak, and then post that, after their individual session, we will have a quick panel with all of them together, and we will open it for the audience also for the question. So that's the whole setup. I just want to check if all my speakers are there in the hall. Mr. Sridhar CV, Mr. Mandar Kulkarni, Mr. Manas Upadhyay, Mr. Manas Upadhyay from D-Town Robotics. Can any of the volunteers please help me with getting the speakers here? Mr. Mandar Kulkarni and Mr. Manas Upadhyay. In the meantime, we'll just wait for them to join. Sridhar, if you're ready, we can start with you. Mr. Sri Krishna Ashutosh? Sir, please come on the dais. Sridhar, please come on the dais. और वो D-Town Robotics है. D-Town Robotics है वो जो है, he's not there. Mr. Sridhar CV works with Tata Consultancy Services and heads the Quantum Initiative and also the corporate incubation of the CT office and heads the Alliance for the CT office. We have with us Mr. Sri Krishna Ashutosh. He is the sales manager for India, Celebrite. We would request Sri Krishna to start the session. In the meantime, we will have our other speakers, Mr. Mandar Kulkarni, who is the National Security Officer of India and South Asia, Microsoft, and Mr. Manas Upadhyay, founder D-Town Robotics, will be joining us soon. Over to you, Mr. Ashutosh. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. A very good afternoon. To all the people who are present here. It's a great honor and pleasure for Celebrite to represent itself here. And regarding the technology or regarding the advancements that we are looking to talk about in future is related to how we can bridge the public safety gap, right? So the thing is that when we start working in the mobile forensics field, every day the number of cases that are happening is rising day by day. So it's becoming a challenge for the agencies to handle all the cases, and they should have the right tools and solutions. So my presentation or my talk would be focused around that area. The thing is that what are the major problems that we need to address as an agency who is handling mobile forensics? Like in today's world, our mobile forensics, our mobile phones are mirror image of us. If I asked from me that 1 month before, where were you at this point of time, I would not be able to recall that with whom I was there, where I was. But my mobile would tell it exactly where I was and where I was present along with the coordinates. So the devices like mobile, laptops have become very important in terms of evidence. So the investigations are becoming more and more reliant on the digital evidences. And with the upgrade of technology, every device manufacturer or every OEM wants to give more and more security. That is why the devices and apps are becoming very difficult to be accessed, okay? And everything is encrypted, focus is on security, devices are logged. So what's the outcome of this? The outcome of this is that we are having delays, we are having pendency, and if we are having delays in getting to the data and getting to the analysis of data, getting to the results of the data, then definitely there is justice delayed. And if justice is delayed, it's justice denied. Many a times, the people who are not guilty are also caught. And because of lack of evidences, they are sentenced. So it's very important to have the evidences and have the right tools, technologies, people, process to have the right kind of results with the evidences. So what are the strategies to address the pendency or backlog? Understand and address your root cause of pendency. Then we should follow the layered approach to digital forensics, and we should have public-private partnership. So what do we mean by these things? Like understand and address your root cause of pendency. We should be able to understand in our organization that what are the main reasons due to which backlogs are happening. It would be that we may not have the right tools, we may not have the trained resources who are able to handle all those tools and who are able to get to the right results. Then there is a layered approach to digital forensics that we should have the right SOPs defined, that when we perform some functions or extractions or analysis, then there should be a SOP that should be followed and be regulated so that results are consistent. And the third thing is that we should also look to public partnership with public and private. Like there are certain agencies who are overloaded with work. They can approach to other agencies, they can have partnership with private entities who are working in this field, right? So these are the strategies to address the pendency. So strategies to address the pendency, the right technology, what it is, right? So the thing is that when you have device with you, do you have the access, right? It's a big question, because the phones or the systems on which you have access, you always have more data, right? The second thing is that the device which comes to you is logged. It's also a big question. So you should have the tools, solutions which can bypass that, overcome that, or you can get the phone unlocked or device unlocked. The third is that how much evidence is left on the phone after you did the extraction. We use tools, like we use different tools to validate data, and we see a difference in the amount of data that is coming on from the phone, right? So this is also very important to assess. And very important thing, that what is the evidence that is left on the cloud? How are we addressing that? We are using iOS keychains, we are using Google Cloud, and there is a lot of data around that also. So we also need to have an access to that. Then how much of the evidence that we have extracted has been decoded or exposed? How much of it has been left out, right? Then a very important thing comes, that how do you manage and share the evidence within your organization? What kind of rights, what kind of access you give to the people who are handling this, who are managing this, right? Then are you using tools to enrich the data that has been collected already? There are tools which can enrich the data, right? And finally, can you find the evidence to solve the case? So these are the strategies which we will be helping to handle backlogs, pendencies, and we have to find the right technology, right? For example, you can see how much evidence is left on phone. Like this is a case of iPhone 14, okay, iOS 16.1. Here is what we have been able to do with UFET, and here is what we have been able to do with our tool Celebrite Insights. Okay, you can see the difference. It's a huge difference, not a small difference. And this is an unlocked phone. using UFED, this is an AFU phone, after first unlock. Right, when you switch on the phone and you put the password once and you lock it, then it's an after first unlock phone, right? And from the same phone, we have the difference in the data. So definitely more data will give more evidence. So this is in continuation to all the apps and all those stuff, that what data can come from those apps. This is their data. This is an example of Android Samsung phone. Samsung S23 SM, S911B, Android 13. You can see the difference, right? 3.4 GB, 33.4 GB. It's a huge difference for us, right? So if we have the right tools, right process, right people, right SOP, we will be able to have more data, right? So are we using the right technology, right? We can't rely on only DNA, fingerprints, all these. We have to be conscious and we have to be aware of the fact that majority of the cases that are coming to us now have a digital footprint. If we go by the data, almost every case, nearly 88% of cases have digital footprints, which need to be addressed, because digital environment has become part of our life. We are not used to sleep without our phones on the back of our head. I can bet it that like 90% of the people would have a phone beside their bed when they go to sleep. It has become such an important part of our life. So what are the strategies that we can have to address the pendency or backlog? We have the broadest access across iOS and Android if we use our tool Insights, right? Then we have the unlock capability using Insights. Then we can give you the best possible extraction that is there in the market, full file system extraction. On the FBE phones, the phones which are coming now are file-based encrypted phones, and we would be able to do at the best is full file system extraction of all those phones, right? And we have the tools to enrich from the cloud sources. We have cloud analyzers which can enrich the data from cloud sources. We have a streamlined decoding. We can decode and streamline the process to put data into desired folder or over network storage. We have the ability to enrich the identifiers of interest through quick view and triage. Then our tool is designed with artificial intelligence and machine learning for artifact enrichment. Then what we need to do is keep up with the changing technology, because technology is changing every day. Every day it is changing. Okay? So the minimum standard for the market to address these issues or backlogs is full file system extraction, and that is possible through one of our tools. It's called Celebrite Insights. You access, extract, reveal, and accelerate justice. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much for your insights and showing the amazing tool. We now request Sridhar, who is the head of Quantum Initiatives and Corporate Incubation Group for TCS CTO office and heads the Alliance for the CTO office, to give us some insights on quantum technologies, the next gen security challenges and opportunities. Over to you, Sridhar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nagaland, for giving us this opportunity to talk about this amazing technology revolution that is coming up. And I hope you'll enjoy this presentation for the next 5-10 minutes. My name is Sridhar. I head the quantum technology initiatives at Tata Consultancy Services. In India, there is an amazing revolution that is happening. It's called the National Quantum Mission. So you might be hearing about this technology, and today we'll look at this technology from the perspective of cyber security, and probably this will also throw some challenges to cyber forensics. So we will try to understand what this is all about. I'm sure some of you must have encountered this topic. So this is a picture of a quantum computer, how it looks like. It requires a lot of cryogenic setup and all those things, but I will cover some of these things. There's only 10 minutes, so let me try to pack all the key messages in this one. So I have the topics ranging from all from basics to what the implications are, but let me see how best I can do. So the quantum is next generation computing methodology, which is based on the principles of quantum mechanics, which is the principles of atomic and subatomic particles, and some of these things you must have studied in chemistry, topics like entanglement, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, etc. Right? So we use all those principles to harness a new form of computing called quantum computing, which helps in generating massive parallelism. So you can imagine whatever we are doing can be done at rapid speeds. And it generates quadratic or exponential speed-ups to whatever we are doing today. So I'll give an example shortly. And then it's also energy efficient in future. So this kind of computing is coming, and we should be prepared for it, and a lot of things are happening globally. So India is still in the early stages. Today, if you look at some of the players who are making these quantum computers, so these are some of the things that exist in market today. These are things coming from IBM, Google, Microsoft. All major players are involved in building quantum computers. So which means you can take it for granted that a lot of investments are happening in this area, and this technology is coming for sure. And what you can do with it, so in our classical computers, so we have something called bits, right? So which is like a switch, 0 or 1. Whereas in quantum computing, we have something called qubit, which is much more than zeros and one. So it uses the principles of superposition and entanglement, so which will help us to create massive computing power, right? I'll not go into the details of technology for the reasons, but for now you can just imagine this as a science fiction. So that will give you massive power to break anything or solve any problem, any mathematical problem, right? So I have some examples what it can do here. So it can definitely transform some of these industries like pharma, where you take 10 years or more than 10 years to create a drug, right? So that cycle is compressed by at least 4 or 5 years once these quantum computers are available of reasonable size. And why this is important at this stage is because if you start following the news, you might be seeing a lot of Nobel Prizes that have come in the last 2-3 years are in quantum domain. So you have plenty of investment coming up in this area. So while the artificial intelligence investments are about $20 billion, quantum computing investments are in the range of $50 billion, so which is much more. Okay, so for now, just again assume that a big quantum computer is coming, so which will be much more powerful than classical computer. So theoretically, these are some of the roadmaps that are given by product vendors by 2028, 29. So you will see a decent computer which can help you to solve some mathematical problems. But in long run, it generates a much more very powerful infrastructure. How it looks like, just for an example, so to build this, it costs about $50 million right now. So IBM is building one of their biggest quantum machine in the labs. So there's a picture from my Spectrum IEEE. Okay. So we'll take one example so that you can understand what is the power of this one. So all of you must have heard about problems that are called NP-hard. So these are problems that cannot be solved in polynomial amount of time. So which means any variable you add into the mathematical model, so the problem scales exponentially. An example of this one is like a traveling salesman problem, which when we try to calculate the optimum route a person should travel, every city that you add increases the complexity of the problem exponentially. And quantum computer is exactly suitable for solving these kind of problems, right? And you can solve this problem in polynomial amount of time. So while the problem is scaling exponentially, So you'll have an opportunity to solve the problem in polynomial amount of time. So take this as a use case. Now think of a scenario, right? So you have a sufficiently large quantum computer, so that can break an RSA algorithm. So is that possible? So it is, right? So the RSA algorithm is based on prime factorization, so which means you have a number that is generated, which is a combination of two prime numbers. And if I tell one of the numbers, you can always tell the other number. But if I give the final number, you'll never be able to tell these two numbers, which numbers are multiplied now, and it takes about 10,000 years to calculate that, right? But with quantum machines, so this problem is no longer hard. So which means all the encryption that we are using today is susceptible to be broken by these quantum machines. So what people are doing now, so some of these adversaries in China and other places, so they are trying to capture this data with a hope that, okay, so let's capture the data now, which is anyway encrypted. So why don't we decrypt this when quantum computer is available? So which is called as harvest now and decrypt later attack. So which is, so people are accumulating this data, so with a hope that by 2033 or 2032, I will have a decent powerful quantum computer, so which I will break this data and use it for malicious purposes. So what we are talking is technically all mathematical models can be broken. So there is also a lot of software community that is working on writing these algorithms. So we have two popular algorithms that are coming, so it's called Short's algorithm and Grover's algorithm, so which created the basic foundational baseline, saying that yes, you can break these algorithms. So there's a lot of discussion happening. How do we get protected from this one? So such a scenario happens. So where is the trust? Today we see WhatsApp messages that say the messages are encrypted end to end, right? So we are saying that it is encrypted end to end, but if you get onto a Wi-Fi and then capture the traffic, and is there an opportunity to break that? So that's a possibility, right? So a lot of people think that there's a report published by Global Risk Management Institute. They do this survey every couple of years. So they've increased the risk of quantum computing challenges for cybersecurity. But there are good things that are happening. So people have realized that, okay, we should work on this one, get ready for these kind of attacks. So what should we do? So immediate opportunities, you have to increase the size of the key that we are using. So today we use RSA 2048. You can increase the key size, but that will add a lot of overhead into the network and bandwidth and other issues. So people started trying for different algorithms. So what NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technologies in US, so they started a competition of inviting new algorithms or new encryption schemes which cannot be broken by quantum computers. So they've started this competition in 2016. So now in 2024, so they have shortlisted 4 schemes which are going to be the future standard. So which means we will all migrate from whatever encryption algorithms that we are using today will be changed once NIST announced these as standards. So they're at the final stages. They've released this document into public domain. So these are standards 204, 205, 203, and this one more thing that is still under publishing. Not only that, so they've also issued executive orders. So governments in US, Germany, Singapore, UK, so they've issued executive orders saying that now is the time you should start looking into your encryption schemes in a different way, right? So, so you will have to start building this ability to shift into this new set of algorithms. In the past, historically, it has taken 10 years to migrate from one scheme to another. So now that I'm telling we will be having these quantum computers by 2030, so do we have such amount of time to migrate our entire application suite onto the new set of algorithms, which means we are putting our infrastructure at risk. So you can imagine all our critical infrastructure like railways, telecom infrastructure, and all those things, which uses the current underlying algorithms like symmetric or asymmetric cryptographies, all are at risk. So a lot of international players are working on this one. So there is an opportunity for India also to do some of these things. So, so a lot of interesting things are happening in this area. So India also, we had consultations with RBI to discuss about how do we bring this into the framework of Indian banking. RBI has got a cybersecurity framework which looks at the bank's cybersecurity networks. So this is the first part of the story. There is also a good story that is coming. So this quantum computing also brings another ability. So where you can detect this tapping of networks. So today, if anybody eavesdrop into your network, so you will not have any ability to say that somebody has eavesdropped into my network. But I'm leveraging the same quantum properties, which is a property called Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You can either measure the position or the velocity, but not both, right? So using that kind of principle, so you have an ability to see your networks can be tapped or not, right? So there's a new theme that is happening. So you might have heard about China building their own internet, Russia building their own internet, right? India is also building our own internet. So that is also happening. So for that one, we need something like quantum key distribution, which will help us to create, distribute the keys safely and create a private network. I'll not go deep into this one for now because Anubhav will not like it. So, but I'll leave some more additional messages so that you can keep watching this technology and be prepared for things coming up. India started a 6,000 crore national mission, which is led by DST, Department of Science and Tech. In one of the themes is quantum communication, in which this quantum security topic comes. And if you look at the principles here, this 1.4.2, so here we are also building a 2,000 kilometer long quantum safe network, so which is based on quantum key distribution, which is like a private internet for the country. So this is being experimented. So we have already experimental demonstrations from IIT Delhi and DRDO, so they've, and IIT Madras. So they've already showcased some of these networks. So these networks will be extremely private. But now if we turn the tables and see from the cyber forensics perspective, right? So what will happen? So we are saying, okay, we are protecting the network now, but if some adversary does the same thing, so how do you do forensics on that one? So all the forensic products should also take a look at this one and how do we do this. So there's great opportunity for all the young professionals to come into this area and then understand more. So there are also other themes in the quantum network, but I'm only putting the cybersecurity related topics here. So at TCS, so we are working on some of these areas. So mainly the post-quantum cryptography. We are working with the different banks to see how do we migrate their encryption schemes into the new methods. And then, so working on this quantum key distribution along with some of our partners. But this quantum computing will also help us in doing this quantum machine learning. So which will help us to break some of the passwords, etc., or even solve or crack some of this data that is coming from the forensics and logs. So it's great opportunity, a new area for India, especially to focus on and then create new IP. So this is not like the conventional computing, so this is new, and I would request and urge all the students to get onto this technology right now and then start getting ready for the future. So next 3-4 years would be very interesting. Very niche area, so less number of people in the country as of now. But globally, a lot of things that are happening across the academia or research institutes and startups. India, it is still in the nascent stages. Would request to take this as a topic and look from the computing and security perspective. With that, I'll conclude this, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Sridhar. I tried to understand as much as I could, but yeah, most of it was still Greek to me. But thank you for breaking it down for us. Now I would request Mr. Manda Kulkarni, who is the National Security Head for Microsoft and Southeast Asia, and he'll be speaking on Zero Trust Security, coming of age of Zero Trust Architecture for cyber security. Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. After quantum, I'm going to come back to more on cyber security. I already introduced myself, so I'll not spend time and I'll move on to the main topic. In my opening note, as I've mentioned, right, we live in the most complex threat landscape in the history. There are 2-3 reasons that I gave. For example, if you just look at the number of password attacks that have grown, this is 2023 and early 2024 data. The number of password attacks have grown tenfold from 3 billion a month to 30 billion a month, right? If cybercrime is an economy, it would be the 3rd largest economy in the world, right? And it's growing fastest, it's growing much faster than any other nation. So there is monetary incentive. All of us do this. As I was coming with Mr. Triveni, right? He interestingly mentioned this, that as all of us are actually here as a professional, but there is a huge financial motivation for these guys to keep innovating, to keep investing, to keep doing this. The third thing that you see is the number of threat actors which are growing, and they are growing in 2 ways. A lot of threat actors today are nation state actors, and this has changed dramatically. What we saw over last decade, 2 decades, nation state actors were always interested in cybercrime, cyber security threat, but they were primarily targeting other nation states, right, or industrial espionage. Most of the nation state actors were essentially targeting other nations, their critical infrastructure, or strategic interest. But today what we are seeing in the cyber domain is that the apparatus, the network, the technology that these guys are creating, the nation state actors are creating, it's available for script kiddies, it's available for amateurs, it's available for cyber criminals to exploit. Right, so they build botnets which are available as a service now to cyber criminals. The nation state actor builds botnets are available. Because of that, the sophistication of cyber attacks has grown multifold. Earlier, if a threat actor has to build this, he or she or even their group had to do a lot to build, and they were limited by the resources they had. Today, they can take the threat apparatus as a service. So the nation state actors build it and leave it so that it can be used by somebody else. So the level of sophistication of cyber criminals has gone off the roof, right? Microsoft tracks these threat actors. Over just 1 year, we added 100 more threat actors, and these are strategic, critical threat actors which can do across the world damage. The time a criminal can actually, cyber criminal or a threat actor can penetrate your network to do immense amount of damage is reducing day by day. It's now 72 minutes. That's all it takes for somebody to really get into your network and either exfiltrate or leave something that they can exploit later. But this is not all doomsday. One of the reasons why we still see these attacks is we still are not doing hygiene well, right? If you see, well, there are a lot of data points here, right? If you look at on the right side, there are these 5 principles that would help us save 99% of attacks. So practically every attack can be saved. And if you look at, this is not rocket science that these 5 bullets are, right? They are very simple. Enable multi-factor authentication, right? I still get involved into so many issues of large corporates who have all the money in the world when their multi-factor authentication is not across the board. They will have some people who will have multi-factor authentication. They will have a lot of their senior executives who don't want to be inconvenienced, will not have multi-factor authentication, right? Even in our own life, how many of our personal applications we do multi-factor? Now practically every bank application, every application of criticality allows multi-factor authentication. Sometimes we don't use that, right? You can add a fingerprint, you can add OTPs, you can do that, right? So we should insist on that, both as in our professional and in our personal life. Things like zero trust, and that's what I'm going to double click today, right? Zero trust has been a favorite word of all the cybersecurity experts for years. All of us have been talking about it, but it has really become critical today. If we don't apply zero trust, there is no way we will be able to protect our critical environment. Zero trust is the only way we can look at becoming much more resilient. Saying that I will put a guardrail, I'll put a fence around my network, I'll put a fence around my digital life and I'll be protected is impossible. The only way we can protect or limit the damage is through zero trust. I'll talk about that in the next, right? Then there are more advanced things like an XDR, right? Which is extended detection and response. This is more for government, more for national critical infrastructure, more for corporates. In our individual life, we don't do that. But if you don't have an XDR system, your ability to respond is going to be very, very limited. That is what a lot of cyber criminals and threat actors are exploiting. Because what they do is they exploit gaps between various technologies that we deploy. All of us deploy a lot of technologies to protect, but what we don't do is we don't integrate, we don't build an end-to-end picture. And that is the gap between our technologies, the gap between our security layers is what they exploit. They are not really breaking their head against our firewall. They are not really trying to penetrate using a brute force, right? They actually smartly exploited the gap between the technologies that we deploy, right? Keep up to date, right? Keep doing all the patching. Again, we will be surprised with the number of computers. This is one of the most popular exploit, right? Use the commonly known vulnerabilities. Bulk of the attacks are still happening using them. And finally, protect data. Protect data has a huge amount of interest for multiple reasons. In India, we are also now enacting DPDPA. That means we will have to protect our data. We'll have to have a lot of governance around data, not only from security, but also from privacy and compliance perspective. I think those are the 5 principles that would help us mitigate 99% of attacks. And it's not too complicated to do. Typically in cyber, right, you have five domains. Zero trust, how you implement policy-based security in your environment. SOC, how do you create a security operations center? And to SOC, you need an AI-based security apparatus. Because SOC, as human, as people, as policies, is not of great use unless you have an engine, you have an architecture, you have a tool set that can enable that SOC. So that's at the center of the core. Then you have cybercrime, right? And you guys are expert. So there are multiple layers of cybercrime, from law to forensic to everything else. But that's the 4th domain. And 5th, what NEELIT is doing a lot is, and we can do even more, is around skilling and awareness. Skilling is for experts like you. Awareness is for actually end users of technology. So I'll quickly talk about the zero trust architecture, right? Typically in any architecture, you will see there are these 6 critical domains. You have endpoints, right? Whether it is mobile phones, you have laptops, you have different endpoints, servers, all of that. You have identities. And then on the right, you have network. If you see, inordinate amount of focus we have been putting on network security. While absolutely it's critical, but today, again, as I said earlier, right? Your threat actors are not trying to breach your firewall, right? They are coming into your network through unprotected endpoints. They are coming through identities. Identity compromise is the most popular way they are coming. So what are we doing to protect our identities, right? I'll talk about that in a minute. Then, as I said, your infrastructure layer, again, most of us have put a lot of security around infrastructure, right? Because that intuitively comes to us. But what has changed is, again, they're not trying to break into your infrastructure, server OS. They essentially go through either the app vulnerabilities or they are trying to go after your data. So those are the 6 domains, right? And in each domain, there is enough guidelines today available to make zero trust. What is essentially zero trust? You trust no one and validate everyone. I'll just take one simple example. If you take identities, right? And somebody said earlier, I think Mr. Krishnan said earlier about what our Prime Minister has talked about, passwords or logins that are being shared. Now that's not happening only in government, that is happening in many places where you have identities, right? How strongly you are protecting identities. Multi-factor is a way of doing it, but there are advanced technologies like dynamic authentication. So you have to authenticate first who is the user, right? Establish the identity, but also establish identity in the context. I'll give you a simple example. Today I am in Kohima. I am logging in at 1 o'clock. I'm logging in to my company's Microsoft network at 1 o'clock from Kohima. It is physically impossible for me to log in at 1:30 from Delhi. Physically impossible. Even if I take a flight, it's impossible. So there is a login that Mandar does at 12:30. It should automatically be stopped, right? That's dynamic context. I gave you a simple example, but there are 100 more things. For example, Mandar typically accesses certain applications in that environment. If I try to access some other application, right, it should generate an automatic red flag, because my context should not allow me access to that application. So forget about whether I have that access because of my role, because of my position, designation in the company. My context should stop me access to that application. Now those are the policies that we need to deploy. Because if we just say role-based access, it's not going to be enough. We need to have dynamic context-based access. So identities are at the forefront, right? In the interest of time, I'm not going to elaborate on all the components, but adaptive controls, context-based controls is what is the need of the hour. And zero trust means nobody by default has any access. They need to seek access, they need to validate why do they need access, and just-in-time access. Nobody has access till eternity. If I need access, I will get access to that particular data, that particular applications, till the time I need that access. That's it. And this is something that has to happen at all levels, at government, at corporates, and even individually, right? If you need to do something, if you need to deploy an app on your mobile phone, if you need it for that purpose, you don't need it for eternity. So that we have to get aware of the zero trust principle. That is the only way we'll be able to fight these threat actors. And at the national level, right? I said in my earlier point as well, today we do a lot in fragmented way. There are sectorial work that is happening, there are different ministries, there are different corporates. I think it is time for us to bring that data together so that all the signals start making sense. Once you have a huge amount of signals, for example, Microsoft processes 78 trillion signals every day. We do that using all the consumer, all the corporate identity, lot of data that we get, we process 78 signal. That's why we are able to get out of that some threat intelligence that we share with our customers, with governments. Now, if we have to do that as a nation, then we need to build a similar apparatus which actually gets those signals. And it doesn't have to be at the central level, it doesn't have to be at the top level. It can start at sectorial level, it can start at department levels. But we need to bring all signals together. Because what is happening in one domain, one part of country, one part of state, is going to eventually get spread and is going to impact. So the key question is, how do we get that together? This is a recommended architecture that I'm working with a lot of agencies. We have seen success of this in some of the other nations who have adopted it. But we need to evolve, India needs to evolve its own architecture where we bring all the signals together and we run AI on top of it to get the intelligence out. The traditional way of protecting is not going to serve us in the future unless we adopt to zero trust principles, unless we adopt to this AI-based integrated signals approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni, for the insights and, enlightening us with zero knowledge security. I would now request Mr. Manas Upadhyay, founder D-Town Robotics, to help us understand drones from surveillance to forensic, navigating the evolving digital landscape. Mr. Upadhyay, over to you. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manas Upadhyay, and I'm the founder and chief technology officer for D-Town Robotics Private Limited. So we have been a company ventured in the field of unmanned aerial and ground space, and majorly we have been in the space where you have been requiring solutions for capturing the data which you are using for forensics. So from the early stage which we have seen is forensics has been something which has been driven from the post-emptive factors which we take in terms of the device which are getting captured, and then we are actually doing some of the MTF data to it. But we have been like focused in terms of like designing and developing solutions which can be actually used as a preemptive device, majorly in terms of capturing the data in the field of like having a full-scale surveillance and security systems which can be actually proved along. So I will just take you towards some of the solutions which we have already created and how we are actually trying to plan on how these can be implemented onto a larger scale. So we have been a deep tech startup which has been like focused in the design and development of unmanned aerial and ground solutions. We specialize in the creation of advanced unmanned aerial and ground robots. So what actually differentiates us from the other companies who have been actually doing it in this space is like we work in the environment as a full stack development company. So we do it in terms of the hardware, software, and the AI which we provide. So let's say if I give you a very specific example, if you want to do any of the use cases in terms of an investigation survey, where you want to do and deploy products which can actually capture the data and can do the preemptive analysis to it, you can actually deploy our solutions in terms of capturing the data, and then the actual forensics can be actually done all on around the data which is getting captured. So when we actually look upon to the actual sub-level system where we define how the initial processes were happening was like you were actually taking that device where you need to get in down to the digital forensics part. You were actually like you are analyzing that device in terms of how you can actually deploy it to the overall ecosystem, and then eventually the data was actually getting analyzed. For us, what in the field where we have been actually working is like it can be done on a live given data where you can actually take the preemptive steps. So the majority of the parts where when these systems were not getting deployed in terms of the technology counterpart was the maintenance and the services which are involved with these solutions, because like these has been something which has been compared to the conventional robotic systems as well as the conventional aircraft which are actually getting used. So there was a big chunk of gap which was there in terms of like deploying these solutions as a sector agnostic space. That is where like we came to the picture and we started deploying and developing these solutions all together. So in D-Town Robotics, we have been actually eradicating the 3 Ds, which is the dull, dusty, and dangerous tasks, which are actually happening on the daily operationals in the society. So when I talk about forensics, it is not about the areas where you can already are present or you are actually trying to get into the data where like the data is available for you. There has been a space where the actual data has to be recovered from areas which are remote to you. That is the areas where you actually need to have that unmanned interventions to minimize the actual cost of life, cost of humans, cost of assets which actually get down into the society. So we have been actually working with many of the major areas and the players who have been into the system, majorly with Agni, with Department of Science and Technology, with Ministry of Electronics and IT, as well as with Institute of Technology, IIT Roorkee. So the major problems which we actually identified was like in the field of defense and agriculture we were actually working upon. In terms of the actual application areas where we actually tried to deploy it was into the fields of public law enforcement and societies where you can actually provide these systems for a 24/7 surveillance. So I will just share with this has been the major opportunity in the space where the actual the product size and the actual marketplace has been increasing year on year. The actual CAGR with it is increasing in the actual society is almost 18%, by which the actual adoption has been happening. And it has been a very sector agnostic space where all these things has been getting down and the technology has been getting adapted. So with the actual advent of usage of these systems, the actual need and the interventions of counter unmanned systems has been also been deployed, where all the research has been happening in terms of like deploying the majority of the solutions and to actually have a counteract effort which we can be actually deployed in terms of like minimizing the space of these solutions. So currently we have been like doing it with 2 different verticals, which is like into the unmanned aerial space and the unmanned ground vehicles. Along with it, we have been actually looking upon to develop the full stack platforms where we actually provide you with the hardware, software, and the analytics all over. In terms of the US part, we have like certain solutions which we have already designed and deployed proudly in India. So we proudly prefer, and we have like in terms of the legitimacy also, we actually claim that almost 70% of the product in the drone category we are now indigenized, and almost 90% of the products in the robotics category we have already indigenized. So in terms of the digital forensics as well as in terms of the inspections where you do, the majority of the problems has been the privacy issues with the data. That was the very first part which we tried to eliminate and to actually provide it into a certain ecosystem where you don't need to actually connect to any of the areas where you need to require network. So that is where we actually came upon and we designed our own network in terms of like usage of these solutions and to provide it to the better space. So all the solutions which you see right now into the field has been designed as such that they don't require any of the wireless networks in terms of LTE, in terms of Bluetooth, or in terms of any of the Wi-Fi solutions whenever you are actually operating these systems. It makes it a standalone system where you actually rely on your indoor positioning systems to operate these counterparts. So we have like a variety of products which has been actually utilized in terms of the use cases and the actual areas where you're trying to operate with it. So we provide solutions in terms of starting from the similar drones which actually weighs around 247 grams up to systems which can actually take carries the logistics payloads of almost 8 kgs where you can push upon your systems, whether it can be a digital forensic tool or either it can be a drone operating system where you can operate. So these have been some of the major solutions we have been designing here, which actually have all the different features we require whenever you are actually operating into some of the major surveillance areas, such as like the digital zooms, the night support capabilities, the video recording systems. Along with it, we have an end-to-end stack protocol where we can actually combine everything and we can actually push it over a single platform. So for these particular system itself, we have designed our own dedicated softwares as well as our dedicated AI platforms where you can actually do all the different efficacies. So for an example, if I'm actually using my product Monal and I'm flying it into a contoured airspace, I want to actually detect the efficacy of number of vehicles or the number of people who are there in terms of like what are the different areas where we want to operate. So let's say if like 5 people have different color of uniform and 5 people have different color of uniform and they are actually working on a single formation. So with our predictive models, we can actually detect what will be the next step where they will be actually taking that formation into the course of work. So in that particular case, we actually work as an end-to-end stack AI platform where we actually design and deploy different AI models according to the requirement of the user. So this has been like one of the major areas where we have been operating and we have been actually providing the solutions. Along with it, the major aim for DDown has been to be a part of the first line of defense, where we actually don't focus just on defense, but it has been something which we are actually designing, combining the tech of defense plus the public enforcement and securities. So in a state where I'm actually right now sitting, my vision when I see forensics, when I see security is a command and control center which can be something which can be designed to actually control the unmanned airspace. So in terms of any of the mitigations where you want to actually operate in it, whether it can be law enforcement, whether it can be public security, whether it can be disaster management, or either it can be any of the riot control systems which you want to deploy, you can actually deploy it over a single solution by using and utilizing the same architecture and infrastructure which you want to deploy over it. So from the last 6 years, we have been doing it perfectly and we have been in ways to go commercial now, where we are now targeting the public security and public awarenesses, where we have already tied up with some of the departments like Bell to actually design and deploy these solutions. Along with it, we have been working very closely with the government of Uttarakhand, where we have already deployed solutions as a consultant for that particular state in the unmanned aerial category. So this has been like the major areas we have been providing the solutions, and we have been actually looking upon on how we can scale these systems forward in terms of like deploying it to the next level. In terms of how you see and how you actually, if you ask me in how the landscape of this particular system will be increasing and will be deploying into a far-fetched level. So I see a particular corridor where the unmanned aerial and the unmanned ground vehicle space is working. I see data being captured for almost a 24/7 surveillance, where all the different efficacies which you are actually taking in a post-emptive method is getting live. So when I say live, it is like all the activities which are actually getting beyond the control of public information or public safety has been getting determined immediately, and the actions are getting taken immediately. Along with it, a full and all ecosystem for the security has been deployed, where like everybody is like safe in terms of how they want the interactions to be immediate. So that is what the scape where we have been actually looking upon. And thank you so much for your time. I hope you have got the gist on what we have been actually deploying and developing till now. Thank you so much.
Before we move to the quick panel discussion and I open the session for the audience to ask questions. I would request the audience to be prepared with their quick questions. I would request our Director Kohima, Mr. Lanu Wabang, to please come on the stage once and facilitate IGP training and border Rohitu Tetsu sir, who has been extremely helpful in the conference and has provided us the full support from the Nagaland police side and has been instrumental in making this conference a very successful. From the day one, Nagaland police has been helping us with all the required necessary security and the arrangements for the speakers and guests coming. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Lanu, sir. Now, I'll move to, as I can see, a lot of people are waiting to hit to the lunch floor, so we won't take much time. I'll request each of the speakers to not spend more than 30 seconds to 1 minute on each of these questions. Starting with you, Sridhar, how do you see the integration of quantum technologies changing the landscape of security in India?
So, yeah, quantum is emerging as one of the prime technologies now, especially from the security perspective. So, we're thinking about two areas, right? So, how we get ourselves protected when these quantum computers are available. And the second one is how can we create much more safer networks. So, in terms of these two areas, there's a lot of thrust on building solutions around can we build something for India, right? So India encryption scheme. So that is a new call from Department of Telecom. So they have launched a new call on building new encryption schemes that will withstand quantum computers. So that's one initiative going on. And the second one, sorry, there are a lot of interesting startups doing very good work in terms of building quantum safe networks. So we'll call it as, say, QKD networks. So which will help us to have much more better and secure networks. So these are the networks that if somebody tries to tap into that network, you will have that ability to detect that, and that gives a lot of power, right? So today we don't know who is watching us, who is tapping our networks, and all those things. So that's the landscape that's going to change from the security perspective. And if you look this from the forensics perspective, you also need to build these counter solutions. Imagine if these things are there in the hands of adversaries, so they are much more secure. So we are at war in security.
Thank you, Sridhar. Coming to you, Mr. Upadhyay, you were talking about, the surveillance and forensics through drone. In the current scenario, can you throw some light? What are a few of the potential privacy concerns that we see with drone forensics and investigation?
So in terms of seeing it as an application when you're actually capturing data, so drones have been actually getting used for majority of the application part, where we have already been seeing it for crime investigations. We have been seeing it for formation handlings. We have been seeing it for asset managements, as well as we have been seeing it for law enforcement and public safety. So in terms of the privacy issues, it has been the case when it's been a early mover advantage for most of the countries where it was actually getting built, and majority of the workaround was actually on getting these solutions down in India. So when the architecture for the drone ecosystem, especially for the manufacturing, is now going in India, what I see is the privacy concerns are soon to go below in terms of how the data is getting captured and has been getting stored, because it's not about getting a device and just capturing the data. It's about all the key initials which you have to have in terms of using these systems. So in order to have a drone ecosystem right now in India and using it for let's say for forensics, you need to have a secured sort of data storage solutions. You need to have a sort of servers along with a data capturing device, which can be a drone or a robot. Then you have to have that trained mentality and a set of certain SOPs which need to be processed whenever you are actually getting the data. Yes.
Thank you so much. Coming to you, Mr. Ashutosh, you were Celebrite is being one of the pioneers in this space. Can you discuss how these emerging technologies that are being built together by most of these organizations are collectively impacting the overall security framework? How do you see all of us coming together are creating that impact?
In the current landscape of technology, I think right from the start, till date and will future, three things are very important, like people, process and technology. So the kind of technology that you take to handle the kind of scenarios or situations that are there in our daily lives, affecting people's life, and we need to adhere to processes which are compliant and which are regulated, which are defined in standard operating procedures of all the law enforcement agencies and the organizations like Celebrite or Magnet or XRY, Oxygen, and the law enforcement agencies who are our customers. If we collaborate well, we will be able to solve the live cases, we will be able to solve the problems of people's life, and we will be able to accelerate justice to the people, and definitely will be able to achieve our goal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashutosh. Now coming to you, Mr. Kulkarni, you were talking about the zero security concept. What are the most significant challenges you see in that environment and how they can be addressed?
As I said, I think the most significant challenge is dilution of perimeter. Most of us grew up security by putting boundaries around our environment, right? Something outside that boundary or firewall is untrusted, something inside that is trusted. Two things have disrupted that. One, your users no longer are within your premise, right? Users are everywhere. Some of them are working from home, some of them are your vendors, suppliers, partners, so on and so forth. So users have gone out of your boundary. Second thing that happened is your data is everywhere, right? Your data is on mobile device, it is on cloud, it is everywhere. So because of that, there is no sense of perimeter. So if you want to construct security, you can't build walls today. Your security has not to be broadened, but it's to be shrunk. Your security has to be today around identity, right? So it's the exact opposite concept of building walls. It's how do you shrink it and you make it as close to user as possible. That's where a lot of innovation is happening. Unfortunately, that's where a lot of attacks are happening, because that's where we have not put our thoughts in the past. So zero trust comes from that perspective. How do I protect a user identity? How do I protect smaller elements? User identities, how do I protect data? Rather than saying I'll protect the campus, I'll protect my corporate network, how do I protect the small entities? I think that's the real question on zero trust.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kulkarni. And now I open the floor for the audience. We will take 2-3 quick questions. I know all of you are super hungry and looking for some amazing Naga food. So please, yeah. Mr. Krishnamurthy is the Executive Director of Calcutta Center of NILET. Sir, please. Can somebody help me with the remote mic there, please? Thank you so much.
My question is to Bajaj, please. We being a skilling agency, what are the challenges we will be encountering for training UAV pilots, especially from the police sector and from the agricultural sector farmers, more specific to women?
Pardon? More specific to women.
Women, okay. So the skills we have to impart,
yeah,
and the challenges which we will be facing to impart those trainings.
For drone pilots, yeah, hope you got the question.
So, yeah. Thank you so much for the question, sir. It will actually make a good highlight on terms of how these things can be actually scheduled in terms of the training part. So basically, if you see in India itself, there has been a program called Drone Didi, which has already been established, where the training programs has already been sanctioned and has been operating in a good wide space. Also, if you actually divide the Indian drone market into two different parts, where you are just segregating the consumer part and the commercial parts. So it has two categories, which is like under a 250 gram belt, where you don't require any of the licensing to it, And then we have a category which is above 250 grams, where like the different categories gets placed in terms of agriculture, in terms of police safety, in terms of surveillance, security, etc. So for the part where like you are operating under 250 grams, where you're just using the devices for security, surveillance, and it is just not about agriculture, it is about wherever you can actually deploy your skills and you can actually generate income. So for those categories, the actual timeline, if you see in terms of training, so it is almost like a general person, if he wants to fly a drone, let's say a drone from D-Town Robotics, if he wants to fly a drone, so he would be requiring a skill set of almost 5 to 6 hours to actually operate a drone. But eventually when you are actually going to purposes where you are actually earning from the work where you're doing it, so there what is recommended by the government is a 1 week training program, which is just provided in terms of a certification from DGCA itself. It's called a remote pilot training certification program, where you can enroll, you can get the training for 1 week, where you get the gist of how to fly it and how to operate it. But the fact is, like, if you may like allow me to speak in Hindi, the major problem क्या है कि आज के टाइम पे हर कोई सर्टिफिकेशन के बाद ड्रोन फ्लाई करना शुरू करता है, बट लोग सोचते हैं कि हम ड्रोन को पढ़ लेंगे या हम उसकी ट्रेनिंग को सीख लेंगे एंड देन हम लोग के पास इवेंचुअली जब ड्रोन हम खरीदेंगे तब हम उसको पायलट करना सीखेंगे. बट इट इज अ स्किल विच इज जस्ट सिमिलर टू ड्राइव अ कार. जितना आप उस चीज को चलाना भी सीखोगे ना, उससे भी लाइक यू विल एनहांस योर स्किल्स. सो दैट हैज बीन द फैक्ट विच हैज बीन लाइक राइट नाउ प्रिजर्विंग इन द सोसाइटी, where like we have to focus more on in terms of like providing these skills along with the product. That's how that skill can be developed worldwide, because like the more you will be like emphasized on getting the trainings done in terms of drones, you needed to have a pilot along with a drone to actually have that skill uplifted. So like there have been many certain programs. D-Town has also been associated with these programs. Like for an example, like we set up almost 30 drone labs across India last year with Ministry of Tribal Affairs, where like the underprivileged students are like now learning how to make drones, how to fly them, and how to train, like how to pilot them for like their own use cases. So on those similar activities, many of the things can be done in terms of like emphasizing, focusing majorly on the training side. But जो हमारा emphasization है वो majorly ये है कि if the pilot has the product, then only that use case can be actually driven in terms of using it. So अगर मैं पुलिस पे भी कर रहा हूँ, so you should find some products which can be like affordable in terms of like taking it into a much larger quantity so as to deploy every policeman with a drone, because ultimately आपको ecosystem follow करना ही पड़ेगा at the end of the day if you want to do a 24/7 surveillance. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We can, in the interest of time, we can take 2 more questions. Yes, sir. Can anyone help with the mic on the first row? Slow.
Sir, I have 3 small questions. If you don't keep on reminding us about the delicious Naga food. So, my first question is to Mr. Sridhar. Sir, as you have told that we are going into a new encryption schemes. We started from bytes, megabytes, terabytes, tetrabytes, gigabytes, now qubits and all those schemes. So what about the old data that we are having? Suppose as a person, I spent so much on getting a DVD for my marriage, and now I'm not able to see it. Although I'm happy with that, but still, what about that data?
Sir, if you can take few seconds to introduce yourself so that they can
Sir,
understand.
I'm Manish Sachar. I am a DIG from CRPF.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thanks for that question, sir. So there are 2 parts to this question. So first is about retrieving the old data, which is either encrypted or not encrypted, right? So that's in the domain of cyber forensics. So probably these guys have better tools to retrieve that data. But I'm talking about protecting that data for the future. So we are right now using conventional encryption schemes to store this data, right? And this data is at risk now, right? So we use these new encryption schemes to again encrypt this data and save this for future. So that is what we need to do, and that is what quantum will help. So quantum will not help in retrieving the data from a DVD per se, but all the future data that needs to be encrypted should be on new quantum encryption methods to be more safe.
Please let him have the mic till the questions are answered.
As far as I have seen, also I have been a victim of cyber fraud, and thanks to Nagaland Police and Vikram sir, my money was all recovered. That's not a problem. But what I feel is that instead of blocking all the doors for the fraudsters, will it not be better that we make a system in which the person gets his money back immediately? Because that will ultimately fail the aim of the fraudsters. What we are doing as of now is, we are tracing them. They are doing frauds, we are tracing them, we are following them. And I have felt that behind every bank fraud, there is some bank person arrested, because they are not stealing our data. They are just doing it with the connivance of some bank person who is giving them the data. जिस आदमी के पास 1000 रुपया है, उसके पास कभी कोई fraudster फोन नहीं करता, लेकिन जिसके पास लाख रुपया अकाउंट में है, उसके पास ही फोन आता है. Because they are stealing data through a person who is sitting in the bank. So won't it be possible for you people, or won't it be good for us to make a system where the person gets his money back immediately within 10 or 12 minutes, so the fraudster will keep on, stop doing all these things then?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And if we take out the motivation, the slide that I showed, right, it's like a third largest economy. You take out financial motivation, right, and a lot of things will crumble. Why would they didn't do it? There are two challenges there, right? Number one, do we have that kind of regulation, do we have that kind of framework in our financial sector for that to happen? Today that doesn't exist, but I'm sure it will evolve, because exactly the point that you made. If somebody steals your money and that money doesn't reach or it can be retrieved back, they have no financial motivation. So the challenge is today you don't have that in country, and not only in India, it practically doesn't exist anywhere, that kind of financial mechanism, right? Would it come? I believe so. It will need to come. The second challenge there is a little bit more complicated. A lot of it is happening cross-border, right? Doing that within India, probably government of India can bring out, RBI can bring out certain things and that can happen. But when your fraudsters are sitting outside India, that's why you see a lot of phishing, a lot of ransomware actually goes for, they don't ask you money, they ask cryptocurrencies, because they want to be outside the jurisdiction of a nation, right? So first problem, I think nations are going to solve. There are little bit of complications of lack of trust between different parties, but I think that will happen. That's at least my belief, that either governments will do it, financial institutions, the regulator will do it, and somebody like in India needs to, I think, be the first mover here. Why? Because you look at, as compared to a lot of other countries, the digital money adoption, right, whether it is UPI and things like that, India is phenomenal. We need to protect that trust, people's trust in that economy. If that doesn't happen, we will have a challenge. So I think we should be the first mover there. If we do that, a lot of other countries would follow. Great point.
Ashutosh sir, you people are making good drones, and you have also told that people can fly it. But I have seen in Manipur also, and here also, that those criminals are also buying drones, and they are doing more surveillance of us rather than we doing for them, because they don't have any fixed camps. So when we have fixed camps, so what is your counter in that case?
Basically, sir, we have been in talks, and like we have been trying to deploy a unified traffic management right now over the space, because like if we look upon to the landscape right now in India, there have been many companies who have been actually doing it, but the problem is like there has been not a standard product by which a UTM can be actually deployed, from where like everything can be scanned. So for this, like the Indian government is already putting upon their efforts in terms of deploying it as an anti-drone solution or a drone capturing solution. But the major, where I actually see the advantage is to actually have a unified identity number, which can be actually deployed with everything which is getting produced in India. That can actually help in terms of getting that that thing qualified over the airs, where like you have that that possibility to actually disengage or engage any of the product which is there. Fortunately, with every product which we are right now manufacturing, we have those UIDs with us, in which like whenever we are deploying it, so we have an overall solution where that drone is actually flying. So like when we actually do it for defense, then we don't have any of the concerns in which we are actually breaching the privacies. But whenever we are actually trying to go for any of the commercial solutions, we have a very strict norm and a standard operating procedure where we follow whenever we are actually selling a product to anybody. So that has been something which has to be regularized, and that is like what can be like an MTIF solution to it. Because like we have also seen in the particular past, like it has been something like even some of the drones which are actually getting dissected to India from outer side has been from some of the companies who have been actually making it in India itself. So that has been a problem, and like I think with the new unified traffic management which is coming in India, this will be something which can be sorted out. And along with it, like you can eventually sort it out by having a standard product for like the state or for the city itself. That can be done, sir. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
One question,
Yes, sir.
would like to Mr. Ashutosh Upadhyay. The thing is that like you told in your presentation, myself IGP CID, I'm from Nagaland Police. So like my question is very clear about password breaking. Like you mentioned about that any mobile which you put into the system that you are having, it's easy to extract data without like knowing the password, because many criminals when we seize the devices, it is not possible to take the password, and it's a privacy issue also. Like if they deny that I don't want to tell the password, no one can force them or pressurize them in a very VVIP case which has happened in Delhi. You might be knowing the data could not be taken out from that device, and that is still not taken out from that VVIP case. So I don't know like whether they approach you, the concerned agency, the central agencies, for breakage of the password. And is it possible? Because I have not seen anywhere, like, because based of the FSLs also, they ask us to again approach the criminals and request them to get the password and the pattern lock and the face lock. So just you can tell like if it has developed in this recent past.
Sir, regarding the password breaking or the technology that we have, yes, we have been able to definitely do Apple phones and Android phones both. But the thing is that we are working on logic. It's not magic. Like some OEMs are producing something, right, with their latest technology, which comes in for people's uses. Then it takes some time for our R&D to get into those things, using their vulnerabilities to get into those things. So if, for example, with the current tools that are generally being used in market or by law enforcement agencies, the coverage of the number of phones is around, like if you are seizing 100 phones, if your coverage is around 65, then with our tools, definitely the coverage is going to be higher, in the range of 85 at least, with the kind of tools we have. And we are able to do many of the latest phones, particularly in after first unlock mode. Definitely we can do the latest phones that are there in the market, and it's true that we can, our tools can do it. And many agencies and even FSLs who have bought our product, we have got an excellent feedback from them that they have used our tools and they have been able to crack cases. A very recent example is Donald Trump shooting case. And in the Donald Trump shooting case, the boy who had shot at Donald Trump, his phone was latest Samsung phone, an Android 14, and that phone was given to us, and our team was able to crack that in 40 minutes. And police has acknowledged it in newspaper.
Very nice. So we had time for 2 questions, but thank you, sir, for those amazing 3 questions, and CID, sir. We also, yes, we see lot of interest in the audience for more questions. Please, ma'am, can somebody give the mic to ma'am? I think food for thought is much better right now.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Director Forensics from Himachal Pradesh.
Hello, ma'am.
I have a question for the drone forensics. How do you see the future of the drones in the crime scene investigation?
Yeah, so like, as if you have seen, there was a tech which was deployed by Apple in iPhone 12 Pro, I think, where they actually provided a solution for LiDAR. And with that particular solution, there was a solution which was coincided, like it was a certain device which was provided with the mobile phone, where you can actually do a 3D map of the crime scene investigation where you are actually deploying it upon. So in the similar nature itself, now drones have that capability to actually take those pictures, stitch them, and make the 3D models for it, to actually have that use case and the scenarios where you are actually operating, can be saved to you on a 3D based model, so as to actually have that efficacy whenever you are actually deploying any of the analysis solution to it. You can actually deploy it more easily. As a part of crime scene investigations, I am seeing drones in a more preemptive approach than a post-emptive approach, where like these systems can be actually deployed over the surveillance and the security part. And whenever there is an anomaly which is detected, let's say there is a boy who is detected with a gun, so at that particular time itself, that trigger can be actuated. That like yes, there is a state of anomaly which can happen, and that particular itself, that preemptive measures can be taken to deploy it. So rather than like waiting for the crime to happen, we can actually do it like preemptively in terms of like deploying it and saving the life. So that is one of the use cases where like companies have been working majorly in terms of like deploying the solutions. We have been also like looking upon to these solutions where like we can deploy it as a state-of-the-art network, where like you can have a network wherever a trigger is happening using the conventional CCTV cameras. You can trigger the areas, and whenever a trigger is happening, you can deploy your drones or robotic solutions in terms of providing the first aid or like to actually prevent that incident to happen. Yeah.
Sir, like CCTV, NVR, we have Government of India has deployed a number of places, common places.
Yes.
And at time when crime happens and the investigation begins and the people take the data, but at times the data get overwritten. What is in your case with the drone, for instance, how is going to help us?
So the thing is like whenever you are flying a drone anywhere, like it is not congested into that space that like you need to actually put that data there itself. You have that provision that you can actually direct that data directly to your command and control center live. So whatever you are seeing through your drone, which is like flying 5 kilometers away, you are actually getting that data to your command control center virtually, where you are seeing that area. All the algorithms if you want to put into it are actually getting done there itself, and you are actually getting a sheet which is getting generated along with the data which is like useful for you. So all these mechanisms can be done, and like the crime scene investigation can be done live just by sitting at your command and control center.
That we need to have the live monitoring of the incident if it happens.
Yes.
What about the inaccessible sites? We cannot monitor those inaccessible sites.
So yeah, so that's why like there has been areas where like these has been done, like the immediate response has been done via sensors or via visual imaging. If you have any of these things which are actually available there, you can actually create a trigger for the drones or the operations which you are doing via the robots. Once the trigger is happening, these systems can be deployed there within a fraction of seconds. Like let's say if you are actually operating in an area which is like let's say 3 to 4 kilometers, you can actually cover that area in a span of 5 minutes. So that is the actual efficacy where you are actually creating the unmanned ecosystem and the space for deploying of these technologies. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We are also coming up with a paper of this conference, all the discussions that are going on. We are drafting a paper for this conference, and anyone, though all the registrations that we have, we will send it across, but if anyone is, we are missing, please do reach out to me or any of the NILET officers. We would be more than happy to send you a copy. And coming to the question, sir, that the second question, which I would like our authors who are drafting the paper to keep in mind, that the redressal process, if it is arranged, so when the problem is not there, the pain is not there, after some time they will only give up in trying that, because that is something that nobody has addressed so far, because I have been around those discussions a lot, but I have not heard this question so far, that why don't we focus on bringing it back quickly rather than trying to save it. So in the previous one we are failing. I guess maybe in this one we can, be successful with that. So with this, we would break for lunch, and we are expecting to meet everyone back at 2 p.m. And hopefully you people will enjoy the lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And one second, I'm so sorry. We would request our students to felicitate our guests of this panel. Our students have been a very, the driving force behind this conference. I thank them for all the support that they have given over the whole week. I would request our student to first felicitate Mr. Mandar Kulkarni from Microsoft. Thank you so much, Mr. Mandar, taking time out all the way from Bombay and attending our conference and giving your insights. Next, we request them to felicitate Mr. Sridhar CV, Head of Quantum Initiative, Corporate Incubation, CTO Alliance.
Thank you, Sridhar, for your time and wonderful insights on quantum. We are still trying to learn that. Next, we have Mr. Manas Upadhyay, founder D-Town Robotics. Thank you, Manas, for helping us understand the drone landscape much better and answering so patiently to all the questions that were given to you. Next, I would request our team to facilitate Mr. Sri Krishna Ashutosh, Sales Manager India for Celebrite. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashutosh, for throwing light on how Celebrite is making impact in the cybersecurity space. With that, we will finally break for lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. try to cut down my panel questions, because those I am asking if there is no participation, but last session has such a good participation from the audience. I would prefer to skip my questions and have more questions coming from the audience and get because this whole conference is for you all. So I would request to prepare your questions accordingly, and I'll make sure that we give extra time to the audience for the questions. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Just remove that phone once. Wait.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for bringing us here, and I would like to extend my gratitude for the organization of National Conference Digital Cybercrime and Forensics Intelligence Nagaland. For this place is very important for us to bring us together to discuss about the cyber forensic solutions that helps to law enforcement agency and government representative to tackle the crime regularly. So firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kajal Kumari. I'm a sales manager, MH India office, and I'm taking the sales for India regions. So next is, I would continue my pleasure to explain about my company. So my company is MS Service, and it's bring 30 years experience in digital forensics domain, and we cover lots of solutions, for mobile forensic solutions, audio video solutions for the law enforcement agency. So we are the only European forensic supplier, its own hardware developments and manufacture unit. So we have headquarters in Germany, Kendal, and we have one regional offices in India also, where we manufacture all the digital forensics hardwares to initiate and support the Prime Minister Modi ji Make in India solutions. So as a forensics solution provider, we are the Make in India solution provider that helps you to investigate and using by our hardware. So firstly, today I want to accelerate about the topic and the discussions about how we can tackle the cybercrime forensics through our solutions. So here you can see our worldwide services we providing all the organization. So we have existing multiple countries, and we have regional branches in Dubai, India, and Saudi Arabia, Singapore also. So almost we work with all the global customers, and we deliver our project successfully. So here the forensic flow that we cover all the digital forensics investigator. So firstly, whatever you doing for the investigation forensics, then you goes to identify the devices, whatever you find out on the crime scene or lab. Firstly, identification of devices is very important. So first identify the devices, and after that, when you identify the devices, then you then you image the data sources and prepare and processing on the lab. After that, when you receive the preparation and processing the image file, then you find out there are decryptions there, then you're using some software and solution to decrypt the file system, and After that, it goes for reporting and documentations, and after that, sentencing. So here all the vendors all are the associated with us, and we provide the lots of solution to tackle the crime to all the law enforcement agencies. So here you can see we work on the computer forensic solutions. We have some vendor related to mobile forensic solutions, audio video forensics. We have damage media recovery solutions, darknet, drone forensics, and social media investigate solution. We provide lots of solutions and lab setup to law enforcement agencies in India. So here we have a lab topology. So firstly, I would like to discuss about the central lab. So central lab is basically work for the central data center or central processing unit in headquarters that helps to connect your regional labs and districts lab with the central labs. So in this category, we have multiple solutions. So just go by one. So firstly, we have start with nucleus server. It's one of our leading solution, and we deploy so many organization in India. So this data center basically brain and heart of the forensic lab. It processes data quickly, fastly, and it's also have storage large amount of data. And it's also facilities give to you network dongle sharing among the users and acquire the data from the different users and labs and so on. So this solution is very good for if you want to make some centralized data center or headquarter forensics lab. And this hardware we could combine with so many software like FTK Centrals and some Boiser Lab solution to helps to big data analytics lab and processing center. After that, we have forensic LAN server. Forensic LAN server is a small unit of server. It's include with forensic workstation that help to analyze, process the data with right protected mode. Third is Antanalyzer forensic workstation. This is our one of the good solution, and we deploy so many organizations. It helps you to analyze and process the data fastly. We have multiple version in this category. We have almost 4 versions of this category. So start with basic, advanced, extreme, and enterprise version. So basic will come with i9 processor and 64 GB RAM, and up to gold processor and whatever RAM, up to 4 TB RAM we can modify this solution. So this hardware solution is totally modified and upgradable by us. We can customize and deliver to you according to the end user requirement. So fourth number is Tricoder. So Tricoder is one of our portable forensics hardware that give you 3 hard drives simultaneously extraction at lab as well as field. This solution is basically designed for the field because it's give you a portability, and its weight is only 10 to 11 kg. You can carry in the field and acquire the data from the field. Next is our forensic high-end forensic laptop, and it's a super build quality, and it's give you a faster processing. Next is Flax tablet. This is one of the mobile forensic solutions that works in the field acquisitions, and it is inbuilt with mobile forensics, mobile edit software that give you acquired data from the field and analysis also. So Forensic Cube is also one of our portable devices that works for the field. It's very lightweighted forensic workstation, specially designed for the mobile forensic solutions and computer forensic solution. It built with write blocker, and we have multiple ports there. We have attached screen here, so it could use especially for the field solutions. Next is fly-away kit. So fly-away kit is play most important role if the investigator working on field. So we have multiple devices in this field bundles. So we have laptop, we have duplicators, we have write blockers, cameras, and we also provide you some triage software to faster analyze and extracting data from the field. Next is Black Widow solution. So Black Widow solution is our in-house solution. It's give you a best result if you talking about the mobile forensics. It's so good device. It's give you simultaneously data extraction up to 8 phone with same time of amount of data extraction. It's supported with Oxygen Forensics, Mobile Edit, and XRY Office. We have top-up wireless charging also while data extraction. You can charge your phone, and it takes same time to data extraction from 1 to 8 phones. Next is Boxcop. Boxcop is one of our write blocker portable device that give you to write protect the evidence on field as well as lab. It is also have some storage where you can put your suspect hard drive there, and it's help to analyze data fastly. So we have multiple product lines according to the different requirement of your digital forensics need. So we have very less time. So I just very few of I'm just telling you about this. So I'm just starting focus on just Octograph. Octograph is one of our leading solution, and it's help you to password recovery from different mobile hard drives, BitLockers that extract easily. And this is a GPU based server, and it's give you a best result for password recovery in terms of phone, files, and hard drives. We have triangular gunshot detection solution that is work for the detect gunshot and the sounds and accurate distance, area that helps to the police officers, law enforcement agencies, and border security to detect where gunshot is coming from, which direction, how much distance from the gunshots to suspect location. So these kinds of informations we can provide you via this software and hardware come solution. We have also one rapid threat hunter solution that is work for network security. And as we say you that we are the hardware manufacturer, so we modify and we make these kinds of Paladin vans for the crime scene. And it's a German technology solution. We could provide you the full forensic van at your location. I just keep faster because we have just very less time. And we just focus on some software vendors. They have good expertise and good features about the solution. So Ditigo is basically work for the faster acquisitions up to 8 minutes. It's easily can image the hard drive 1 TB, and it's a ballistic. There are 4 or 5 solutions in this category that helps to the faster data acquisition from field to lab. KinaSense, we have video forensic solution that works for facial recognition, video enhancement, and so on. Oxygen Forensics is one of the mobile forensic solution that helps to acquire data from Oxygen. And cloud, it is especially so good in cloud data extractions and reportings. In Oxygen Forensics, there are 3 types of version. So we can explore later about this. Next is Xtero. Xtero is well-known brand that is help to for the law enforcement agency. They have multiple product range related to computer forensics, data risk management, and centralized lab automations. OpenText, also one of the computer forensics well-known vendor that helps to acquire data from the field using via TX1 duplicators and analyzing the softwares, analyzing the hard drives. And last not least, social link solution, that is social media solution, helps to enrich data from different platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and it's also have strong data sources, leak data sources, darknet data sources. It's helped to enrich data from different sources, and it's so good for social media. So I would like to stop my presentation here because it's so big, very less time. So if you have any questions, query, and if you want any demonstrations, any help from our side, just let us know. We will provide to you all the details related to demo and products, everything. So thank you so much for listening me, and I'm very happy to say something about this company. We are just not for sale, we are coming for help. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kumari, for your presentation and taking us through what interesting products and services MH is offering. I would now request Mr. K.V. Bhaskar, Director Forensic and Financial Crime, Deloitte, to shower some lights on the digital forensic and fraud investigation. Request the speakers to please maintain the time so that we can complete the session in time. Thank you so much.
Second one, sir. We can directly open this one. Yeah, directly open this.
So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Nagaland for providing me with this opportunity. So, it's a post-lunch session, so I'll be keeping it light. I will be covering more on the functional aspect than the technical aspects. So, I am Bhaskar. I'm working as a director in Financial Advisory Services, Deloitte. So, previously I was with the government. I was in Serious Fraud Investigation Office. I was in charge of the Computer Forensics and Data Mining Lab there. So it is one of the 15 labs that has been notified as Examiner of Electronic Evidence under Section 79A of Information Technology Act. And I have to thank Nagaland again because that lab was established with the support of Nagaland. It's a state-of-art lab, and we would like to thank Nagaland for that. So today I will be covering a very specialized topic. It is analysis of transaction databases. Basically, it's a very complex task because it involves a number of diverse data sets, and occurring the database, restoring the database in the production environment, and doing analysis is a huge task. So I think there are overall more than 300 data sets that's available in the market, and the companies, the corporates basically. So they customize the database according to their needs. So direct acquisition of data, reproducing the data in the production environment, and doing analysis is a very tough task. It requires a specialized skill set, and it also requires various tools. Basically, the utility tools that we require for acquiring the data and also for restoring them. So conventionally, database forensics is a subset of forensic science, and it's used for analysis of relational or non-relational databases. The purpose of this is to retrace the past activities within the database system, recover deleted data, and also to determine the pre and post state of information. So the approach basically in database forensics is to analyze the system databases to identify for any intrusion or breach so that the risk can be mitigated and any preventive or corrective action can be taken based on the results that we get. But there is another analysis that is gaining prominence, especially in the investigation of corporate frauds, white-collar crimes, and that is analysis of the transactional databases, which is also called as application databases. This sort of branch is also called forensic analysis or also called as forensic accounting. So like I said, forensic analysis of databases is significant for law enforcement agencies and regulators because it's used in investigation of white-collar crimes, especially frauds by the companies. So investigation focus on discovering the fraudulent transactions made by the entity or the individual. And there are many challenges associated because of the diverse data sets, the lack of skilled manpower, and also the associated cost. So we have to understand here, when we do the database analysis, we have to create the entire ecosystem for making the analysis. Since there are numerous databases, and these are customized databases, so exact replica of the ecosystem to be reproduced in the production environment, it's very tough. So what we usually do is we create, there is a specific way of doing that. We take only the dump of the databases. We don't actually take the backup of the database. So going forward now, I will explain how we do the acquisition process and also the restoration part. So like a typical data forensic acquisition, database acquisition, database analysis also has 5 stages: pre-acquisition part, the database acquisition part, the database migration, analysis of the database, and also reporting part. So here reporting is very crucial because it's a unique way that we report, because the reliability and reproducibility of the data has to be proven there. So when we come to the pre-acquisition stage, it's very crucial because we also have to understand the system architecture, and we also have to understand the data flow, because it's not only the acquisition part, but we also have to reproduce that in the production environment. Unless we don't have this information, it's very tough to recreate the entire ecosystem in the production environment. And it's also very crucial that we have to identify the actual data source, because there will be numerous backups, there will be incomplete data. So a person who is doing the acquisition has to clearly identify what is the data source that he has to require, because he can't acquire all the databases. So he has to be very specific. It requires a specific skill set, and you also have to discuss with the IT guy while acquiring this information. The third important aspect in a pre-acquisition part is understanding the database system. So there are many database systems: relational database, non-relational database, and it could be a text file also. So a person who is doing the acquisition also have to understand the database system. He also have to get the database admin credentials, and he also have to identify the software versions. So I have given here 4 instances of acquiring typical databases. The first one is a SQL database. SQL database is easier thing. So in case of SQL databases, we can just create a E01 file, and when we extract the data, we take out the MDF from the LDF file, and we can easily restore it in the production environment. But in the case of Oracle, if we take a backup, we have to create an exact replica of the staged environment to a production environment. So which requires the DLL files and also the version of the software. So it has to be exact replica. So in case of Oracle, what we do is we create a data dump. Basically, it's a DMP file. What we do is we create a schema. We export the data from the source to the schema, and we bring it to the production environment, where again we create the schema and we import the data. So that is how we'll be able to restore the data in the production environment. So similarly, in case of IBM DB2 or PostgreSQL, so we have to generate the schema, and we also have to get the configuration scripts. In case of PostgreSQL also, so we also have to get the roles and permissions, and it has to be transferred also to recreate the environment. So I'm just highlighting only 4 of the instances, so just to show the complexity in acquiring the data. It's not a typical data acquisition process where we plug in the devices, get a E01 image, extract it, and do the processing. But every approach is unique. It depends on the database also. It depends on the customization of the database also. So Triveni sir is here. We worked on a couple of cases. So he understands the complexity. So while performing the analysis, it's not a typical analysis. So the analyst who performs the investigation also has to have some understanding of the investigation angle also, because he has the entire data set before him, and the investigator will not be having. So he should have some data to cull out the information which will be relevant for the investigation aspect. And you should also have a skill set also, technical skill set also, and you should also have a functional mindset. So he'll be able to collect and correlate the data. And he also has to have understanding of the various tables that is available in the databases. So I would like to outline a couple of case studies here, which was very interesting. So the first case pertains to a demonetization case where thousands of crores of rupees were involved. So the company wanted to infuse the money into the system, and they wanted to escape the demonetization action of the government. So they had a SAP platform along with the Sybase database. So SAP platform automatically generates a system date. So the transaction date will be similar to the timestamp, the logs that is generated along with the transaction entry. So what this company did, they created a separate database. They created a SQL database. And they loaded all the transaction records in the SQL database. And then they migrated the data into the SAP environment. So now what happened when the investigation team, which was doing the investigation, they got the report from the front end. So what they could see is the transaction date was chronological. So they could not identify any anomaly. So when we did the database analysis, so we found that there is a mismatch between the transaction date and the timestamp also. The timestamp, it should be ideally be the same as the transaction date was greater than the transaction date, which meant that they had infused the data into the system after the demonetization had happened. So that way we were able to crack this case. And it's a huge case involving thousands of crores and involving public money also. The second case study that I would like to highlight is basically, it pertains to an hospital where the management was in the process of, handing over to the company to a new management. So they wanted to inflate their records. So what they did is, they started inducing fake patient records in their own system. So similar to the previous case, when the investigation unit went there, they checked the record, but they could not find any anomaly. So when we got the case, so what we did is we did the backend analysis. And from the backend analysis, we could see there was a specific column which contained two unique tags, basically the flags. So when we did the timestamp analysis of these flags, we were able to identify that at a specific point of time and from specific systems, some data were fed regularly into the system. So then the we informed the investigation team regarding that, and from that input, the investigation team were able to crack the case. So what I would like to say, there are many such cases where we had investigated involving thousands of crores of rupees. And we had investigated lots of chit fund cases also. And most of the cases were able to, investigate based on the analysis we did from the back end. We are also able to identify the victims and the perpetrators also. And in some cases, the refund was made to the public also. So concluding, the forensic analysis of database is a very crucial part in digital forensics. Going forward, it's going to have a huge say considering the data that is being generated, especially from the e-commerce platform and also on the fintech technology. So together, I think we can take it up forward. And thank you all for your time. And I'll be pleased to be of any assistance to you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the initiatives from the Deloitte's perspective, and also, what are the new innovations that are happening in this area. Now I would request Dr. Arjun Chhetri, Assistant Director IT, Northeastern Police Academy, to help us understand the dark web and the techniques and tools for the same related to law enforcement. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Member on the panel. First of all, thanks to the NILIT Kohima for having me here in this session. The topic allocated to me related to dark web as well as on mobile. So the topic I listed is mobile. I'm Arjun Chhetri from Northeastern Police Academy under Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, located in Shillong. From the law and enforcement point of view, from the police point of view, I want to put some point here. No doubt, society has adopted technology very fast, especially in India. We are coming up with so many mechanisms, rules, IT rules, direction, so many things. But at the same time, we are somehow lacking on investigation part. The entire problem is on technology, right? Whether it's the backbone of the technology is the VPN. But when the same technology is used for crime, we are finding it's very tough to investigate. We are finding very tough to investigate. Today, the book on privacy, data privacy is launched. So I will definitely tell you the privacy-centric tools are the major reasons for criminals to success in this domain. So with a limited time, I won't be able to do the justice, but since it is a scheduled program, I have to talk few things. Mobile forensic major challenges that we are facing is operating system variations. No doubt, I agree with Celebrite or UFED or XRY, MSAV or any other tool, Oxygen Forensic. Definitely they are global leaders in the global scenario. But from market of India is concerned, how many such devices are involved in crime? I hardly find few. Because mostly we are having Oppo, Redmi, Realme and all these brands with so many different customized operating system. So from this forum, what I want to tell you is, I'm also working on digital forensic and constantly working on such tools. What I can realize is we need something completely different, customized from Indian perspective. Otherwise, we won't be able to get what we want. So definitely we have a tool which can work on Samsung, but it doesn't work successfully on some of the tools. Forget about iPhone. iPhone is a few people who are using. There are many others who are using for criminal activity with such other tools. Another major change in cybercrime investigation or digital forensic that I can see is a changing landscape from intermediary dependent investigation to a decentralized platform. Today we are working on, no doubt we are working on a WhatsApp where we can write letter to WhatsApp, keep on saying that WhatsApp doesn't reply on time and all this, but at the same time we should not forget there are tools like Briar, there are tools like RicoChat, which completely works on decentralized platform. And if you see the download history in India, it's in lakhs, more than lakhs. That means somebody is using it. Somebody is working on those tools. Somebody is communicating on those tools. So decentralized platform, whether it's a Bitcoin, whether it's a dark wave. Dark wave today, we can't block it because it's running from multiple locations and there is no central identity. If there is a central identity, there is an IP address, particular IP address, we can block it. But if it is running from random servers, random names, how to block it? First of all, we cannot block. Anybody can access from any location because it is not IP based. Our security mechanism, cyber security, IP based filter rules and all this doesn't work anymore. Second scenario, what I can see is, when you are requesting for some data from those servers, whether it's a Facebook or a Google or a WhatsApp or any other such servers, we are getting IPs. Okay, we are relying somehow on them. But if a scenario is changing to this type of application, which are decentralized platform, mostly the famous example is a dark wave and a Bitcoin or a cryptocurrency. In this scenario, we don't have any server to contact. With a latest changes, I can say AI-based editing, say deepfake, what we could see in this few months in India, how the deepfake can create lots of challenges to the law and enforcement we have seen during election, prior to election campaign time. So what we should understand is, now that tool is available on our internet. The video is available on our internet. You and me can be an actor on a pornographic website on a simple click. Pornographic websites like Sensity AI, not pornographic website, pornographic or deepfake content researcher like Sensity AI, what they say is 90% of the content are fake. Means what? They are creating one video replicated by 100 actor, you and me. That means tomorrow if such videos will come to you, or my video flash on my phone, I cannot simply approach law and enforcement, but what police will do? There is no scope for deletion because it's blockchain based. There is no scope for blocking like we block the websites. because that is running on a decentralized platform. So somehow, what I personally feel is this shifting requires a major change in our infrastructure, major change in our investigation pattern. My small research in last 2-3 years on this domain during my PhD, what I could realize is we should work more on the development of OSINT tools in India. Second, we should have more decentralized server in India, whether it's government or private partnership or PPP model. We should have such data in India. Like the example you can take, the chain analysis in case of Bitcoin. Today they are they are having a tool, they can trace so many transactions on Bitcoin because they started as a node since the beginning of Bitcoin. If we don't have such data of decentralized server in India, I think we cannot help the public, or we cannot have a successful investigation on this domain. So starting from OSINT, it's a network packet. I think many of us understand the metadata of a network are always publicly available. We can filter, we can monitor what type of traffic are there in our internet, in our cyberspace. Digital forensic on a live system like Tails, Unix is a new challenge. Everybody is using it. So that is a main problem. No doubt, if we use that same Unix or Tails in a crime scene, we can have a preview tools for computers in a crime scene evidence handling, because it will never touch the hard disk. That means it is write-blocked operating system. So we don't need a write blocker to handle evidence if we use such tools. No doubt, advantage is there from privacy point of view, but from investigation point of view, that is a challenge what we feel. Tor-based applications, I think there are many. RicoChat, Briar is leading. Signal also available on a Tor-enabled network, Unix-enabled network. So that is what is from my session. The few glimpses, apart from our normal mobile forensic, apart from normal cybercrime investigation, the emerging threats and the different perspective of anonymous communication investigation. Okay, if there is anonymous communication, how to investigate such crime, that is what I wanted to share with you all. Thank you all for listening to me patiently. I am honored to be here. Thank you, team from Nilit, Kohima. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Arjun sir, for the insights on how the academy is taking these challenges and enabling our forces with the right set of knowledge that is needed in the current evolution of technology that is going around us. Now I would request our third speaker, Sri Vijay Raghavan, Assistant Director, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, to let us know how unlocking the digital scene happened, why mobile forensic is now the cornerstone of every investigation. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's a privilege to have you.
Which one, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. I really thank NILIT for having welcomed me to address all of you, and it's a really wonderful experience having come over to Kohima, and this is my first trip. I really so enjoying it so far. My topic is unlocking the digital scene, and this is basically to bring out the importance of mobile phone forensics in day-to-day investigations. Let me just, I got a few slides, but filled with much data. So why do we, what is the necessity for mobile phone forensics? I don't have to explain this much, because, but still I have put the points on the PowerPoint. Everybody is using a mobile phone, right from the radiwala, that is the guy who is selling the vegetables, to all the CEOs of huge multinationals. Everybody is using a mobile phone. And these phones contain a lot of data. And they can help in the tracking of an individual. When you are investigating a case, if you are able to extract all the data from the mobile phone, you can maybe pinpoint to a certain degree of accuracy where the particular person is. There is always one thing I would like to remind you. It is not the person, it will be the device. Okay, in case the device has been handed over to somebody and the person is somewhere else, you will be misled. We can extract all the personal information, internet artifacts. Internet artifacts play a very, very important role in the field of investigation, especially cybercrime investigations are incomplete without the internet artifact. So on. The browsing history, emails, social media activity, they provide vital clues. I will just discuss one or two case studies also in the course of this presentation. List of applications reveal vital data about the individual. See, the applications are now coming customized. We have just recently cracked one of the cases that I can remember. This was not this year, but last year, wherein we, on the basis of some certain pinpoint intelligence, which we conveyed to the particular state where the group of, you may call them terrorists, they were moving. The moment we gave them the information, what happened was they just set up a NACA, and then they could apprehend the entire vehicle which carried the terrorists. From these people, they could recover 2 AK-47s, and then they could recover 2 IEDs. But during interrogation, they didn't reveal much. They said, sir, we were only 2 of us, and they didn't reveal much. They didn't give out much information. But when we got hold of the mobile phones, we found that using the tools that are available commercially, we could extract all the information. We could make a physical dump of the mobile phone memory. When we could make a physical dump of the mobile phone memory, we could extract all the deleted data. Now, I'll just discuss the problems that are that we faced during mobile phone forensics also later on. But we were very lucky that we could successfully reconstruct the deleted data. From the deleted data, we could recover one particular application, a messaging application, something similar to WhatsApp that had been used by this particular group of criminals or terrorists. From that, what we could get was the file structure. We could extract the database. From the database, we found that certain chat sessions were there. The contact list we could get, and photos. That is the multimedia data also we could recover from the deleted application. Once we reconstructed all these things, the multimedia, the photos that we could recover, that proved really clinching. Why? Because there are photos of, we could recover 2 IEDs and 2 AK-47s from the vehicle. But when we went through the photos, the IEDs that were recovered were of blue color, that is in a blue color packet. In the photos we were shown yellow color packets also. They were also labeled as IEDs. Till that time, they were not admitting that we have more IEDs or we have more weapons with us. The moment this was, a color printout was taken out and then shown to them, immediately they said yes. They came to know that we have already recovered the deleted data and reconstructed the data, nothing more to hide. So what they did, they accepted, they immediately gave the location where the IEDs were there and the AK-47s, the rest of the cache of arms was there. So we could recover that, all just because we could make a physical dump of the mobile phone memory, we could recover the application data, we could reconstruct the application data. I told you about the deleted data. This can provide the actionable intelligence. Okay. The BNSS mandate for compulsory forensic investigation, the latest one, that is Bharati Nyaya Samhita, that is coming to force from 1st of this month. This section mandates the collection of forensic evidence at the crime scene by a forensics expert for offences punishable by imprisonment of 7 years or more. Why I included this particular slide was, here the forensics expert need not be just a computer expert, he need not be a DNA or a fingerprint specialist. So there the evidence by the computer expert is also required. So once you are getting the evidence from the computer expert, or more specifically the mobile phone data extraction, that will help you in cementing the case against that person and proving the involvement of the accused in the particular case. What is mobile phone forensics? I don't want to just, I'll just go through it. It deals with the extraction of data from mobile phones, which includes the SIM cards, phone memory, and memory card. These are the data where the user is storing the information. We can recover the data from the GPS navigation devices. We solved one very good, immediately after the Pathankot Air Force Base, Pakistan was not accepting that the guys had, the terrorists had crossed over from their territory. They said that these are your local guys, you are just bringing bad name to us, that's what they were just telling. So when we after they were shot, we were given their GPS devices. We could recover the waypoints and track points, that is the data that has been fed into the GPS devices. Based on the waypoints and track points that have been recovered, we could pinpoint from where they had come. They had been given the devices around 40 kilometers deep within the Pakistani territory, and what was the route that they have taken, because the GPS devices were storing the location of the devices every 10 seconds. So we got a very, very clear picture of from where they had traveled, and this was really clinching evidence to prove the complicity of Pakistan in that particular attack. We can recover the data from the drones, but now we are facing a lot of problems from the drones also, because nowadays the drones that are coming from across the border, we are finding a lot of difficulties, because the moment the drones have inbuilt memory, they've got a memory card also. So if they are going to use it for some photography or something, we can remove the memory card, make a physical dump of the memory card and retrieve all the data, including the deleted data. But if it is not going to be that, these drones are becoming pre-programmed. Okay, and they come on a preset flight path, drop the ammunition or arms, and then they go back. In case they are shot, command is given from across the border, which may be in line of sight with the drone trajectory, and the data is wiped off from that. So it is becoming difficult to extract the data from the drones. Yes, but we have got a limited success. The forensic tools also offer you a limited bit of data extraction from the drones. Satellite phones, not many satellite phones are supported by the forensic tools, but still we have cracked one satellite phone. I can remember way back in 2008. That was, in fact, I have been in this field right from 2007. So in 2008, we got one satellite phone that had been sent from Srinagar, and it had encrypted data. Fortunately, I had experience of cryptology also, so I could crack the one. From that, we got so much of actionable intelligence regarding the contacts and the addresses of the guys to whom where the dump of arms, the cache of arms was stored, and from where they had to take it. So that data also was very, very vital in that the data that had been recovered from the satellite phones. IoT devices, yes, there is limited support in the form of data extraction from smartphones and a few other IoT devices. Not much success is there. But now we are not using that many. Mr. Arjun Chetri was just telling you about data extraction from, in case it's a Tails, that is a pen drive with a Tails OS. I don't know how many of you are aware what is the Tails OS. We can discuss it later, because due to paucity of time, I won't be able to discuss in detail. We, in fact, came across such a device which was disguised as a mosquito repellent. And when the police raided the particular accused residence, that guy ran away, leaving behind this mosquito repellent. So one of the policemen was, he wanted to buy a mosquito repellent, I don't know what was that. So he thought, okay, there is a mosquito repellent here, let me take it home. Okay. So the moment he removed the mosquito repellent from the plug point, it came in his hand, and half of the mosquito repellent was there on the plug point itself. So he saw it is something like a USB with a SIM card in it. Okay, it was operating through Wi-Fi, and we were surprised to find such a contraption that was being used there. So it was by chance that we got hold of that. We could not recover much data from that, but of course the SIM card, the IMSI number, from there we could take the investigation to a few steps ahead. So what is extractable from the mobile phone? The IMEI, contact list, call logs, everything, messages, calendar, audio, video files. I told you, I just give you an example of the audio, video files that can be very helpful. That is, in case if it's a deleted data that has been recovered, yes, it is very, very helpful in the investigation process. So the user credentials, that is the username, password. So in the morning also, Mr. Ashutosh Sri Krishna was talking to you about the cloud analyzer and other things, modules that UFED has got. So what does this cloud analyzer do? In case you are able to retrieve the credentials, the cloud credentials from the device. That can be ported onto the particular module, and it will fetch the data from the cloud. We had a classical case where, that was just this, I think January. We were given a mobile phone with 8 GB memory. That was belonging to a very hardcore criminal, and he was used. This is a very old phone that is probably bought in 2015 or 16. So what we did was, we could, it was an 8 GB phone containing 4 GB of data. 4 GB was for the Android operating system. When we recovered all the deleted data, we recovered, we could make a physical dump and recover the deleted data and the data that was present on the phone. From that, we could get the user credentials. 4 GB of data could be retrieved from the mobile phone, and you will be amazed. We could recover 45 GB of data from the cloud. So that proved clinching. So from a mobile phone with 4 GB data, when the user unit came to us, we gave them almost 50 GB of data. They were surprised. How did you get so much of information? That much of vital information is now being stored on the cloud, not on the mobile phone. So it is very, very essential that you get the user credentials. GPS, I just give you an example. The GPS devices, the lat long, I can discuss many more cases, but I don't have time. Application data, I just mentioned to you about the case where we could reconstruct the application and then gain access to very crucial data. So the type of applications installed, there's one case that comes to my mind. Way back in 2015, one German guy was caught, that is a spy was caught, Al-Qaeda spy was caught in Germany on the basis of specific intelligence. When that guy was caught, his mobile phone was recovered, his one laptop was recovered, and one pen drive was recovered. When they sifted through the data, they couldn't get a single piece of evidence linking this guy to any of the fundamentalistic activities, leave alone any Al-Qaeda activities. So they went through it once again, twice, thrice, no data. They were going to release the guy back. So what happened was, one guy told, just let us get back to the guy who has given us the intelligence. That they sent him the photo. That guy told, I am 200% certain he is the kingpin of Al-Qaeda in Europe. And you caught the right guy. So when they saw that, they went through the list of the data that they had extracted, that they went through it. From the deleted data and everything, they could get one particular, one application which they had missed out. That application, when they Googled it, it came out to be a steganography application. I don't know how many of you know what is steganography, hiding data within data. That is, you can hide a text file or a PDF or something within a photograph, and nobody will come to know. It may be a photograph, it may be audio file, it may be video file. That is steganography for you. So they were totally ignorant that so much of data is hidden in this. So when they downloaded that particular program, ran all the data that they had recovered through that program, from all the data that had been recovered from the laptop, nothing came out. All the data from the mobile phone, nothing came out. When they ran the data that they recovered from the pen drive, which contained 142 child pornography files. These child pornography files, when they ran it through the particular application, they got 142 text files belonging to 142 Al-Qaeda operatives in Europe. Just see what huge amount of the intelligence they could get just from, if they had missed out on that particular specific application, then they would have lost out and this guy would have gone scot-free. So that is the, you will have to pay a lot of attention when you're doing all this forensics especially. EXIF information, I can keep narrating a lot of cases that we had also done, but time limit is there. You can just discuss it in case anybody is interested. We can have a discussion later on. Yeah. So the data, that was the data that could be recovered from the mobile phone. The data that can be recovered from the SIM card is the IMSI, ICCID, SMS. IMSI is International Mobile Subscriber Identity, that is given by the SIM provider or the service provider. ICCID is printed on the card. It is by the manufacturer of the SIM card. Call logs and network information, a bit of that can be on. We solved one very peculiar case with just the IMSI. This was way back in 2020, just when there was a lull between the first phase and second phase of COVID. Some exams were conducted. We got this from one of the exam centers. They had asked us, because the local FSL couldn't get much out of the particular device that they had given to us, so they just sent it to our lab to see if we could do something. So that's a peculiar gadget that had been given to us. It was a Rakhi. I think everybody knows what's a Rakhi. रक्षाबंधन के टाइम में वो भाई बहन को बांधता है, बहन भाई को बांधता है. ठीक है, तो कुछ लोग तो सो नहीं रहे. हाँ, ठीक है. हाँ, ठीक है. Okay, so this was a Rakhi that had been provided to us. So we asked that particular agency which had given, can we just go about it threadbare? They said, okay, go ahead. Whatever information you can give, it will be of vital importance to us. So we ripped open the entire thing, and then we found there was a small piece which is known as a mini mobile, with just something like a USB drive or something like that, a stripped off USB drive. It was plastered very well with the hospital bandage plaster that we get. It was plastered. We removed the plaster, and then we thought, let us put it onto a computer and just see. We put it on the computer recognized it as a USB drive. We were shocked. But then we created a physical dump of that. We tried to extract the deleted data. Absolutely nothing came out of it. 326 pages of data had been recovered, but everything junk data. Why? Because of some encryption might have been used. Fortunately, it just struck me, we can use a small program, just a utility called stings.exe. What it does is, it gives you only the intelligible or recognizable words or numbers. The moment we ran it, out of all the 326 pages of information, it gave us just one number, 15 or 16 digit number that we got. The moment I saw it, I recognized it to be something like an IMSI. So there's some utility called numberingplans.com. We just put it on it, immediately it gave us Airtel Haryana. That was the information that we got from this Rakhi. When we when we further investigated, it was a huge racket that we had uncovered. So we got the CDR data from this IMSI. What that guy had been doing, the guy who had been caught, he had a Rakhi. This particular thing had the SIM card in it. Okay, it was embedded within that, and it had Bluetooth connectivity to a small earphone put in his ear. And he had a stylus, which was something like a scanner. He just used to rub the pen on the question paper. That thing used to be converted electronically and then sent to his mobile phone, and it used to go to the particular SIM card, the number that had been stored, it used to be transmitted to them. So that guy, there were a group of 8 guys in 2 rooms in a particular hotel. That was again, ma'am, in Shimla mein pakda tha. So those 8 guys, where we took the CDRs, when found that these guys were receiving more than 100 calls within a space of maybe 1 hour or so. Each of the numbers were receiving. Then we found that this is a huge gang, and then based on that, this guy, the moment his call went to the person to whom it was assigned, he gave the number, he gave the reply, B ko tick karo, just tick B or D, whatever is the answer. It was a multiple choice question, and he got it relayed through a mobile phone, and then on Bluetooth to his phone, he just used to tick the answer sheet. So this was a huge case just based on this IMSI that we had investigated, and we could successfully crack the case. So this more than 80 guys were rounded up after that. Yeah. So these are the challenges to mobile phone forensics. I hope I'm just 1 minute. This is the last slide. Okay. I know he's eagerly waiting for my exit. Okay. Arjun sir has just told you latest security features of, that is the moment some vulnerability is found in any application or the operating system, by the time what the commercial software do is, they exploit the vulnerability to fix the data. And within a few months, that vulnerability is discovered and it is patched. So the chance of getting the data through that particular vulnerability is patched. So every day it becomes increasingly difficult to extract the data. The same data which could have been extracted a few months back is not extractable now because of the updates and patches. So logged phones, I think we had a lot of discussion on that, PIN pattern biometric thing, and a lot of things were discussed in the previous session. Encryption also, there are tools that can help you in decryption. MH services, they were telling that they were providing this octograph, and there's something called Password Kit Forensics or LCOM soft mobile forensic bundle, which is useful for cracking the passwords of mobile phone forensics. Unsupported devices applications, like I told you, if you're not able to crack the application's encryption, you will not be able to get the data. So access rights, that is if the servers of the application are located abroad, we may not be able to get hold of the data that's required for the investigation. Cloud storage and multi-factor authentication, that's again a problem. Until you get the credentials, you will not be able to download the data. Then damaged devices. Now, day per day, I just got a phone call from my new place where these guys, what they did, the criminals, there were 5 of them, they were to be arrested. Just before their arrest, what they did, they smashed the mobile phones and threw it into the well. Now, is the data recoverable? It depends upon the condition of the data. We had recovered data from one particular mobile phone that was given to us from Srinagar. It was in the pocket of a militant, and he had been shot dead. The bullet had passed through the mobile phone and it had exited through the back. So he had died, and the entire mobile phone was filled with blood, and it was given to us for extraction. Or I think the regional lab didn't have the facility of a chip off or something like that. So when this was given to us, we saw the entire, the circuit was broken, the display was broken, the keyboard was broken, everything was broken. But fortunately, when we opened it, we saw that the chip that contains the data within, I told you, the processor that contained the data, that was intact. What we did, we got a similar mobile phone using a technology called chip-off technology. We could recover this, remove this chip. This was, I think, way back in 2016 I'm talking about, where this FDE and FBE, I just written encryption, FDE, full disk encryption and file-based encryption. This was not in place that time. So we could remove the chip and put it on a brand new phone of the same make and model. And once we put it on that, we could extract it using the mobile phone forensics. So this damaged devices, it depends upon the extent of damage and which part is damaged. Overwritten data or reset devices, we are not able to recover the data nowadays. Huge amount of data, I think that is a cause for pendency. And use of VPNs, virtual SIM cards, just like he was telling about the tails and other things. So these are hindrances to any forensic investigation, especially of mobiles. Okay, any questions? We may handle it later on. Thank you. I hope it was a bit enlightening. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, we were not doing justice because we should have given you much more time to hear such interesting stories where, where we get real life example of how these technologies are helping us. So I was not waiting for your exit, I was waiting for ma'am's entry. So, so I would request Meenakshi ma'am to address the audience now. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you, NILET, Government of Nagaland, for inviting me and to be with you, to share my ideas, to get new ideas from you people so that we can in future expand the forensics in the country. The topic which was allotted to me, cybercrime vis-a-vis digital forensics. Though it's very difficult to do the justice to the topic, but I will only touch the part which my predecessors, speakers have not touched. So kindly allow me. The technology has proliferated in every sphere of life. We are living in the digital era, and the COVID-19 has exaggerated the situation. Our worthy Prime Minister, sir, always state, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. One country, one nation, one future. So at the same time, when we are heading in such a directions, we are using the technology in day-to-day lives. We are scared of many things because every day, within fraction of seconds, you find that there is a one person victim of the cybercrime. Are we secure in this world? I think we have to think many times. Government is investing a lot of things on the cyber security. Still, we have to work a lot. Let me take you to in a lighter sense. The crime is not new to our society. Crime is since Satyuga, Treta Yuga or Dwapar Yuga, whatsoever is the scenario. In the Satyug, there was the crime when Gautam Rishi's wife, mischief was placed by Lord Indra with the Gautam Rishi's wife. Then in Ramayana, the Sita was abducted. And again in Mahabharata, with the Draupadi. We never forget the scenarios that crime is not in. But unfortunately, those crimes were the digital era's crime. Sorry, physical crime, and we have evidence in the form of the physical evidences, and physical evidences were processed to dig out the truth. In the modern civilization, the crime, weapons of the crime have evolved right from the stone to the mobile, no AI or anything, any damn thing. The things have changed, or technology has drastically affected our society. And the investigation and the criminal is playing a race of the cat and the mouse. One is moving up ahead, other is following. So whatsoever we are performing in the digital era, we are having the cyber forensic, cyber crime, digital world. Are we doing justice while investigating the things? Are we capable of the things? How and what we are giving our judiciary? Why not the criminals are deterrents to our investigating leads? There should be distance to the crime. So that means something we are lagging. Today morning, DGP Nagaland has also stressed upon the quality report and the quality investigation. What is basically the quality? We are running to find out the culprit. Investigation is doing his own business. By any means, if our police is capable, they are being catch hold the criminal and taking the evidence into the position and presenting in the court after getting them analyzed. What the forensic laboratories are doing? Are they capable of doing those things? Are they taking care of the quality control measures? Since it's a one nation, our reports are admissible in the courts of law? What quality standards we are following? Why the forensic experts not become the neutral to the investigation as well as the judiciary? Forensic experts are not the witness to the police, not to the prosecution. They are witness to the courts. We should present the thing in a scientific manner. We should resort only those things which are scientifically true. We should not use wires and medias to use unethical means to catch hold the culprit. That's why the Data Privacy Act came into existence. Because of the lapses in our investigation or the laboratory analysis, there are so many things. That's why data privacy came into existence. So before processing, before forwarding each and everything, we need to focus on the quality aspect also. What are the quality experts? The forensic laboratories which are examining the evidences, are the examiners are experts as per the legal provisions? If not, what would be the case of that investigation? Government of India enacted IT Act in 2000 and made some of the recommendations like 79A also, that central government has to notify the person to become a examiner of the expert. We are saved by the CRPC, which gives us the provision that 293 CRPC, where the reports of the assistant directors are admissible in the court of law. But at the same time, our legal system as well as the judiciary forget that we have a special IT Act. Are we following the Act? After 15 years of that, 2015 or 16, MITI woke up. Suddenly MITI woke up and they started a scheme of notification of the examiner of electronic evidence. And since 2015 or 16 till 2024, how many laboratories are MITI notified for the examination of the electronic evidence? Everybody, police is wanting that we are examining the cases. Forensic laboratories are saying we are examining the cases. Are we giving the legal valid evidence in the court of law for the dispensation of justice? No, nobody is thinking on this. But friends, this is the right time to think over it before we get too late, before the defense counsel take a note of all these things. Even today, people are not so much aware, but you can imagine a situation when we have to face the international court at some point of time. Then we need to think how we need to move ahead in this examination, analysis, and investigation process. So, if we have criminals are using the technology for committing the crime, likewise, investigating agencies are equipping themselves so that their forces become strengthened for the capacity building and investigation. Similarly, the forensics are working in the direction. Our number is sufficient for carrying out such investigation? Are we competent enough? We have to think number of times. This is the time to think, review our situation. What are the quality standards we have to follow if we look for the investigation? In our country, we have the international standards of ISO IEC 17025-2017. That is a system which tells us how to improve our quality works. What standard protocols we have to follow. Like every day in the morning, we woke up, we go for a little exercise, then we have a schedule, taking bath, taking tea, having breakfast, going to the office, working, coming back, having lunch time, after finishing our work, coming back, and taking a sleep, spending a quality time with our family, friends, and all that. But what we are performing in the laboratories, are we really doing that thing? How we are processing the thing? Are we making the integrity, ensuring the integrity of the evidence? I feel that number of cases the court of law fails due to the lack of integrity or the quality report. Defense counsel, when they are competent enough, they ask simple question, are you a notified expert? Sorry, we are not notified. Then whole of your efforts will go a waste. So it is the time we need to think we should have a stronger quality management system in our department. For international standards, ISO IEC 27037 of 2012 also find mention how to deal with the digital evidences, how we process. There are the guidelines, Interpol guidelines for the investigation officers, lab practitioners also. Are we following them? If we are following, that's good enough. We can disseminate the knowledge. There are certain other ISO IC 27041 to 43. These are related to the incident response. how to process in case of the incident response. We have the incident report teams. We have maybe the incident response teams are mighty notified at the central level. In the states, what is the scenario? So we need to think, look and proceed in the direction so that whatsoever investigation, whatsoever reporting is being done from the forensic laboratory, that should be admissible in the court of law. Then reports furnished by the forensic laboratories as per new laws are admissible under section 63(4) of the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam. So we need to give, the experts need to have the certificates what are required for the legal purposes. There are part 1 and part 2 certificates. One is for the investigation officer or who is providing the data, and the second is for the expert. Though there are some discrepancies on those certificates, they will be burdening our system and we need to redefine the certificates. But still we need to look for how to proceed further in that direction. Then I have already discussed who can be examiner of electronic evidence. Any person who is notified under section 79A by the central government, he or she can be the examiner of the electronic evidence. This is a very small thin line between the investigator and the forensic or the expert in the court of law. So one has not to cross his limit. Everybody who knows that he has a computer, he has a knowledge, he is doing the investigation, he can give the testimony in the court of law. But think when the defense counsel will raise such question, when judiciary will challenge that question, what will happen with your investigation, with your all efforts? So one has to work in that. And in scientific era, besides admissibility under Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, in the double standards we have to follow. There are 2 standards only. The double fair standards are not being used, but the double standards we need to have employed in our investigation as well as the forensic examination. The double standards which envisages that whatsoever technique or methodology you are employed in case of the investigation, that should be tested one. It should not be that method should not, if your method is not validated, how you are proceeding in that direction? So validation of the technology is there. Suddenly and technocrat came and he has an idea, I can do this much. He start using with the real case scenario. No, this is not. When a question will raise in the court of law, you will be at trouble. So your technique should be tested, validated, and if there is some technique, it should be peer reviewed and published. We should not forget that if the technique 12+ validated, it should be peer reviewed by the scientific community. And if we are examining the cases or using the new technology, what is the rate of error? Because human error is there, mechanical error is there, instrumental error is there, so we should have the potential rate of error should be there. And then acceptance in another one, it should be acceptance. And is there any standard for controlling all these things? If we are doing working in this direction, then we definitely will achieving our target. If not, then it will not going to become a deterrent to the criminals, and the number of criminals or type of crime is going to increase in the near future. So friends, this is the right time to think over it, the quality and the standards, what we have to follow in the forensic examinations. Then like digital evidence, like any physical crime, we are getting the evidence from as per the Lookart's exchange principle. Whenever we touch any system, whenever we come into contact with physically or virtually, we are living in the trace somewhere in the virtual world. Only thing is it is the investigator who has to look how to get hold of that evidence. Traces are always there. Digital footprints are always there. If we are capable to tackle those evidences, find out those evidences, then we will be leading a investigation to the successful side. Otherwise, we won't. For any successful investigation, we will be requiring 5 W's and 1 how. What, when, where, who and why. If we are doing all 5 W's in one investigation and we are able to find out how the crime has occurred, then we will be doing the justice. Because it remembers me long back a case of Dharamdiyo Yadav, state of UP versus Dharamdiyo Yadav, where the death sentence was given to the accused, but that death sentence converted to the life imprisonment because the how could not be explained by the investigation agency, neither the forensics nor the police. So we need to look for whatsoever. If our system is pakka, then definitely there will be no change in the punishment, and then it will become the deterrent to the criminal. We have the, what is evidence basically? Evidence is nothing but is a mode of proof. It's derived from the word evidentia, and evidence is a way of proving or disproving a thing in the court of law. So in criminal investigations, we are talking about the mobile phones. We are, sir has talked about the Raki, that was a new, then many things, deep fakes and all that. But we should not forget it is the time of the bio devices. We have the pacemakers, we have the smartwatches, IoTs and all that. We need to develop our capabilities in such a direction so that we will be able to take out the evidence in a legally sound manner from such evidences. Digital evidences are silent in nature and highly accurate. These evidences are more accurate than even the DNA evidence. DNA evidence is based upon the markers, but digital evidence is on the hash value. If we change the marker, the probability increases or decreases. But in case of this, the hash value, if the hash value is same, then it is a marker. That the probability of 2 files having the same hash value is 1 in 10 to the power 38. So we can well imagine if we follow the sound methods of investigation, sound processing of the evidence, then definitely the justice delivery system will not scot-free any accused. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You can have the seat. Anyone has any questions? I'm not bringing my questions now. So open to the audience directly. After that, we'll break for tea. Anyone has any questions for the audience? Sorry, from the audience. No questions? Yes, sir. One second, sir. One second. I'll get a mic sent to you. Your question should be heard by everyone.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are.
Sir, you talked about this dark web. So, don't you feel that as on date, dark web is a parallel system of the white web that is the genuine websites? Because I have seen class 6 students also taking out cheat codes from the dark web and playing their PlayStation games, or people taking out the newly released films of Netflix from the dark web and playing them and taking benefits. So if 5% of the people are getting hampered by the dark web, then 95% of the people are even getting benefited out of it. So don't you think that is a parallel system, and somehow the system wants it to run? Because if you see the genuine sites also, then there would be advertisements on the genuine website, and you click them and they'll take you to the dark website.
Yes. Very good question. Actually, in my session, I made it very short and sweet for 10 minutes. I couldn't explain this because I wanted this question. Thank you for the question, first of all. First of all, we have a few terminology that should be very clear. Dark web, deep web, and Tor. Dark web is just a name. It is not a technology. Anything what is happening on a deep web, take an example, our email, our banking transactions are part of internet but not publicly available. So this is intentionally made like that. So this is deep wave. And in the same deep wave, like say Amazon or eBay or Flipkart, transactions are available, what I'm purchasing, what you are purchasing is available there. It is for privacy, it is made like that, that people will not know what I'm purchasing. But we can approach this organization and get the data. Now what happened, US defense has developed one tool for communication. Definitely it is a defense-based communication, that's why it is a very secure tool. When a secure tool is designed for law enforcement, and law enforcement is using that, and public is not using, that means if anybody can hack that system, no doubt it is a defense communication. It was vulnerability for US. So they made it public, the Tor was made public, so that people will have, across globe, people will have tough time to segregate US communication and other communication. Now what happened, the feature of this email, Flipkart, Amazon, whatever was there in deep wave, criminal use that buying and selling mechanism, same technology, and club with this Tor. Now, because of privacy, this tool was there. So for criminal, privacy is there. Now slowly and gradually, when we are becoming more and more concerned on our data, reason behind, everybody is monitoring. You put your email on internet today, you are hacked multiple times. Your password are known to people. My password of 2023 is already vulnerable and it is listed in the internet. Few days back I came to know. So you can understand, I understand that 90% of your passwords are already there in cell database. So there is a vulnerability, and I am personally confident that the archive will give me better, because this is privacy wise, this is the best tool. So everybody is using, migrating, even genuine legitimate software like Flipkart is migrated in 2011 to this platform. There is a facebook.com available there also. So this is not a tool which is bad. My intention is, there are bad guys working, and what I wanted to tell you is, we don't have a point of contact in those websites. If somebody is selling guns, ammunition, drugs, we don't have point of contact. So if we don't have point of contact, we know this is crime, we know this is bad, but we don't know to whom to approach and bring it down. And with blockchain technology, now we are paralyzed, because even if there is something sensitive available, take an example, defense, some important information of India is available on that platform, we don't have a right to delete it, we don't have a right to hide it. It will be there forever. So this is a different perspective of a dark wave, or you can say the decentralized network, which is coming up, and slowly and gradually, within few years, it will become a talk of the town, and everybody will be using it, and we will be paralyzed, we will be looking at it. So my intention was, what I was telling is, let us set up a node. Every organization should have a team who will work on such platforms and start collecting information. Briar and Rico chat, we have done forensic, and what I could retrieve is, there are metadata, network metadata is retrievable. Also, the live data is not encrypted in those apps. So still in forensic, we can still recover so many data from there. So such applications should be listed, and team have to work. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Benefit is always there, and it will be there in that platform. That platform is not illegal. That is what I wanted to convey. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other question anyone has? Sure. Thank you so much. I would now request our students to please facilitate our guests. Let's start with Ms. Kajal Kumari, Sales Manager, MH Service. Thank you, ma'am, for your support from MH side and also about your product presentation.
Next, we have Mr. KB Bhaskar, Director Forensic and Financial Crime, Deloitte India. Thank you, sir, for your time and insights. Dr. Arjun Chetri, Assistant Director IT, Northeastern Police Academy. Thank you, sir, for your time and insights on how enablement is being done through the academy for our forces. Dr. Meenakshi Mahajan, Director Forensic Services, DFS Government of Himachal Pradesh. Last but not the least, Shri Vijay Raghavan, Assistant Director, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Sir, thank you for the wonderful talk. We thoroughly enjoyed your talk and lot of interesting case studies that you took out. And it's so good to hear as a normal public sitting, many of us, to understand how you tackle with such, I would say criminal minds, how they handle these things. Rakhi se data protection ho raha hai. So thank you so much, sir. I don't think we would have got to know about this story unless somebody doing that would have shared with us. Thank you, all of you for your time. We'll break for tea, 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, we'll back in the hall and we'll have the last session today. Thank you so much.
field. We all have to understand the current scenario, the current laws, and get ourselves up to date with whatever knowledge is available. And I think what I'm going to share today is more on what technology is available, what we have, what we do, and then I have another session tomorrow where I'll be covering more on backlog management and automation. So without further ado, so I'm Ashish Upreti. I'm the country manager for Magnet Forensics. It's a US-based firm. I've been doing this for about 14 years now, a bit over 14 years. Been with Magnet for about 4 years now. And it just started. I mean, this is a story that a lot of my peers here might have heard a lot of times, but I'd like to share this every time I'm presenting anywhere because I started as a commerce student. I had no clue what a computer was. And I remember the first client interaction I had when I joined this field. We were implementing some hardware and softwares for a client. It was a software that we were implementing and with a forensic workstation. And then, he's still my mentor, retired now. So he asked me, what is the RAM capacity of this forensic workstation? And I said, what is RAM? Right. From there to have come to a place, to a point where I take a lot of sessions on crime scene acquisition using open source tools, crime scene acquisition on a shoestring budget, because that's where I feel is one of the most neglected area right now. And it is the most important aspect of the entire investigation. If you are able to get data on a live crime scene, you would probably get the best out of your entire evidence. And again, we have to do this with the standard operating procedures. Every instance, every evidence might have a different way. We have to keep the SOPs up to date every time. Also a small fact, I was born in Kohima, Nagaland, so it feels more like home. And brought up across Northeast, so I spent some time in Manipur, and then I did my schooling from Shillong. So it's such a wonderful thing to be back here and speaking, here about Magnet Forensics. So Magnet Forensics is a US-based firm. We develop a lot of different softwares, tools, and we also assist a lot of law enforcement agencies. This is, again, not about selling tools. It is only about letting you know what technology and what tools are available. We are happy to assist you in different cases. We have full version trials available, so necessarily you don't have to buy anything upfront. If there are any important cases related to, say, child sexual abuse, terrorism-related cases, I mean, we are always happy to help you in your investigation with our tools and technology available. Again, another story that I'd like to point out here is how Magnet started. I'll go into the tool. We have a boot down, so we'll have time for that. But Jad Salaiba, who's our founder, CEO, he himself was a law enforcement officer. He was working the child sexual abuse related cases, and then he was diagnosed with cancer, and then he came back. He recovered, he came back. He was sent to the digital forensic lab where he found out that there were some traditional tools which were not focusing on the internet related artifacts. And this was back in 2008, 2009 when internet had actually started booming and every crime had something or the other to do with internet. So he developed a small software called JAD software, later on which was called Internet Evidence Finder, which was not commercial tool. Back then it was an open source tool. And from there, he basically came together with a lot of people from BlackBerry, because BlackBerry had just shut down, and there was, Adam, who's our CEO, he was with BlackBerry, and then they formed Magnet Forensics. And the reason I share this story is, Jad was not into digital forensics, and today, Magnet Forensics has a global presence of almost 5,000 plus, users across 198 countries. So we don't need to be scared of these tools and technologies. You have to actually just jump in. We all learn through experiences, and this is, this has been such a wonderful journey for me personally, and I'm sure, like all of us who are involved in this field, every day is different, every investigation is different, and you know this better than anyone else. How things have changed over time. Today, 90% of any cases that you work on will have some kind of digital evidence. Traditionally, how we worked, how I have seen this changes working with different agencies across India, and I'm also managing some of the SAARC nations. And I've seen that, about 6 years back, every cases that the investigating agencies were working on had, say, about, couple of hard drives, say 1 or 2 mobile phones, and these used to be like the basic feature phones, some cloud data very rarely. But then now, fast forward 5 years, there is data everywhere. And I don't have to really go deep into this because we've been hearing, this throughout the day. But this is, very interesting when you think of it in a way where I normally ask this question, but today we don't have this time. But, I follow a lot of ongoing cases, and I'm sure you must have heard of, cases like there's a case pending in Supreme Court, US, where the only evidence in the entire crime scene was a smart speaker, right, Alexa. You remember, these smart speakers, when they were just launched, did not have a mute button on the mic. So the Supreme Court, there was a murder which happened. Supreme Court said that, okay, they reached out to Amazon saying that we need data because we know your device is always on listening mode. So they're pretty sure that something is being stored on that device, right? Then now we have started having all those mute buttons in these smart devices. Talk about PlayStations. There are cases where people were actually interacting through a PlayStation, which you can do, right? You can call somebody on a PlayStation. You can chat with people on across globe in a PlayStation. So I really not necessarily have to use any applications, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, to basically communicate with everyone, right? So there was a case that I was working with one of the agencies where they found out data on a Google Pay, right? So most of the tools where we work on, they would basically extract data thinking that, okay, these are the chat application where we can extract data from these chat applications, but then we would overlook data which might have been there on the device, right? Then we have to go into the traditional forensic way where, you would just keep the phone, start clicking pictures of the data that is there on the device. And interestingly, the chat was actually happening on Google Pay, which all these forensic tool does not recognize as a chat application. It's a payment application. So this is where I wanted to just give you an oversight of how things have fundamentally changed in last 5-6 years. So Magnet Forensics has a lot of products. I'll just focus on a couple of products today. So the first product that I'd like to focus on, and this is again my area of expertise, live forensics, which is, today with all the encryption that has come in, there are so many labs, forensic labs, who are actually facing problems because we do have standard operating procedures, but the thing is, we need to update those standard operating procedures, every couple of months, I would say, or every quarter, because encryption would change. There are new updates. We need to know whenever there's a live machine, what kind of encryption is there on that machine, and we cannot leave a lot of footprints on that machine. So how do we use tools? There are a lot of open source tools available that you can use as a law enforcement agency to basically extract, whatever data is available on a live machine. Then there are commercial tools where you can basically analyze all of that data and, make make a case out of that, data. But extraction, acquisition is the most important part here. So we have a tool called Outrider. Again, this is a, commercial tool, but I would say not very expensive. But then we have a lot of free tools as well that can be used along with this. So what what I'd like to do is I'd like to run a quick demo of this Magnet Outrider just to give you a gist of what these tools do. And then we have another tool called Magnet Axiom. Now, like I mentioned, there's been so much of evidence across. How do you make sense of all that evidence? So the most important part here is to have all this evidence. Say, if I'm a suspect, I would have a couple of mobile phones, maybe 2 laptops, a lot of pen drives, hard drives. I'd have a lot of cloud. I might be using a lot of cloud services. But how would you make sense of all that data? I could extract. I could use multiple tools. And when I talk about multiple tools, there's always a toolkit approach. And the example I take for the people who know about PUBG or have played a first-person shooting game, and most of you would know, because you're in law enforcement, when you're being trained on arms, firing guns. There are you'd need a handgun for certain things. you need a sniper for certain things, you need an assault rifle for certain things. So there is always a toolkit approach. There is no one tool which does it all, right? So you need to basically combine all these tools to understand how you can extract the data, and this comes with experience, right? When you have used multiple tools, you would know that, okay, in these kind of scenarios where I need to investigate email or I need to do a live forensics, there are a couple of tools which might get me to the data faster, right? So all those things comes into a single platform where we are able to build connections, timeline, right? You'll see a file, so I'll just quickly, in another 5 minutes, I'll jump into one of the extraction that I've already done. So if you can look at this particular extraction, basically this is Outrider. So what this has done is, I've actually added a local drive, which is about a 512 GB drive, and a mobile phone, my own phone, which is again a 238 GB phone, right? So now it took me about 4 minutes and 33 seconds to scan this device, and it does not give me a complete, data of what, everything that is there on this device, but it gives me a gist of whether this particular device is important for my case or not, and this will really help you prioritize. So basically, if there are any application related to cryptocurrency, if I'm using or accessing dark web on my devices, if there are any anti-forensic application, what are the Wi-Fis, and this could be really interesting because it gives me all the Wi-Fis that I've connected to, along with the password. So, during your interrogation, you can use this. If somebody says that, okay, I've not been to, say, for example, Nepal in last month, but then you found out that, this person had connected to a Wi-Fi in a particular hotel or, airport, railway stations. So that kind of information would be available to you immediately. You can see that there are a lot of call logs, contact information here. Again, we are not doing a complete extraction. This is just a quick scan to give you an idea whether or not the suspect or the device is important. Another thing here is, in one case, if you have, say, 10, 15 devices, how do you prioritize this, right? I might have a case where, say, I'm working a child sexual abuse related case, and there could be some really, strong evidence on hard drive number 8. Now, if I go through the standard operating procedure and start from hard drive 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, it is going to take me months. And people who are working on this field, they know, right, it takes a lot of time. Imaging, extraction, analysis, all of that takes a lot of time. So what this does is, in about 3-4 minutes, it will scan the drive for you. It'll tell you that, okay, hard drive number 8 has some evidence which you can prioritize. So now instead of going from 1 to 8, I'll prioritize hard drive number 8 first, and then move on to the rest of the evidences. So this is where this kind of tools will help you. Again, I'll share my contact details. I'm available on the booth below, so I'll be happy to give you a live demonstration, product trial, if you want to use this. And how do you make sense of all this data? This is where our another tool called Magnet Axiom, which is being used by a lot of law enforcement agencies across. So what this does is it will compile everything. I have a couple of mobile phones, a system, cloud data, everything into one case. Right now, when I go to the artifact view, say I'm just taking a quick example of a document. Say this is a case where you want to know, how a suspect says that, okay, I've downloaded an image. But then he says that, no, this is not something that I have downloaded, but the auto download option was on my WhatsApp. So this was accidentally downloaded on my phone, right? But then what happens is, using these kind of technology where I have integrated all this data into a single platform, I go to a particular document, say a PDF file. I'll just take another 2 minutes. If this works. So this is normally a presentation curse. I just worked on this like 5 minutes back, and it's, anyway. So anyway, what it does is, it will build a connection across your devices. Now it will tell me where this file was downloaded from. It is fine. The person downloaded that image from his WhatsApp. It will tell you if that particular evidence or that file was stored in different places, right? Say it was saved in my D drive, E drive. It was also uploaded to cloud. Now you have some idea that this person has accidentally not downloaded this file. He was saving these files in multiple locations. It will also tell you whether this particular file was shared with multiple people. So building connection is important. Timeline. I get a lot of calls. I still get a lot of calls on there's a particular case where somebody has connected a pen drive to a machine, and we want to know what was copied in that duration, right? My answer to them is we cannot know what was copied on that pen drive in that duration unless you have that pen drive with you. But what you can get is, once I build the timeline, I would know when that pen drive was last connected to that machine. I'd know that duration, and I can build a timeline across that duration. Say, for example, a person comes to your office at 5:30, connects a pen drive to your machine, and in 5:32 he removes the pen drive. So I would like to know what was happening in that 2 minute in that particular system. So it will tell you which files and folders were opened in that 2 minutes window. If I've installed any software in that machine, if I've opened any file, modified any file. So all these kind of information, there are so many filters that we can use, whether it's facial recognition, there is AI. Again, we don't have enough time to go through everything, and I would like to just pass this on to the other speakers. I'll be speaking on automation tomorrow, but I'll again share my contact details for any one of you who would like to take help from us, or there is a case that you're working on. If we could help you, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish, for your presentation and taking us through the innovations that magnetic forensics are, taking forward. Next speaker is Mr. Abhijit, who is the CTO of Pi Labs. He will be speaking on from ransomware to deepfakes, navigating the latest cyber threats with cutting-edge forensics and case studies. Over to you, sir.
This will connect, right? Yeah, I'll connect. Good evening, everyone. I'm Abhijit Jilpelwar, CTO and co-founder of PiLabs.ai. PiLabs is into deepfake detection, and coincidentally, that's my topic for today. And first of all, I'm very excited to be here. This day was quite a learning for us. We are a newbie in this space, recently started and all, especially in the cyber, but the product is mature. So basically, today I'll be talking about a new kind of threats, which is a deepfake. And deepfakes are becoming increasingly realistic. Reason being, the technology is improving. Every day, there is a new tool, there is a new model which is available in the market, which produces a better result than the one which is maybe yesterday, right? So the technology is evolving at the fast pace. Technology has become a cheaper for any nefarious element to take up any, download any model, use it, maybe a simple Mac machine, and generate a very realistic deepfake. It could be audio, it could be video or images. The processing has become very cheaper. If they don't have hardware, they can log into an online system and generate a deepfake in minutes by maybe paying 50 rupees to 300 rupees, and you're done. So today I'll be talking about, it's kind of more of awareness. What is a deepfake, how those are generated, and how they are basically becoming a threat. So deepfakes, as I was discussing, it's an AI-generated models to train to detect such deepfakes. Technology behind is AI, machine learning, and there's another type of models that are becoming popular now, GANs. Basically, those are able to generate faces which don't exist in today's world. So that kind of a advancement is happening in the technology. So we used to, our parents used to tell us, जो आप आँखों से देखते हो और कानों से सुनते हो, believe that that's the truth.
But now that has been changing. What you see and listening today is not equal to believing. Because of deepfakes, because of how technology has improved, how it has becoming a very realistic and a kind of a challenge for the investigation, for the cyber, for the digital, for basically frauds, basically even for a personal attacks can be engineered using a deepfake. So some of the techniques which I'm talking about is a face swap. Face swap is something you take one person's face, superimpose on another's body, and then you have a new, you have basically created a face swap. Or you can do a face reenactment. That means copying an expression of a person and taking that onto the video. So how that can be useful is as if I'm talking here, whatever my facial expressions are there, they can be copied and then used with another speaker. So whatever I'll say, as if that guy is mimicking that. So you can create a very realistic lip sync solution. Voice cloning is another area which is becoming very, very easy to basically use as well. Now, earlier used to need around minutes of voice samples from a person to clone his voice. Now that has reduced to 10 seconds. So you have a voice from a person which is only for 10 seconds. You can use that information and create a voice clone of that person. And once you have a clone, then script is in your hand. Whatever you want to say, that person will say. So that's the kind of becoming a challenge. What are the risks and consequences of this, right? So first is financial frauds. Now we have been hearing this kind of news that person was duped with a certain amount of money and deepfake was involved and etc. Right? So and also it can be one of the things that we are also hearing from the enterprises is a KYC. For example, imagine this government sends a huge amount of money, spends huge amount of money on a Dhan Gana Yojana, right? So imagine if deepfakes are being used and fake accounts have been created and a lot of exchequer's money goes into those fake accounts. And that's happening, it seems. A lot of KYC companies we are working with, they are coming back saying that there are possibilities, still loopholes are there, using a deep fake, they are able to basically create a fake accounts and all, and the KYC companies are not able to prevent that. There could be a false narrative created. We have seen during the elections and all, that a lot of false narratives were spread on a social media, and this can also be coming from within the country or outside of the country. People with different vested interest can use this media to influence a certain narrative. Impact on a crime investigation, fabrication of false evidences, and which can hinder the investigation, right? It could take longer than because of all this false media which is available with you. It could damage a reputation, which we have seen through a social media engineering. It's very easy these days. And now those nefarious elements have got deepfake in their hand. So it has become even easier to basically damage a certain person's reputation. Security threats. So basically, it could also mean deepfake can be used to overwhelm the intelligence. There can be a lot of false information which can be spread, which then the intelligence is basically overwhelmed with all that false information and trying to find out which is fake and which is real and all. So these are some of the case studies that which is popular. Maybe a lot of you would have already seen. This Kerala event or the Kerala case has happened last week itself, where a person impersonating as a colleague called him. That was a video call, and the person thought he is speaking to a colleague, and he transferred 40K to the account. Later he realized there's something wrong here, and then the investigation started. When police went and tried to track that account, they found large sum of money lying in that account, which is basically acquired using the similar means. There was similar incident happened with the 79-year-old victim in Mumbai. He got a call saying that from Dubai, impersonating his son is crying, and he claimed that whatever he heard is his son who's crying, and then there was a request for money, and he simply transferred because you don't want to see your relatives in distress, right? So in such cases, you don't apply minds, you don't think, you simply go ahead and then transfer money. Similarly, deepfake of Ukrainian president, that was quite famous. And Hong Kong, a finance guy actually transferred $25 million. Imagine the kind of amount which was transacted on a deepfake call. He thought he's talking to his MD, and then he simply transferred money without verifying anything and followed the step, and the company lost $25 million. So this is the kind of possibilities which are becoming true now, because the technology has become so advanced that you need a similar tool to combat such technology. So you can see this effects everywhere in all the industries, and these are some statistics which all consulting companies put together. This is from KPMG, which they are saying there's an estimated loss of $6 billion possible this year, and this is increasing every year. So quickly, I'm part of company Pi Labs, who is working on a tool called Authentify, which basically detects the deepfake. We are downstairs, and if anyone interested in seeing the demo and all, happy to take you through. That's all from my side. Thank you very much, and thanks again for inviting us to be here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhijit, for your insights. Now we would like to welcome Mr. Vikram Khalate, IPS, IG CID, Nagaland Police. Sir will be talking about beyond the likes and shares and advanced techniques in the social media investigation. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, all of you. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to Neelit, Director Mr. Lanu, and the kind of initiative they have taken. Dignitaries on dais, my fellow colleague officers, guests from outside. This is, of course, in Nagaland time, though it's late, I can understand. We are still here and going very patiently and strongly in this workshop. It's very, very interesting. Now, actually, I feel the session comes wherein all these techniques, technologies, whatever they have bought, the real application is with police. Because we are the one who is going to actually execute and implement whatever they have presented to us. So all these multiple different initiatives and the advances in the social media, cybercrime, and advanced techniques regarding the investigation, very happy to know about it. Some of them, or many of them, even these days, majority of the agencies are using. Even Nagaland Police is also not behind. We are also using these kind of tools and techniques. So now here, the role of a policeman becomes very crucial and important, because unless and until we understand this is for what and how to use and how to put it in a manner which goes very properly to the court as evidence, without any breaking, that is, we call it as a chain of custody of evidence, and without any hampering or tampering with the seizure materials. That is what is very crucial. Because there are limitations for agencies when it comes to collection of data and evidence, particularly digital, to maintain a chain of custody. So herein, they are telling there are right blockers, this, that. But which way actually it is going to be used in a real-time investigation, that is a crucial question, which I feel as an investigation officer, which needs to be answered. Now herein, what I feel NILIT's role becomes very crucial, like they can train the police officers. Again, like where these equipments will be with all FSLs, or how many FSLs have procured them, and which way these FSLs are now generating the reports through these all these things. Now for an investigation officer to directly use these techniques on ground, we have to have a absolute understanding of a chain of custody of evidence. What is I feel as a officer who has worked almost 9 years in investigation with NIA. So there these all things becomes very, very crucial. So I will just go with what exactly we do in social media, cybercrime and advanced techniques in investigation, and then we will just go with the Nagaland specific scenario a little bit, what kind of crimes we are coming across, and what kind of things are taking place in Nagaland. So there is a steady increase in cybercrime in the state of Nagaland due to the increasing use of IT in our day-to-day lives. Everyone has mentioned all these things. State cybercrime PS, in PHQ 2015 we made. District Cyber Cell established in 12 districts in 2019. Cyber security headed by Superintendent of Police rank officer is established in 21. Now the Cyber Lab cum training center at PTH Chumukdima is there since 2019. More than 250 police personnel we have trained. Cyber Forensic Division is at FSL Dimapur, and regular training of cyber investigation, both offline and online, we are attending. Particularly I4C, which is a new platform devised by MHA, is coming out fantastically well. And that I4C platform, every week, they are engaging many police officers throughout the country in a different kind of cyber frauds, different kind of cyber crimes, and different kind of social media related crimes. So all those, I am encouraging my officers from PHQ, they are attending all those sessions, and even we are part of certain selected sessions. So therein lot of advances have been taken with the initiative from I4C MHA in this thing. So in investigation, like advanced tools since morning, in multiple different sessions, they have talked about OSINT, they have talked about data extraction, they have talked about your social media analysis tools, then even we went up to deep fake, then your Tor browsers, then we went up to all things we have touched almost all the chords. But now actually when it comes to the investigation, which we what we exactly follow, say for example a sequence as an investigation officer. So is the OSINT tools we use here I9 Cynic, we use just data mining and web scraping also we do in certain crimes. We just do the examples which we get very easily because we all know the now mobile phone or a telephone is a part of our body. It's a part and parcel of our body. It's like one organ. If you just keep it away for up an hour also, you will feel it like you are doing or missing something very big, like you are not having one part of your body. So that way it has become so crucial. And why cybercrime is really dominating the whole space at a country level and the scenario, because the kind of cases and crimes, because as a IGP CID, SP Cyber works with me. We are having cyber police station, and multitude of different kind of crimes are coming up, and wherein we have seen the way by which the scenario is fully getting dominated with these cyber related activities and the cybercrime. As very aptly said previously in one of the sessions, or after 2015-16, in every crime is having some cyber footprint. You just can't shy away or go away or keep it away. Say for example, even it's a terrorist related offense. There will be usage of mobile, there will be usage of some secret gadget, there will be usage of some secret kind of a, say for example, communication method with the help of those browsers, with the help of those applications which are non-traceable by the security agencies. So there will be footprint. There is no need that it's actually a bank related fraud or it's actually a directly internet related fraud, but everywhere there is something of a cyber element is involved. That one must understand that these days we all being a police officers of some seniority, so we have to first get it, it's very easy to understand, also not that difficult. We have to first understand what exactly is it, then how it all operates, and For that thing, we can have more and more training sessions, and for those kind of things we have to do. Because within 5 years down the line with this new criminal laws in place, that is Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, then Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, and Bharatiya Saksh Adhiniyam. So all these 3 laws in place, if you see the kind of requirements that every state has to be equipped with a full-fledged cyber kind of a support system, because there should not be any breach of data, there should not be any wrong way of collecting the data, and it's mandatory to videography of the scene of crime, it's mandatory to take the even sometime the 161 statement in a videographic mode, that is also permitted. Again, you have to keep all those, whatever you have taken or whatever you have taken as a digital evidence, you can even depose it through video conferencing mode. There is no need for a IO to go to the court every time. So multiple things which have been introduced by keeping in mind the changing scenario in the country. So all those things, if we have to implement, then we have to have the absolute knowledge and clarity about the kind of instruments they have come up with, the kind of support systems they have come up with, and then how to accommodate it in the police fraternity or into our day-to-day investigations without any hampering, tampering with the evidence and a breach of data and maintaining chain of custody. So all those things we have to have look into. So the responsibility on police officers as a SPs, as a commandant, or as a DIG or SGs has multifold now after this, particularly after this new laws in place. So here I would like to say institutions like NILET, they can come forward and they can put more focus on training. It is so simple and so easy, I tell you. There is nothing to have a kind of this thing behind at the back of mind, like how we will get acquainted with the technology at this juncture. Nothing. What is there in extraction? They just take out a data and they give it to you. But unless and until as a police officer, you understand what is the use of that particular video clip, how to put it into your charge sheet as evidence, because ultimately police officer has to write the charge sheet. It is not that cyber technical people are going to write the charge sheet. They don't know anything. They will just do the extraction, they will give it to you. Now you have to understand, you have to analyze what exactly in that particular, how to link it. It's very important. Unless until you are in position to link, you are not in position to put it in a manner which judge can understand, which court can understand. So why our responsibility increases as a police officer? And whatever is happening, this is happening, I feel 90% for us only. Because without us doing these kind of things and implementing it, it is of no use. So here, what I feel, investigation becomes very important. The role of investigation officer becomes very important. Say for example, even FSL also, they just give extracted reports. There is nothing in the reports. So many times, unless and until you understand what exactly and how to use that report in your charge sheet, how to write, so that art, that skill we have to develop. And it's very easy, I tell you, it's nothing difficult. Since morning, whatever is going on, rather the things have made and become so easy these days. Of course, it was difficult some couple of years back, but now since so many tools are available, just you give your mobile number, you will get to know how many UPI IDs linked with your mobile number. You will get to know which Facebook account you are using. You will get to know what are the other social media apps you are using. So only a single search, it takes only 10-15 rupees. Say for example, there is an app, Sainik. You just put a mobile number, you just put an email, you will get all different footprints of that particular individual on the social media. So easy. Get a print, just study. Then that is not evidence, you all know. Yes, you just got some investigational leads. Now you have to convert it into evidence. Now how to create it in the evidence? That is a next part, and that is a challenge where police officers have to have an understanding. So now once you do the, say for example, with the help of UFED or Mobile DIT, MD services, MSAB, which we use here in Nagaland Police, then once you get the data, then through CMS also you get some information. We are having a monitoring tools, you are having surveillance tools, we are having ProSoft solutions for financial data analysis, we are having Nexus app for searching database for the connectivity, we are having Max Alert and Google Forms. So once you get this, now what to do with this? Now we have to first send a preservation request. Say for example, you want to extract the data of an email. So how to extract the data of an email? If the accused is in your custody, if he voluntarily discloses his password, then you are in position to download that particular data in front of independent witnesses. That is possible. You draw a memorandum and you get it done. But now with this privacy clause coming in, and if accused is saying, oh, I'm not going to disclose my password, and if he comes with a good lawyer, then you don't have any option but to leave it like that. But you can't leave it like that. So then what you do? You just like make a request to Google to preserve the data. This is not only for email, it is for any account, Facebook, social media, WhatsApp, whatever is the account. So Google preserves is for 90 days first. So once the preservation request is sent, you are having a nodal officers of all, WhatsApp, Google, Facebook, everyone like Meta now. So you are having nodal officers, you make a requisition to them as a police officer. So once they receive the LEA's request, then what you ask, ask for a like account related details such as phone number, then IP logs connected with the social media, etc. You ask them. Then you have to identify of the suspect and accused. We have to first establish his identity. If he's a suspect, if he's in your custody, then you already know it. Then the next level is like you can make a legal communication or a channel. There is a like mutual legal assistance treaties signed between different nations, and there is a legal rogatory. These two channels are open for investigation officers. So you just can make a communication with, say for example, if Gmail is based in USA, so you can make a commission with US DOJ. What is US DOJ? US Department of Justice. So through MHA, through your state of Nagaland, it goes to MHA. MHA sends it to US DOJ. Then US DOJ convince their jury that so and so information has been sought from India. So you have to first establish the probable clause, because they will ask why you need this information, what kind of crime this person have committed in India. So you have to convince that jury. So for that purpose, you have to send it in a very appropriate manner and very pointed questions. So once they are convinced, then their jury allows the US DOJ to extract the data or take the data from Google, and they send it back to the concerned state or concerned investigation agency. So this is a channel they follow. So officially, there are ways to take out these things. Now, these tools are helping you to get that kind of things directly. Now, when you are taking it directly, so then you have to be like, having some limitations that how to put it or how to make it into evidence, because unless and until it is taken in an appropriate manner, you are not in position to present it as evidence in the court, because that will be definitely contested. So here, like, we have to devise a mechanism wherein all these things can be accommodated in a manner that it can be presented without any breakage and without any damage to the chain of custody to the court, what is required as per a police end. What is my understanding of these particular things. Now just we are going to the next level, like what are the typology of crimes. We all know hacking is out here, happens in Nagaland. Many social media accounts and all those get hacked. That is for the purpose of extorting money, for restoration of a account they ask the money, then because of a personal enmity, then because of mischief, then impersonation, then promote advertisements, then contact friends and asking for a financial help. Modus operandi is send a malicious URL, APK files, and phishing. So you just get a malicious file in your mobile, you click it and you get hacked. So WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, then hacking is common in these particular profiles. This is common out here, which we are noticing. Then sextortion is there. We all know like contact is made through Facebook, WhatsApp, or Insta. Then chats and video calls made with the unknown girls. Then they will just like shed their clothes and they will ensure that you are getting videographed in that particular this thing. And then they will like blackmail you for money on the basis of a private pictures which we have taken. Then men are generally victim out here in Nagaland. Typology of crime, this is third one is online relationship. Like they will just say ki, I wanted to be friend with you, or I wanted to get into wedlock with you. They will make a friendship. Then that relation like someone just like those like we are innocent and even they are even feeling it like to get into that kind of relation. They will just like respond to that, and then fraudsters will say ki, oh, I have made mistake, I have sent some costly gift to you, but it has been now like caught at a Delhi airport because of some customs, and now I need to do the custom clearance, otherwise if it is not happening, first they will take a kind of a victim this thing, then they will start even you pressurizing. Like recently one case which we cracked, there is 20 lakh one lady loss. She went on to paying one fraudster who was probably Nigerian. We could trace many different accounts in which this money has been sent, and we could call many different people throughout India with the help of their KYC details from the banks and all that, and they agreed. They just said ki the fraudster has promised them to give a job. So on pretext of getting some easy money, they have allowed him to use their identity and allowed that fraudster to use their bank account. The fraudster will ensure the money goes to those accounts, then those accounts again send it to next account. So they are doing a absolute layering. So it's very difficult to reach to the fraudster. And once you send the money, immediately within a certain time, it has been withdrawn. So now, yes, of course, I will come to how to tackle this. I have made one slide on that, how to sort out these issues. So this is online relationship fraud. Then there is a obscene picture and video circulation. So private pictures and videos taken while, I think someone was telling, it is going to be a big trouble, because no one knows like which kind of video they can make with the help of your available pictures on social media. And the same videos can be sent directly one day to your phone, because there is a algorithm which keep on understanding and making a kind of very easy, like the way by which it was told in one of the presentations. So it becomes so difficult, so like it is always said ki you have to have that social media discipline. So taken while in relationship, after relationship ends, the main post the picture videos in social media. This is also very common, which I have found out here. Then many cases go unreported and insist non-filing of FIRs due to the victim reputation is at stake. So this also happens with cybercrime. Cases of mock pictures of women being circulated for revenge on solicit sexual favors. So Government of Nagaland has empowered IGP CID and district SPs to take down the obscene content from the social media. So typology of crime, cyberbullying, it is also out here, sometime it happens. Then another typology is cyber stalking. Here also, like generally here women are victim, then sometime like the complaints received and compromised without filing a FIR, this also. Then another is fake news and rumors is one of the things which like AI generated content also can be one of the causes of this kind of thing nowadays, because it's very easy for anyone to use your deep fake, what was told in the last slides only. So this is the one. Now how to do the redressal? Nagaland Police is empowering general public to approach immediately in case they are victims of cybercrime through its social media handles, namely FB page, Instagram, Twitter and WhatsApp. Online complaints can be filed at National Cybercrime. This is very good portal. NCRP portal is there. And regarding financial frauds, 1930 helpline is there. I would like to tell you, like nowadays, we are having such a fantastic way of investigating these cyber crimes because of the available tools, because of our good communication with all the stakeholders, particularly with the banks, and thirdly, with even those who are actually instrumental into this social media related things. So in very short time, we can freeze those kind of accounts. We can even take down their pages. So it depends the way by which or how fast the victim approaches the LES. That is what I feel, that time is very important. Then few tips for social media, like someone told in the morning, you have to use a double password or even triple password, but never click URL links, APK files sent through WhatsApp social media platform by unknown persons. Then password, use a strong password. Then never share, post, forward your private pictures to anyone. Use two-factor authentication for social media accounts. Then refrain from posting, forwarding any information which we normally tell to the general public. This just I am telling what we are doing. And in conclusion, I would like to say cybercrime in Nagaland happened due to the major reason like lack of awareness, gullible nature, then creating awareness to have informed public for preventing cybercrime in Nagaland. Nagaland Police endeavors to improve its capacity building, both in human resource and technological support system for investigation of cybercrimes. So thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights and how, and appreciating the efforts that NILET has put in through various projects. Thank you for recognizing our efforts. Now, our next speaker is Mr. Akash Verma, Head of Cyber Forensic Services, Tata Advanced Systems. Also a great supporter to our initiative. Sir will be speaking on data recovery after deletion, formatting and erasing. Interesting. Challenges and techniques. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Nilit. Thank you, Government of Nagaland, for giving us opportunity to speak in front of you. So I am Akash Verma from Tata Advanced Systems Limited. First, I would like to tell you about my company. Tata Advanced Systems is basically a defense manufacturing company, private company, under the Tata Sons Group. And recently we have stepped into homeland security, cyber security and cyber forensics in last few years. So we have presence pan-India, as you can see on the screen. So we are primarily making vehicles, aerospace products like aircrafts, F-16 fuselage and different other defense related parts and weapon systems. So my division, cyber security and physical security division, we are basically making we are doing system integration for cyber security and cyber forensic solution. So we have team of more than 300 people in our company in cyber security and cyber forensic. So these are the few center of excellences on which we are working upon. So managed detection and response, VAPT, we are certain impaneled. We do identity access management, cyber forensic, which I am taking care of, email security, OT, manufacturing security, manufacturing company and power plant security, that is what we also take care of, cyber range, endpoint security. So these are the few verticals. I don't want to deep dive into each of the verticals, but maybe we have a booth downstairs. You can come down and we can discuss on all these aspects. So team has got few industry leading certifications, as you can see, in cyber security and cyber forensics. So today I would be talking about very essential topic which all of us usually misses. So we have industry experts, scientists and police officers, and we have other people from NILET and scientific experts. So but I think that this is something which we usually miss. So one is deletion, one is formatting, which we use daily in our daily terminology. Deletion, format, drive format kar diya, pen drive we have formatted, wipe kar diya, erase kar diya. So all these words looks very similar, but they have entire different meaning. So I'll come up with a example, a smaller example. Like consider this room as an examination hall, as a hard drive, which has a list written outside this gate, entrance gate, which has names and seat numbers of each of us given there. So what happens is, when I am saying that I am deleting that file on that particular pen drive, so what is happening is, I am just deleting the name on that particular file, which is particular list which is there outside. If I am saying that I am doing formatting of that file, data is still there, so I am just resetting that list which is kept outside. And if I am saying that I am doing wiping of that entire drive, that what is happening is I am overwriting random characters on these chairs which you can see here, so that Shaurya cannot be recognized, person X cannot be recognized, person Y cannot be recognized. So that's why wiping can be done. So there are different ways and means of doing wiping, deletion, erasing. We'll discuss in our next slides. Simple deletion, which I just told you. Deletion, formatting. So there are techniques to delete, which we usually do. Shift, delete, delete, enter. Formatting, maybe what we do is we right click, we go for the formatting, quick format, and a regular format, which takes a lot of time. But there are certain tools to do it. Usually when we sanitize the data, when we basically keep our sanitize the drive and data for further use, for next use, what we do is we basically use some professional tools which are available in market. We are also providing such kind of tools for securely erasing the files, securely deleting the files, and so that it cannot be recoverable. That is one. Even if the data gets deleted accidentally, like, or maybe intentionally by some criminal. So there are niche tools and technologies available. and forensic tools which are available. Through them, we can able to recover the data. So if I talk about simple deletion and drive formatting, the chances are more than 90% that you will get the data if it is not overwritten. So that the part which is not overwritten will definitely be recovered. So what is wiping? So wiping is, as I just told you, that writing the random characters, zeros, ones on the sectors where the data was placed previously. If we are putting the random characters on that, then that will be known as wiping. As per US Department of Defense, so as of now, I don't think we don't have any guidelines to do that. How to wipe, there is no guideline, but there are certain NIST rules, guidelines, and there are some US Department of Defense guidelines. They say that if you wipe 35 times a single hard drive or single pen drive, then only the data becomes unrecoverable. Otherwise, there are chances that some certain portion of data gets recovered. Like, I would take an example. Suppose Mr. X, Y, Z are sitting here, and I am writing with X, 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 X on all the seats. So what will happen is, X will overlap on X, and X will get recovered. So maybe part of that file will get recovered. So that is how data recovery happens. There are open source tools, command line based tools, and there are advanced high technical tools, forensic tools available. I think you can visit the booths in the downstairs, and we have got everything there. One more technique is degaussing and erasure. So erasure and degaussing is nothing but to put, it is very less commonly used these days because the drives are now solid state drives, pen drives, chip based drives, silicon based drives. So when silicon based drives are not there, magnetic tape was there. जो बड़े वाले hard drives, if you can remember, SATA type hard drives, ID type hard drives, which was a platter inside it. So that platter can be wiped off if we can keep it in high magnetic field. So degaussing is nothing, just if you put your hard drive, magnetic drive or tape under the influence of a strong magnetic field, the data becomes unrecoverable. In certain cases, it has been seen that if degaussing not happens very well, then we can able to recover certain type of data, certain amount of data. And I think considering that little time today, and we have already crossed the Nagaland standard time, so I would be open for questions after this, and I hope we should meet in downstairs in my booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Dr. Triveni Singh, IPS, former SP Cybercrime, UP, and Advisor Risk Management to PwC India, to give his talk on crypto crimes and blockchain forensic trends, tactics, and prevention.
Good evening to you all. Thank you, Nilit, that I am here. So I would like to discuss more about expertise, domain knowledge that is there in the police department, and what skill set is required to investigate the cybercrime. So I would like to discuss two cases recently I investigated 1 year back. One case in which 4,200 crore rupees scam was exposed. So how it is started? A girl got a message on her mobile number. She clicked on certain number. She was directed to WhatsApp, and then from there to Telegram, and from there to a particular website, and then she was defrauded for 2.2 lakh rupees. The case was registered. When I investigated the case, I found that the magnitude was not 2.2 lakh, but it was 4,200 crore rupees. And the entire money was going to China, 97% money was going to China. And the handlers and the criminals, they were sitting inside China. They were not from India. But how they were operating, it's very interesting. The Department of Telecommunication and, TRI Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, they have created a DLT platform, distributed ledger technology. I mean, it's a blockchain based platform to control SMS, bulk SMS. So what they were, Chinese handler, they recruited some mule account here, and they were using the credential of some street hawker. They created a particular entity. Then they got the SMS header. Then they got approved their SMS template. And they outsourced this task to bulk SMS service provider. Bulk SMS service provider was there in Dubai. So he was getting instruction from China. The instruction was going to Dubai. They were sending messages in millions on daily basis, because you know that because of the data breach, each and every number is there in the dark web. Even in the underworld, you go and data scientists are there. They are selling the data. Your mail ID, your mobile number, your account number, everything is there on the sale in the dark web. Not in the dark web. Even in the open market, you go to Delhi and find lots of vendor. They are dealing into such kind of privacy-related material, So they are sending millions of messages. Out of those millions, even 2-3% are getting victim. Then you can think about the money, So what the criminals used to do, they took help of a fintech company. Fintech company is something to support the banking operation. They have created the technology platform. So against a particular nodal account, they created hundreds of virtual account number. And virtual account number nowadays is as good as bank number. So the bank account number is one. By using fintech technology, they can create hundreds, thousands of virtual account number against one particular number. And they are distributing among the cyber criminals around the India, And everyone is committing the crime. They are taking money through that virtual number. The entire money from each parts of India, the money is going to a particular nodal account in ICICI Bank. And from there, the money is going to JPay. I mean, Indian cryptocurrency exchange platform. I mean, fiat currency is being converted into cryptocurrency on Indian, cryptocurrency exchange platform. And then from there, it's going to Binance, an international cryptocurrency exchange platform. And from there, they were using the mixer technology. And by using the mixing technology, they were distributing all those 4,200 crore rupees to the private wallets. That was located, located somewhere in China, and 10% the money, it was going to Singapore and all that. Entity was registered, where the money was going, it was registered in Singapore. So you see the complexity of the crime. Criminals, they are sitting inside China. Entity registered in Singapore. SMS being sent from the Dubai. Money is for these services. Money is being paid to the Dubai bulk SMS service provider. Victims are here in India. Now you think about the complexity which police is facing. Number one, the police is not equipped to deal with such kind of cases. Number two, we don't have domain expertise. We don't know how the banking operate, So what is fintech? How the SMS service, they operate? What is DLT platform? Who is the regulator? So these are the challenges before police. That's why I always say that along with domain expertise, you have to have the cooperation of corporate sector. For example, all these service providers, they are into the forensic. Somebody is giving the cryptocurrency analysis tool. Somebody is into dark web. Somebody is cyber forensic, hard disk, damaged media forensic, CSAM forensic. These are the corporate sector. Without their assistance, we cannot investigate the case, because when we are recruited into the police department, we have to run fast, we have to do physical exercise, you have to qualify. By choosing option, we may be from the Sanskrit, Hindi, and we will be IPS officer or some police officer. But once you are into the police officer, the nature of crime has completely changed, Last year, I investigated a case in which 146 crore rupees was transferred from Cooperative Bank of Lucknow to criminal's account, 146 crore rupees. So the case is very simple. Agar a simple police officer goes to the crime scene, what he will do? For any transaction to happen in bank, there is need of two, maker and checker credential, you know. If somebody is compromising the maker and checker credential, he can transfer the money from there to somewhere account. The same thing criminal did. They compromised the maker and checker credentials, and then they diverted 146 crore rupees to their own account. But primarily, it looks very simple. Let's go there. Let's arrest branch manager, assistant branch manager, because they were holding the credentials of maker and checker, user ID and password, and then the case is closed. But no, the case is not that simple. When I investigated the case, I found that the criminal had installed a laptop in the switch, in the LAN network of the bank. And on that laptop, they had installed remote access tool. They had installed a CEO, they had connected it through a different network, Vodafone dongle. And then in the night, they had installed keylogger in the system of the maker and checker. And they had compromised whitelisted IP. So what they were doing, the criminal, they compromised first insider. They got the whitelisted IP. They inserted the laptop into their switched LAN network. Then by installing the keylogger, they found the user ID password of the maker and checker. And then that diverted the money, 146. Now, why I am telling it, the challenge before the police is getting more and more tough. Now, beyond, it's not simple, it's not matter of technology and tools, you know. You have to have the mastery of process, you know, the domain, how the core banking system of bank operates, how the financial operating system on which the bank is operating. You have to know, because suppose you are clicking a dot, then the log is generated on the server of the bank. If you have to investigate the case, you have to get all the details from banking server. The core banking system server, and then you can, when 99% of the police, they do not understand this process, you know. They do not understand the technology behind banking operation and all that, you know. What we are doing, we are investigating a simple number. What we are doing, we are investigating our account holder. The account is compromised. It's hired account. It's in the name of some street hawker or Jandhan account. Criminals are operating online. So what we do, we are investigating case. We are going to the account holder. We are putting them behind the bar. And now the case is closed. The fact is that now the criminal, they are using only IP. They are masking their IP. They are changing their device ID. They are changing their computer ID. They are creating the clone. They are using their defect tool to commit the crime. So my suggestion is, let's focus more and more on technology, tools, and rigorous training for the police. Rigorous, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year training should be there on the tools, on the technology, on the domain. You know, how this SMS industry operates, how the banking system operates, how this telecom infra is created, how to get the, PCAP data, how to do the analysis of the IP addresses and, CDR. Unless and until we are focusing, it's 2 days, 3 days, and 3 hours and 4 hours training is not sufficient. You know, in that 3 days training, you cannot know what is IP address, you cannot know the full form of IP address. You cannot know the CDR, you know. Deepfake, what is AI-enabled crime? So first you will have to learn artificial-enabled crime. Just to pronunciate it, you will take 2-3 months only. And we are giving training for 2-3 days, and now it's supposed to go and do the investigation. That's why, frankly speaking, senior police officers are here. Only 1% cases are being investigated. That is the reality, you know. Only 1% cases are being registered and investigated. 99% of the cases are not being looked after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. As we are already late, but still, if anyone has any questions, okay. Can somebody help me with the mic for the audience? Sir, please introduce yourself and then ask the question.
Hello. Yeah. Hello everyone, I am Advocate Pathik Muni. I am a speaker on this session tomorrow, and I practice cybercrime and data privacy. That's my core subject. Sir, my question is for you. You heading the agency which is enforcing cybercrime in this state. So, sir, while you referred that you have a system, a mechanism to help victims recover this financial fraud money, I wanted to know, does this money really get recovered through the courts, because you need the court order? So does this money really then come back efficiently, as efficiently you block this money, in the system? Just a question.
Audible? Yeah. The question is a very good question. Actually, it's a victim compensation, what we call it as. If we see in the new laws, there is a lot of stress is on, it's highly victim-centric laws. Even we have to call them, we have to make them understand where police stands and what efforts we are doing for getting them their money back, or in any investigation, we now need to tell the victims the progress. That is mandated even with new laws. So with this, what we do, like maximum, say for example, I will just go with a case study. A fraud has happened out here. A lady went on to paying around 20 lakh rupees to the different bank accounts to a fraudster. He was manipulating it through opening different accounts at different parts of countries, ranging from Lucknow to Pune to South India to everywhere. So what we did, we, like, as soon as she approached us, we first blocked the A to B, that is immediate accounts in which she has made transactions. Then we analyze, and then we went on to blocking B to C, like to which accounts again this money has went.
Correct, layers.
Yeah, so 3-4 layers to which we went. Once we block all the accounts, then number one thing we have to calculate like how much money is now there in the accounts. So we could found around 29 lakh rupees was available in the accounts. Now the next level comes, we started calling all these people through the court summons. Then they tried to approach through their lawyers, like as I said in my this thing, they again told they are the victims. Now how they are the victims? They told someone has approached us, we are the students, and literally some of them were students.
Yeah, mules, basically.
Yeah, they promised us to give a good returns if you allow us your bank account to be used. So they opened the bank accounts and they just allowed him to use their bank accounts for some 5 or 10% of points of that particular money. So once they started approaching us, now there are two options. One thing, we have to convince the court that this is the account in which, and they voluntarily told, yes, we agree, we don't have any trouble, so and so money have been received, and we are ready to pay whatever at least I got, or whatever amount balance in my account. So accordingly, with the mutual this thing, we could give a part of a compensation. So still the case is under investigation. We are now calling one after another, at least 25-30 people we have identified with the help of KYC, which we receive from the bank. It's very easy these days. You can easily get all the details of the persons which are because what is happening, I will say it's now easier rather in a way if you understand the process. Now, yes, it is a hard time to tell the court, but certain courts, like even Himachal High Court also has come out with some ruling regarding this particular thing you might be knowing.
Yes.
Like how to do the victim compensation in these kind of frauds.
Correct.
So now we are giving the same orders, we are referring to our court, and our judge is also, like, to great extent has convinced, yes, he can give such kind of order. So that way we are trying to give the victim compensation.
So what is the traditional time that is taken in Nagaland right now for recovery of these funds back in the victim's account?
It takes time actually, because you have to literally find out all those people, then you have to call them. First you have to give them notice. If they come with directly with the notice, it's okay. Otherwise you have to give like another thing, like they are violating 2-3 notices, then you have to again tell to the court, you have to get the
show cause notice.
Show cause. Then you have to get even warrant, that is a non-bailable warrants. And because it's spread across the length and breadth of country, so it takes time. But if you positively go step by step, and what is my this thing like out here, we try to tell to the general public that immediately you approach the police. So like 1930 helpline is there, which is from the end of Government of India. This is for whole country, and it's having that geofencing. So someone calling from Nagaland, it will end up in my this thing. If he calls from Assam, then it will go to Guwahati. So that way, it is really going good. But of course, we have to put a lot of efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Daniel Tong from ACRT. I took a course on Ambassador for Cybercrime, scored well online, but a week after that, my Instagram account was hacked. So we're supposed to be, very careful. But the irony is that eventually later on, I came to know that Sir Rupin Sharma's Facebook account was also hacked. In my case, I couldn't trace who did it, but could you trace out who did that for Sir Rupin Sharma's case?
His question is whether you were able to figure out who hacked Rupin Sharma sir's Instagram account. Facebook was hacked.
I'm sure he is not. He would have answered if he is here. But
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, sir. Sir, if you can quickly introduce.
I'm conscious that it's almost break-off time. So quickly, it requires a little nuanced thing because I'm trying to get to something. So I used to do procurements. In the introduction, I am General Pavan Anand. I used to be in the Corps of Engineers. 4.5 years ago, I superannuated. I worked in the private sector for 1.5 years. I was Secretary General of Highway Operators Association. Now I am with the think tank, the USI of India. I look at the Center of Emerging Technologies, which primarily focuses on cyber and AI, partially also on automation and robotics. I was in the procurement system of the Indian Army, and I used to do procurement both from the Americans and from the Russians. So FMS is a very long procedure, and the Russians is usually government to government. Now there's a huge procurement procedure that is there. Finally, we amended the DPP, the Defense Procurement Procedure. We came up with the DAP, and we said that the IT procurement has to be much faster. Now, IT is a euphemism, but we are actually talking about anything to do with probably, cyber, algorithms, anything. The cycles are so fast now that we are actually trying to catch up with criminal minds. And we are finding it actually not too easy within the army because there's such a high level of confidentiality also which we have to do. So we have people from Tata Advanced Systems over here who are telling us, I've got this, others. How have you managed to keep abreast with all this that is happening outside, with the criminal mind, and also tapping on the the persons who are actually there to help with all these tools? How have you put this whole act together? I genuinely want to learn, because then we'll need to translate it somewhat into the military as well, with a much higher level of confidentiality. One point also that I do want to add on is what Triveni ji mentioned. There is a bunch of people who is very skilled in cyber. You need a bunch of people who are skilled in, the legal aspects. Ms. Mahajan also spoke about that. And then you have to have a bunch of people who are actually the real detective minds who put all this thing together, and think like the criminal. So you have a techie, you have a chap who's actually looking at a criminal mind, and you have somebody who's putting the legal aspects together. Do you have some form of integrated teams? I know you just tried to explain it to Muni, that you reach across to everyone, but is there a case for integrated teams to be sitting, and do the numbers of cases compensate with such teams? Little bigger question, but something I really need to resolve in my mind as well.
So this question was addressed to whom, sir? Or anyone can answer?
Yeah, anybody, but I think Vikram Kalatev should be able to give us a... I know you're the target.
sir, regarding Tata and all that, so how they are integrating it, it's their domain, sir. But as a investigator, we are having different minds working together. I'm just starting with the last line. Yes, of course, we are having a separate legal team. We are having an investigation officer who is like taking all these things together. We are having a separate team for the analysis of a kind of a data which is getting recovered. And again, we are having a senior officers. They are also looking into what exactly has been put up, whether it is in tune with the requirement of law, requirement of the court, requirement of a investigation. So all these brains, we have to bring it together. In many important cases, SITs are formed. So the SIT is having a slew of officers with different seniorities. Even SIT also not work in isolation. They again take the help of legal minds as well as the technical minds. So that way, to great extent, whichever possible way, it is a combined effort, and it is always done like that in investigations. Procurement of, yeah.
I guess Dr. Triveni wanted to answer that question also, sir. Is your mic working, or should I help you?
It's a very good question. When we are talking about integrated team, so what I did in both the cases, I called expert from computer emergency response team and some technical expert whom I believe that they had the required skill. I called them from the corporate sector. And then along with them, I investigated both these crimes because technically it was very complex. As far as police is concerned, ground reality is that a sub-inspector who is dealing with the traffic problem, law and order problem, hardcore crime, murder, dakaiti, loot, he is also looking into the cyber. And cyber domain is such a complex, it's so technology intensive domain, so process, it's not only technology domain. You have to have deep understanding of the process. You have to have a good understanding of technology law, and then tools, then technology, and then DFIR expertise, like digital forensic incident response skill set. Only then you can be successful, It's completely a science in itself. And that's why I say that a different IT cadre should be created in the police department. Because ultimately the case comes to the police, and the police has to deal with. Other agency can support at the best, but we cannot make them, as of now, the law permits, we cannot make them the part of the investigation team. Unless and until we are in CBI or SFIO or some other, ED, local police, they cannot make part. Corporate sector, we cannot make them the part. Of course, the FSL are there, but the problem in FSL is that they are not well trained in cyber forensics. Cyber forensic is an emerging domain, and it's getting updated on day-to-day basis. I must say that minute-to-minute basis, technology is changing. The criminals are using proxy, they are using VPN, they are using Tor, they are using dark web. The latest technology, they are using AI technology. It's very technology intensive, and that's why the answer to your question is no. Integrated team is not there in the police department, and that's why we are not successful in cracking those cases. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other question? Yeah. I'll introduce you. That's Dr. Jayanta Singh. He is the Executive Director of NILET Guwahati and also leading the overall Assam initiatives of NILET. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I have one suggestion and one request to all the panelists and also those people who are coming from different states. The first suggestion is, like, we know that we need to change some requirement of our intake in the police and other thing, because NILET, how long we will train police people? Actually, we are developed to train is basically the youths, correct? So maybe one suggestion is we can put some, 20 to 30 hours to 500 hours type of courses to be compulsory for recruiting new recruitee, because you can see a lot of engineering students are also coming to CID and the police and other things. It's not very difficult for them. And one request that I want to have is, if you have some logs, so that we ourselves also, consider this one as a case study for developing new courses. Whatever you can suggest to us, if you pass in different forum or somewhere to our local Kohima or Guwahati, Shillong. In fact, with Nepal team, we are going to walk it. We have discussed. So that is my request, because we want to put as a case study in our syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other question from anyone? Yes. Hira, sir.
Good evening. My name is Rohit Hira. I am from Punjab Police. I just want to add something related to the freeze or refund of amount. So in the state of Punjab, we have issued a guidelines of through chairman state legal authorities and to all the district authorities. So we have issued the SOPs, and from the last, I think, 6 months, we have refunded like 5 crore rupees. Yeah. So I can share that to you. It's a month. 1 month, yeah. Just.
If I may share, like in Mumbai. Now, Mumbai judiciary, with all due respect, is slightly slower than the South India judiciary. And I don't know if you guys also face the same problem, because the judiciary in Bangalore is very efficient. They are giving out orders in matter of 10 days, 15 days. Okay, so while Mumbai police would put a lien on the bank account, okay, and by the time we actually go to the court, and by the time we have some response from the banks, okay, the money is gone, okay, because there was a court order which has come from Bangalore, okay. So my client, who actually recovered, say, 2 lakh rupees out of 4 lakh rupees that was lost, okay, now does not even have access to that 2 lakh rupees, okay, because that 2 lakh rupees is gone to some other victim, okay, duly following the process of the court, but the Bangalore court. Okay, so do you also face the same problem in Nagaland? Do you like, because I know South Indian judiciary is really fast. So.
Yeah, different judiciaries are having different pace to great extent, like because Mumbai is like to certain defense oriented kind of like. And South, it's a pro this thing, because I worked in Mumbai. I was there for 7 years with NIA. So that is the thing, like out here, I have not seen much of the issues with judiciary, and to great extent, if we convince them, we have to convince them, we have to tell them the truth, then they will come out with the order. We have to give the reference orders, so that way it works.
Okay.
And what you said is because your victim, you have like blocked one account for your victim, but the another person also is a victim of the same this thing. So he has approached to different court in South India, and he got that money taken into his account.
Absolutely.
So in this scenario, like you always have this thing to go to the High Court. You can go with the court order, the date you can tell to the High Court that already I have blocked it. Now it has been given to him, so at least 50% can be divided amongst 2.
Yes.
So you can easily go with the writ petition in the High Court.
Sir, the problem is the victim has already lost money. Okay, he is crying to pay my fees of the magistrate court. Now if I tell him High Court, okay, he is gonna kill me.
Yeah, but otherwise also
that means your fees is high.
Dude, come on. Well, I have a family to take care. Come on.
Even just as this thing, because there is an issue, and there is a clear issue, because it's an issue of a jurisdiction, you already approach, so you have created a jurisdiction over that amount.
Correct.
Now, without your knowledge, without your say taken, if it has happened, then I think you are the rightful beneficiary.
Sir, there is another big problem which is started now. Okay, through court orders, we are getting money back to the victim's account. Now, some other police from some other state is putting a lien on the victim's account, stating that, oh, this money came back to your account, so now you are layer 8. Okay, so your account also gets blocked. Okay. And then there is a bigger problem because I have to go to that state.
Hopefully, I think over the period of time, a kind of SOP or a standardization has to come.
Correct.
And I think it should come in a short time now because these kind of things are happening so distinct, as you said appropriately.
Sir, I see your views very positive, but to give you a practical sense of it, in one court premise, if there are 7 courtrooms, each follow different procedure. So in the same court, right? So, no, so what I'm saying is, it's never gonna happen, at that scale. That's the problem.
Anyone else? Okay, I guess we are done for the day. Thank you so much. I'll request our students to please facilitate our guest on stage. Starting with Mr. Ashish Upreti, Country Manager, Magnet Forensics. Let's end the day with big round of applause. I know all of you are sleepy by now. Thank you, Mr. Upreti. Next, we have Mr. Abhijit, CTO Pi Labs. Thank you, sir, for your time and insights. Next, we have Vikram Khalate, sir, IPS, IGCID, Nagaland Police. Thank you, sir, for your time and your insight and your patience answering to the questions. Mr. Akash Verma, Head Cyber Forensic Services, Tata Systems. Thank you, Mr. Verma, for the support from the Tata side. Crypto crimes and blockchain forensics was given by Dr. Triveni Singh. Thank you, sir, for taking time out of your schedule and addressing each and every question. So we do have a live stream going on, which we will be sharing the link with you, or we will be projecting it tomorrow also, so that if anyone who wants to attend virtually can join the conference. We'll be sharing that tomorrow first thing. Thank you for your support. I have never seen a conference with so much of audience till the end of the conference. And that too in a state which doesn't, I guess, not operates after 5 p.m. So thank you so much, and thank you everyone. Thank you.